Reconvene open session, procedural business, 5:30 p.m. 6.1 call to order. The Board of Trustees are hereby reconvening opening session at 5:27 p.m. Roll call, 6.2 roll call. Trustees to identify themselves by first and last name to formally establish a quorum. Dr. Bill Mellinger, Trustee Area 1.
Daniel Ridland, Trustee Area 2. Cindy Gardner, Trustee Area 3.
Scott Kraft, Trustee Area 4.
Gordon Zarate, Trustee Area 5, Running Springs, Arrowbear Lake, Green Valley Lake.
6.3 Pledge of Allegiance will be led by our student.
Hey, just could join me. Put your hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Michelle. 7, closed session report. 7.1 announcement of reportable actions taken during closed session. There are no reportable actions to be reported. 8, public testimony, public comment period for items listed on this agenda and non-agenda items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the governing board. The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions. Though it may not take action on non-agenda issues raised at the public comment period, the board, for example, may refer any matter to the superintendent for review or take action to direct staff to place a matter of business on a future agenda. Our protocols for speakers, have you all read them? So the reminder for all speakers, if you don't mind, I will paraphrase. Is that okay, Lord?
Not for me, but
Not for you? Then I will read them.
thank you. Matter of record.
Any person who wishes to address the governing board on agenda and non-agenda items within the subject matter of their jurisdiction must complete a green speaker's form and submit it to the executive secretary to the superintendent before the meeting is called to order. And we have individuals who have done that. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Speakers who have complaints against board members or staff are encouraged to seek resolution to these complaints by using the Rim of the World Unified School District written complaint procedure rather than orally addressing them at a meeting. The board will not respond to such complaints until the applicable complaint procedure, BPAR 1312.1, has been followed and has reached the board level. Where a complaint concerns a district employee identifiable by name, position, or other facts, the board cannot respond until proper written notice has been given to the employee pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. The decorum. The governing board is interested in the ideas and opinions of all stakeholders and endeavors to incorporate community views into its deliberations and decisions. At the same time, it must be able to conduct its business in an organized and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Therefore, in accordance with Board Bylaw 9323 and Government Code Section 54957.9, audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting. Open meeting laws do not confer any privilege or protection for expression beyond that otherwise provided by law. The public's understanding and cooperation are appreciated. But if you want to applaud, applaud.
I think.
8.2, public comments. And so we have, I believe it's 3. And so what we're going to invite you to do is actually come to the table. There's a microphone there. You'll need to push the button when you see that the red light is on. Then you'll know that we will be able to hear you and they'll be able to hear you online. We're going to start with Dr. Deborah Knowlton Charneski. Please. Thank you, Deb.
Yeah, good.
Topic is student academic achievement.
Okay, based on the 2022 Smarter Balanced Summative Assessment, 47% of the students met or exceeded the standard for English language arts literacy statewide. However, only 37% of RIM Unified students accomplished the same goal, 10% lower than the state average. In mathematics, 33% of the state students met or exceeded the standard, but only 18% of this district students did so, 15% lower than the state average. It should be noted that the state averages, like the districts, also include the learning deficits resulting from the COVID school closures, and that the state averages are among the lowest in the nation. I like to look at the 11th grade scores because this is the last grade that is tested by the state and represents the final product of a school system. In English language arts literacy, 44% of the 11th graders met the overall standard, and in mathematics, 14% met the overall standard. What was particularly noteworthy was that only 6% of these students were at or above the standard for listening, which measures how well students understand spoken information. This would mean that fewer than 1 in 10 students would understand this presentation or a teacher's classroom lecture. In mathematics, only 3% of the 11th grade students met the standard for using mathematical rules and ideas. Consequently, it is not surprising that only 6% met the standard for showing and applying mathematical problem-solving skills, the heart of a mathematical curriculum. It should be noted that the test only includes mathematical topics up to the first year algebra and not more advanced math skills. Looking at an application course, science, in which both English and math skills are required and is tested at the 12th grade level, it is again not surprising that only 17% meet the standard below the state average of 26%. What is this district specifically doing differently this year to remedy these learning deficits? Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie, and thank you. Thank you, Debbie, and thank you again for being under time limit.
You're welcome.
And I'm sure you're already talking to Heather Dominguez as well. I'm sure some of those statistics come from her. Unfortunately, we're too aware of some of these, and they are concerning to us. Mary Kay Bachman, special grant COPs for security. Mary Kay. Again, make sure the red light's on because I can't see it.
It's nice to have an instruction sheet here.
There, now you're on.
Okay, so several years ago, I was here. I know several of you on the board and talking about this school security. I've been a flight attendant for 43 years. The first thing we do is walk on that airplane. It's safety and security. I understand you received a wonderful grant for security. I would love to be able to have access to that, or if you'll let the public have access to it so that we can understand what the possibility is. I don't know if you've even put up a plan yet with that money. I understand there has been some talk about it. So I would love to be able to have access to that if that's possible. And will it be available to the public? So again, Mary Kay Bachman, and yes, security and safety is foremost on my mind. Thank you.
That would be a direct COPS grant.
Thanks, Mary Kay. And you're welcome to talk to Dr. Fricker about that as well.
Okay.
Or Shannon, are you working on that also? I thought it was going to be Jenny. I almost said you, and I thought, well, I already gave you one. But you're welcome to talk to Jenny Haberlin about that also. And I'm just going to go ahead and do this. That's a security plan that we're working on right now. But this is not public information, because a security plan we will not share with the public, because that would put us in more of an unsafe position. But be aware, there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes on security. Thank you.
I just wanted to note that also during our last board meeting, there was a presentation that included a portion on the COPS grant as well.
Did you have something?
We don't.
And Sheila Palmer, teacher from MPH staff, and with a list of names that have signed up on here as well. And the topic is AP Secretary, agenda item for 14.5.
Yes, I brought emotional support here. It's one of our classified.
And again, push. Yeah, there you go.
Got it.
Thanks, Sheila.
I apologize, I'm gonna read, so I'm not making eye contact. This was written on behalf of the staff members at MPH. This letter is in response to the recent announcement that the MPH Assistant Principal Secretary position is being eliminated at the end of the school year. We understand that this was a temporary position for the last 2 years, but prior to that, it had been a permanent position. Without this position at MPH, we are concerned that the overall mood towards a more positive culture and workflow is in serious jeopardy. We are aware that part of the initial decision to remove this position is based off of financial concern, along with a comparison to other school sites with similar enrollment. Please understand that MPH is not like any of the other elementary sites nor the high school. We are a unique culture with just as unique students and needs. So why is this position so important to MPH? Let's look at just some of the duties the Assistant Principal Secretary is responsible for. She facilitates all the staff and students' announcements, weekly duties, absences, bulletins, teacher staff updates, and any other important announcements that comes out of the main office. The Secretary also handles all the work orders, the use of facility requests, and this position also helps with the screening of incident reports and making any necessary parent contacts. Our office staff are also trained to jump into any of the other positions if there happens to be an absence or need. They add additional support throughout the school, and they are critical to the day-to-day function of MPH. And this is just a fraction of what this individual can be seen doing on any given day. Another crucial role this position is as our ASB bookkeeper. We have worked very hard to get our clubs up and running, which requires this position to oversee the paperwork for each club from its inception to ongoing support for approvals. If we do not have this position, ASB clubs would be near impossible for anyone else to add to their already full plate. This will impact students directly in the form of elimination of extracurricular activities. One might say, well, there are two other secretaries who can handle those tasks, but a careful look at either the principal secretary and the attendance clerk show that they already each handle a monumental amount of daily duties. Inversely, adding these AP secretary and ASB bookkeeper responsibilities to administration will take away from their ability for direct interaction and support with staff and students. Please reconsider the elimination of this position at MPH. Spend some more time at our site to see the wonderful things that are happening and how crucial this position is to staff and students. We understand the need to look at various positions and their duties in conjunction with the budget, but do not make a decision without further consideration. Add this to the 3-year plan to make MPH and RIM District the best they can be for students and our mountain community. Thank you for your consideration.
And Sheila, I'm sure you have spoken. Yeah, I am on. I'm sure you have spoken with Dr. Fritter. And I would recommend that you have that conversation with Dr. Fritter. She would be the key person. And obviously Shannon is involved in the process too. But and now I am thrilled to have representatives from RIM Teachers Association and from the California School Employees Association. Ladies, I don't know if you both want to come over here or you want to come one at a time. And Ghazi, please. And again, make sure that the microphone is turned on, please.
All right, thank you.
But see, now you get to sit when you're talking to us.
So
And welcome to the new room.
Thank you. So good evening, board. First of all, we would like to welcome Mr. Kraft to the school board. His several years with the district is a wonderful asset to our school board, and we look forward to collaborating with you and the rest of the board on upcoming discussions on how to best serve our students, our staff, and our communities. RTA would also like to thank the board and our district counterparts for collaborating with us on our recent salary settlement, as our certificated staff deserves recognition for the hard work they do to serve our students and communities. We know that this is good overall, but it could be better in comparison with our neighboring districts. We also look forward to our continued collaboration with our respective teams on clarifying and cleaning up our current contractual language to ensure that there is clarity when dealing with issues like class sizes, transfers, and our CTI program. There are still several areas of improvement that RTA sees as priorities, like ensuring that our TK and kinder classrooms are properly staffed, that the inclusion plans for in the special education department has a solid plan, and to have better district supports overall when it comes to the behavioral needs of our students from kindergarten all the way till 12th grade. We have a long way to go in problem solving our way through some of these challenges, but we are hopeful that RTA's relationship with the district will ensure that the positive, proper outcomes with all stakeholders' input will have the best outcomes for our students and our staff. We hope that you have a great evening, and please swing on by to all the school sites to see how everyone is doing on the classified and the certificate side, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Suzanne.
Feels weird to sit. I appreciate the personal invitation to come. I admit I have enjoyed watching the board meetings on Zoom and you know, in my slippers and my sofa, but I appreciate the personal invitation to be here. I am not one that likes to complain or whine, but I will report out some of the things that are on the classified mind. We're a little bit frustrated with the pacing and the frequency of our negotiation meetings. There's been issues with, you know, scheduling and just any kind of forward movement. Hopefully we're getting those things smoothed out, and we do look forward to getting things accomplished in a quick manner. And then I appreciate the comments from MPH regarding the abolishment of a job. Of course, we don't like to see that. And we know that the things that desk does are crucial and important. And our question would be, you know, where is that workload going to go? There's a lot of factors, and I feel like with classified, it doesn't really matter if your student population is 300 or 800. There's still that work that needs to be accomplished. That really doesn't change their workload when it comes to the number of students. May I suggest that we possibly look at maybe retitling that position, maybe not making it tied to the assistant principal. I know that other sites don't have I've heard other sites don't have assistant principal secretaries, and that there wasn't that position before, but somebody had to be doing that work, and I don't think it was attendance or the administrative secretary. Anyway, lack of subs in classified still seems to be a huge problem. Although I have seen some improvements, we appreciate that. But the workloads of those that are doing the work, trying to cover people's absences, makes it a huge frustration and very draining to the personnel that's still doing work. Regarding the MOUs on today's agenda, we are so pleased to be able to increase the number of work days and hours of the health clerks at the elementary sites and the junior high. And as everybody knows, COVID is still here, as well as other illnesses and school site injuries. So the needs of the students and the workload of the health aides, and to enable to help them assist the district nurse definitely warrants these hours, and we appreciate the support of that. Then I want to talk a bit about transportation and bus drivers. Today I listened to dispatch radio traffic. And as you probably know, or maybe you don't, from time to time, they have to cut a route because the bus breaks down and they have to reroute kids. And I was totally impressed with the way they work so efficiently and cooperatively and get the job done. That we have some amazing people in that department. We all know the unique and difficult situations that the drivers find themselves, and I for one appreciate them immensely. And with that said, the dispatcher driver position, with your approval, will be more in line with what transportation needs. Also in negotiation discussions, we're talking about instructional assistants all across the district. And for numerous reasons, I feel like we need to increase their hours. In other local districts, I'm hearing that their aides are being increased to full-time at 7 and 8 hours. And I'm not positive if this is going to be paid for using extended learning funding in the other districts, but it's certainly things we can discuss in negotiations. Anyway, that's all I had for tonight. I'm always looking at the economy and the ability for people to live on their salaries and for our district to be able to attract and retain people and so that's our goal in our district, to keep good hard workers. And I think classified staff has shown that that we're there for the district, and so we appreciate the district being there for us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Suzanne, I thought you were going to whine.
I did, didn't I? Whine?
Oh.
Not enough.
Governing board members' reports and announcements. So for the board, I went first last time so that to give you all time to think, if you still needed time to think. I don't want to feel like going first is any way stopping any one of you. So if anyone's really saying, please, I want to go first, so that then we're just going to go in order again, if that's okay with everybody. And we're going to go reverse order and have Jordan go first. Not. Okay. I just have a couple of things. One is, I think I want to just remind us all as a board, as classified, certified, all the different categories, we need to continue to care about one another. I appreciate the staff that stands up and takes over when somebody's unavailable, when somebody's out sick, which continues to happen. COVID's still here, as I think Suzanne mentioned. There are still going to be issues where people need to take over, and sometimes there are subs, and which I'm thankful that we have more, and we're adding to the list again. But we need to continue to care about each other, and just to remind us all to keep doing that. In that sense, we've also care about students and their health, and so the last couple of weeks have been involved in dental screening at Valley of Enchantment Elementary. That also took place at each of our elementary schools, and we did something like over 800, almost 900 students that we had dental screening. This last Friday, we started the sealants, and we're continuing to remind parents, give us the opportunity to do the sealants. On the 24th, we'll hopefully be in all 3 elementary schools doing sealants. We have a number of dentists and dental hygienists that are actually volunteering their time. We have one dentist that actually closed his dental office in order to help us and assist us and volunteer and do this for free. And this is a big savings to our families. Not only is it a big savings, but get this, something like 80% of your cavities can be prevented by having the sealants on the teeth. So this is a really big thing. Normally it would cost something like $6,000, and we've got donations coming from people that are doing this. We're buying things at cost and all. And this is being done with some really special people that have put together this whole program, in addition to volunteers from the Rotary Club and the PTAs and all. So I've been busy at the schools the last couple of weeks again. So Jordana, are you ready? Okay.
Going to speak briefly. Had a busy past couple of weeks, and enjoyed going to the high school, watching our girls soccer compete in CIF. And I imagine that Michelle will be speaking about it later, but our women's sports this year have just been doing amazingly well. I enjoyed seeing Mr. Willemsey showing in the bulletin that 6 different league champs have already materialized for RIM this school year, which is just lovely, wonderful. And going and seeing the girls compete at the high school, first round, getting a win, and the level of excitement, their joy was just, it was just fantastic. So love being able to see that. Went to the Crestline MAC meeting, I guess that was last week. And there are a couple of things. One that I think is noteworthy for us is that on every odd month, Representative Obernolte and Assemblyman Lackey will be at the Lake Arrowhead Chamber from 2 to 4. So the first Thursday, first time will be on March 2nd. And one of the things that was mentioned by just that this is an opportunity for us to advocate. So knowing that this is going to be happening on a regular basis, I thought that was really, really worthwhile to note. Additionally, our Supervisor Rao apparently was visiting Big Bear and drove up the 18, headed towards Big Bear, and was incredibly frustrated by just all of the snow play, how busy it was, and it took her hours and hours to go. So experiencing it for her was way different from hearing about it. And so I thought it might be worthwhile possibly to invite Supervisor Rao to come, and maybe even on a really rainy day, come and check out our school sites and see if there's any kind of opportunity for her to be able to not just hear about things, but experience things. So that was one of the other things that was mentioned at the Crestline MAC meeting. Something that I shared at that meeting, and hopefully one of my employees is going to come and speak today, but she'll probably come next month instead. She graduated 2016. Already from RIM, already 4 of her classmates have passed away. And all of them were sudden deaths, and presumed at least a couple of them were known to be from fentanyl. And so she was asking me, what have we been doing as a district? And one of the things I mentioned as far as this improving, having Narcan, people being trained on Narcan, being able to carrying it on campus, and looking at some mandatory positions with administrators and security, and opportunity for staff to also get the training. She asked about, what about students? And I think that was a worthwhile question to ask. And then I saw in our weekly updates or news updates from CSBA that there are a couple of school districts, LA Unified being among them, that are providing training to students to allow them to carry Narcan. So I thought that was just good food for thought. And then let me see, is there anything else that I have written down here? Oh yeah. Enjoyed visiting MPH yesterday, enjoyed being on campus for Scott's Lodge over at RIM High, and I'm excited to go for Read Across America March 6th to VOE and being able to reach our kidlets there. So there's a lot of good stuff going on. Thank you.
Cindy?
So yeah, I did make it to the RIM High School girls soccer game and hung out with Mr. Willemsey and Mr. Kearney, and in all my glory, because I'm super freak about soccer, and it showed. So yay me and yay RIM. They were actually so amazing in their play, much better than the beginning of the season. So I love to see teams grow as they go through the season, because at first you go, this is going to be rough this year, and then all of a sudden it gels and it just is magic. So congratulations to the girls and Mr. Wallace and a great coaching staff. Went to the basketball game later. Again, a great game. Our team was frustrating the other team so much. And I ended up watching the coach of the other team a lot because he was coming unglued at our scrappy little guys playing really hard. And I think that was unexpected and it was really kind of fun to see. And it was a great game. So just had that privilege to be able to get there. I also am excited that we're in Virtual Academy, the students, there's a CIF agreement, multi-school agreement now. So we're in virtual Academy students can play from high school sports, which is a big, huge deal. So they can have the excitement of playing in really cold weather on the mountain during soccer season, because it's the best thing ever. Then I did go to the Lake Arrowhead Municipal Advisory Committee. That was an interesting committee on short-term rentals. So it was a doozy because the enforcement code officers came up and they got grilled for a very long time. I think they wanted to leave really badly. But short-term rentals is problematic for our schools as well as the community. We do have people that use our dumpsters as their way of getting rid of their trash. Yes, Mr. Zimmer is nodding his head. And also those after a snowboard ski weekend, we have our visitors to the mountain leaving their stuff everywhere at Rim High School and Charles Hoffman Elementary the most. And it just is infuriating to see dirty diapers and that kind of stuff in the parking lot that then our custodians get to pick up really early in the morning. And I just find it, so maybe inviting her after holiday snow play weekend to tour CHE at 6 o'clock in the morning or Rim High School at 6 o'clock in the morning might be another thing to see what we have to pay for out of our own pockets. Just saying. Again, at the LA MAC meeting too, it was raised about the fentanyl and the drug concerns, and more about the fact that just such a tiny amount of fentanyl can kill a kid. And there's concern of what our response. I did give them what we've done in terms of board policy and putting Narcan on our campuses and the training. I did tell them that we do have assembly. The sheriff's department comes and does the drug assembly at the beginning of the school. Can we do better? Yeah, of course we can always do better in terms of drug awareness programs at both the elementary and secondary level. But it is in the community. They're concerned because they're also, Jordana, seeing loved ones pass and seeing those postings on Facebook, especially kids that you know in baseball. It is so sad and breaks my heart. The latest person I saw in T-ball and watched him grow up, and it was very sad. So I agree. We trying to combat a problem that is so prevalent and so dangerous. And then you hear that more synthetic opioids are being made that are even more harmful to fentanyl. Just kills me. Well, I guess it doesn't kill me, but it does inside. So just so bad. And then lastly, I'm excited because my husband's finally recovered enough to come back to the mountain. So I'm going to be able to finally get in a groove again, instead of only being on the mountain a couple days. And then in North Hollywood, where he's been recovering from open heart surgery again, it's going to be great. So I'm really excited to try to be more prevalent. I am going to my PTA meetings though. I am doing well on that and other meetings, but it's just been a little bit hard to get it all done. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna. All right, that's it.
We're happy for Tony too.
Yeah.
And you.
His chest, because it's the third time, looks a little gnarly. I told him, and I've been taking pictures as reference photos because he looks like Frankenstein. So and then he gets grossed out by looking at his stitches, and then he drew out the last one and he's like, look, and I'm like, you are disgusting. Just stop.
Fits with his business.
It totally fits, but it's just the point of like, he gets disgusted, but he can't look away. It's like, just weird. He's weird, but there you go. Love him in pieces.
Thank you, Cindy. Scott?
I'm happy Tony's doing well too. And maybe he can, I know you're a big fan of tattoos, so maybe he could just get that.
Stop.
Be the same. So I've referenced this before and I moved up here in '76. I did go to MPH. I went to Rim High School. I view my position here now as kind of a final chapter of my life. Hopefully it's not super fine like that.
Okay.
As I said that, I was like, that's probably the wrong thing to say. But I view myself as kind of a bridge because I've been in these positions. I've been a teacher, I've been a coach. I was a rep with the union. I know some people in the audience here as students. So I view that position and I take it very seriously. And I look forward to, in the future, I'm going to go to hopefully soon to MPH and tour MPH and get to know that campus more and better than I have in the past, which is exciting for me. Also the elementary schools, even though I never went to elementary school up here. I was in 6th grade at MPH and I look forward to, I see on the videos, everything that they're doing, and it's awesome to watch these kids and the way everybody is handling the enormous burden they have to bring these kids along, and they do a great job. I am very upset about the community losses that we have. We've had 4 recent students. Some of them were my students, and it's really sad that we have to go through this. And I'm thankful that we're going to be taking steps to try and combat this. It's even though I was a student here, I can imagine what it's like to be a student in today's times. It's tough. It's very tough on the kids, and my heart goes out to everybody that has to deal with the things they have to deal with. Sports are great, awesome. I'm so happy that boys soccer finally won some games because they've been doing such a good job. You watch them and what they do, and Cavazos is doing a great job there, and Steve Wallace bringing the girls to CIF. And basketball, they started a junior program, which is really, this is the first year that the kids who were involved in the junior program are now on the senior level. And that's part of the reason why they're doing so well. But also CIF for wrestling is still going on. So we have 2 females going to masters, which I have to leave early because I'm still involved in CIF. So I have to leave early today to go help with the 2 tournaments for boys and girls CIF on the desert. But we have 2 girls going on to masters, and we have 1 boy continuing the masters. So if they place, then they go on to state, which
Wow.
is just to be in masters, you're one of 30, I think it's 32 kids out of about 300 schools, 300 to 350 schools. And girls wrestling now is the fastest growing sport in the nation. So it's awesome to see that. And they do a great job when you watch these girls compete. Their level is just huge, and the way they kind of bridge that gap is amazing to watch. So excuse me if I have to step out early. That's where I'll be headed. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Jordan.
Good evening. Yes, I'll talk about some boring things and then I'll talk about some fun things. Boring things that might be, well, I think they're all exciting. I've been getting a lot of questions about the potential of a bond, which we've all been discussing the last few board meetings or so. That's still definitely something that is in the exploratory phase. So one just clarification is that, the board has not made any decision to go forward with a bond yet or not. So just want to let everyone know and provide a little bit of clarity on that. That is still very much in the exploratory phase. What we have been talking about is just the very clear need that exists in our district. Not to talk about solutions, which a bond could potentially be, but there is a lot of need in our district from an infrastructure perspective, particularly. So I won't talk too much about that, but as was mentioned in one of the comments tonight, we have some new legislative representatives that have started their legislative sessions. One of those is our state assembly member, Tom Blackie. He is new for us, but it is his 9th year starting as a congressional representative. This happened as a result of redistricting. So now Mr. Lackey's area covers over 700 square miles and spans over 3 different counties, I believe. At last month's government affairs meeting, we had a temporary field rep for Mr. Lackey, and they noted that, we're staffing up. The legislative session just began January 4th. At this last government affairs meeting, we now have a new field rep who talked about where Mr. Lackey's positions are and what he's hoping to do and accomplish with our communities. One of those things that was brought up, and tying it back to that public comment we got earlier tonight, was he has a very high prioritization for public safety, we found out. So what that will do for our district, hopefully, maybe there's something that we can work with the assembly member on to improve safety at all public school sites. I'm not sure, as we have a new field rep, so we haven't gotten a chance to get to know them and this office very well yet, but I'm looking forward to it and potential collaborations there. Again, there's a very clear need that needs to be addressed. So we're hoping for a very powerful partnership there. Along those lines, we do have our new board supervisor, of course, Don Rao, and we have been starting to form relationships as Janice Rutherford was leaving out of her term. So I'm very much looking forward to that. We have formed good relationships with our previous legislators in the past, and I have no reason to doubt that we won't in going into the future. And again, we have a lot of needs. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for us as a board to advocate more for our district. I think there's also something to be said about how large Mr. Lackey's district is in particular, and how many rural school districts are dotted throughout his own district. So there's also more opportunity for us to pull together with other rural districts, as we have done in the past. So another something that might be a little more fun, and I just want to give a shout out and some kudos to our Child Nutrition Services Department, our CNS folks, because we have been facing supply chain issues and shortages since the pandemic, and they are not letting up. But through creativity and ingenuity and working together with our superintendent, Dr. Fricker, I've been amazed at what we've still been able to put out and create. School meals are not what people think they are, I don't think. They are really great. I enjoy them every time I have the chance because they are so good. They oftentimes bring us food for our closed sessions so that we can eat before we come into these hours-long board meetings. And it is always fantastic. It's my understanding that we started serving a homemade grilled cheese and tomato soup that was a big hit. And why wouldn't it be? It's a staple of Panera. So just wanted to give a shout out about that. There's a lot of really great things that we as a district are doing and pursuing to solve some of these issues, such as creating our own means of growing. What can we grow and produce ourselves? And so I just want to give a kudos and a shout out about that. Another kudos and shout out goes towards an initiative Dr. Fricker has been pursuing, and that's a community schools approach and creating a community schools model for our district, bringing in resources to service an entire child's needs so that we can, whatever it may be. There's a lot of wonderful organizations and businesses on this mountain that can participate. And I see a bright future for that type of model, especially looking at what other districts have done with a community schools model. We have a wonderful community here. There are hundreds of nonprofits on this mountain. So I have no doubt that this will be a successful endeavor. And I think I will end on that positive note.
Thanks, Jordan. And that is a good bridge to our next report, 9.2, our superintendent, Dr. Kimberly Fricker.
I do want to shout out to RHS and their amazing athletic programs. I think the dedicated hours for our staff and students and families to participate in those programs is tremendous. I think sometimes this is the reason that students actually come to school and enjoy school and want to really engage in the classroom activity as well as the extracurricular activities. So I just want to really take a moment just to thank your coaches for their time, their dedication, everything that they give far and above and beyond, you know, the hours that they're on the fields and in the courts coaching, but also all the time that they put in taking kids to and from and making sure that they have all of their needs met too. I think they really do an outstanding job. And with the 6 league championships, I think that shows some value to their effort. So it's been a pleasure to go and watch the teams and sit on the sidelines and cheer with Cindy.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's exciting.
Sometimes it's not good.
It's exciting. So anyway, so it's been fun and it's really been a thrill to watch them perform and play. We are currently on the academic side. I know that we had a comment made about academics and test scores, and I just want to thank both Mr. Williamsy and MJ, who's with us tonight, for having a sit-down conversation about really where we are with academics and being raw and honest about where we're starting after the pandemic and with the results of the pandemic, and talking to even some of our principals and many of our staff about really what are the students like. I think if I do talk to staff members, that's a staple question for me, is what are you seeing in the classroom? What are your students exhibiting? Because we need to figure out how we help navigate that. One of the significant things that have come up are just, you know, having a difficult time re-socializing to very large group environments and to different settings that they wouldn't see in their home for the last, year and a half that they were in the COVID closures. And a couple other areas is just the lack of articulation that students had in those closure timeframes. So they're resulting on some of the special needs or special services sides as speech language issues. That's, they have delays that they normally wouldn't have had. Second graders had only been in school for part of a year before, coming into second grade. Middle school, you missed most of your middle school by the time now you're transitioning into high school. So those are significant delays in development, social development that students are lacking. And it's showing even with their confidence in their ability to speak publicly or be in front of peers or in a crowd in an individual setting where they're having to now communicate out, where maybe before the pandemic that wasn't such an issue, but after the pandemic, hearing from some of the teachers and staff who are working with students every single day, that's really surfacing as something that services, special services, myself really need to factor in as to how do we provide those supports? What are the solutions? Some of which we could have some good strategies or we can pull from other districts. Some we're going to have to really dig deep and look at what the heart of the problem is, and then together collaborate and come up with what those solutions are moving forward. But in the conversation on test scores with MJ and with Mr. Williamsy, we did have a chance to discuss, where we are as a district and how we're looking at some of the data that we're seeing. And this is baseline data. It is first iteration data post-COVID. And so this is definitely a point at which where we're starting, which is fantastic, but it's by no means, and what I said in the interview was that by no means is this where we're ending. This is a collaborative effort where we're going to work together and build those 3-year strategic plans to address students and our academic achievement over time. And it's going to take time. And it's going to take a lot of connection and exchange between a teacher and a student to create the difference I think that we want to see. And you can't find more dedicated people in that resolve. So I look forward to that work. We are building those strategic plans, as we have mentioned several times before. I know that we talked in our big management meeting this week about what those 3-year plans entail, and to be very careful and mindful about what the impact of that is. So it's great if all of us think of these great ideas that we can put in place. But as is mentioned before, some people have to do them too. And that can relay or create an impact where it creates an impact in certain areas. And so we need to really be mindful as to what we select that are going to be those solutions, and then look at practically how are we going to put those in place so that we don't create an over impact zone where it would cause irritation or a greater difficulty than the one that we're trying to solve. So that's really important. along our 3-year planning process. What's new is the superintendent's newsletter has come out in February. They'll come out every month, and what we're trying to really do is be transparent and communicate progress towards some of the goals that the board has given us as administration and staff to do, and make sure that we are communicating to people about where we are in those processes and keep you up to date with information. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns at all, please call me, and I will be happy to meet with you and answer some questions. Sheila, I'm happy to come and meet with you. And I think the other focus that we really have is putting in those processes and procedures so that we really make good proactive decisions ahead of, say, a reactive situation or decision. And so some things that, we kind of have to act out on because there were decisions in the past, that is what it is. But we are putting some things on the agenda even tonight with our inclusion plan. We're going to start creating the conversation, what that is, what it isn't, calm down some fears, because we're all going to be building this together, especially over the next year. The other big thing is the classification study, which we're going to kick off. We want to make sure that we address where those job responsibilities go, and how we address them and really identify what are the needs. The needs evolve and change throughout a district. So it's really important that we do a classification study about every 5 years is usually a good indicator, so that we evolve with those needs as they do change. And whether we grow in enrollment, we're hoping, or whether we don't, we have to make sure that our staffing adjusts with that, but that we don't, again, over create an impact zone for somebody or some school site that's unintended. So hopefully having these processes and procedures in place, and we can go through a classification study where we look at everyone's classification from classified employees to management to certificated employees. It really gives us a good shot to understand what the need is, and then how do we address those needs, and how do we make that fair and appropriate for all of our employees, and treat all of our employees equitably is really the most important thing to me. And so I know that I want to steal Mr. Hansen's thunder later on in the agenda, but that is all my comments this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Fricker. And I think the student voices are always what really matters significantly to us, and we really appreciate them. And with that 9.3 student representative report, Michelle Hilgara, Rim of the World High School. Michelle.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I hope you guys are all doing all right. This is the reports for this month. We start with the elementary school, CHA, LE, and BOE. Read Across America is here. CHA and LE happening now, February 10th to March 3rd. We would love to have district employees or board of trustees come be a guest reader in our classes. Dental screening. A local nonprofit worked with community rotaries to bring screening to all TK, kindergarten through 3rd graders. Their second visit will be performing free sealants. 824 individual sealants could be placed with the value of $57,680. Thanks to our PTA volunteers, Mom and Dad Projects, Lions Club, County of San Bernardino Department of Public Health, Mountain Rotary Clubs, RIM schools, and dental professionals who all donated their time and resources for this incredible effort. Trimester 2 ends February 24th. Multiple progress monitoring assessments are occurring for students to demonstrate proficiency towards grade level standards, ESGI, star reading and math, writing, math facts, iReady diagnostics, interim assessment blocks, grades 3, 4, and 5th. LPAC, English Language Proficiency Assessment of California, testing window officially opened. Moving on to MPH. Alright, it's kind of glitching on me. Alright, so LCAP Goal 1, Construction, Student Learning, Professional Development. Next common assessment window for all core classes, February 27th to March 3rd. The next start ALA and math assessment window, March 14th to March 24th, which contributes to 2023-2024 honors placements. LCAP Goal 2, School Safety and PBIS. PBIS lunchtime activities continue with paper airplane contests at lunch and monthly PBIS raffles for donated items showcased in the foyer. LCAP Goal 3, Engagement and Equity. MPH PTA planned a surprise dance for students during all lunches on February 10th. The students had a blast. MPH PTA is working on bringing back the 8th grade promotion dance this school year, first time since the shutdown. MPH highlights. MPH hosted the first award ceremony since the shutdown on February 10th. We recognized perfect attendance, honor roll, principals honor roll, and a new category, character counts, where staff nominated students for the positive efforts on campus. A brief nomination was read aloud prior to students receiving the Character Counts Award. Mrs. Whiteside visited fifth grade students in her classrooms at VOE on February 14. She brought treats, a get-to-know-you activity, and answered questions about what middle school is like. She will be visiting LAE and CHE fifth graders in the coming weeks. The MPH 2023-2024 visits and registration week is coming March 20th through March 24th. Includes fifth grade visits, RHS registration, and recruitment with eighth graders, incoming sixth grade parent night, and registration for incoming seventh and eighth grade their social study classes. More information is on the MPH website under guidance. Moving on to MHS. The first credit check of the semester ends tomorrow. We look forward to totaling the number of credits earned and celebrating those students next week. We'll share the results with you next month. A ready operated PA system with mouth-to-mouth speakers were installed at MHS last week. We put to the test in a fire drill today. It made a difference. MHS implemented a hall pass system called Minga this semester, which allows students to sign themselves out for the bathroom and teachers administration to better manage who is where when increasing time in class and student safety. The team collaboratively finished the school site safety plan. The team continues to work on the WASC report twice a week in preparation of the fall visits. We're excited to have completed consular and interviews and expect to have an MHS RVA consular and campus 3 days a week soon. Virtual Academy. Let's press that once. Alright, the initial RVA WASC application was submitted last night. Very exciting. We look forward to our WASC visit in the spring. We are excited to have completed consular interviews and expect to have an MHS RVA consular 3 days a week soon. Our intake intervention plan have proven to be effective. We have seen an increased level of student engagement this semester. We have created plans to start English and math specific support Zooms in March. And last but not least, RHS. Winter sports ended with the bang. League championships were earned for girls soccer, boys basketball, and wrestling. This brings the league championship total to 6 for the year. Both basketball and soccer advanced to the second round of the playoffs as well. We have 12 wrestlers advanced to CIF and 3 of those advanced to the Masters meet. Next week, auditions will be held for a spring musical, Disney's High School Musical. This will be the first musical performance in 6 years, and we will be performing for all of the schools in the district. Board registration is underway. We are looking to increase AP offerings and line courses to increase A through G completion rates. RHS will travel to MPH next month to go over registration for incoming freshmen. PLCs are continuing the work of alignment. All subjects are completing data cycles to analyze student performance and improve learning outcomes. And that is it for this.
Mrs. Whiteside, I heard rave reviews of your visit to VOE. Thank you for doing that and have fun with your other visits. Yeah, she brought gifts and all kinds of things, fun and yes. And now we move to 10.10 reports and presentations, finance, 10.1 update of the budget and enrollment report. Jenny Haberlin, Chief Business Official. Jenny.
Hello, thank you very much. I do have a very, very short presentation for you tonight because next month, March 9th, we'll be presenting the second interim financial report. So we'll have, a more lengthy PowerPoint for you, which goes up to actual activity through January. Oh, I have, okay. Thank you. Actual activity through January 31st and then projected budget through end of this year. And of course, with our including our multi-year projections and the various supplemental forms. So we are working on that. Not every day, but I try to spend some time on it every day because it is a big task. And like it was mentioned earlier, in addition to that, I'm working on the AB 1200 for the Run Teachers Association settlement. Spoke with the county today on getting that submitted for their review before it becomes for your board approval on March 9th. So usually when 80-1200 and an interim report is filed on the same board meeting, what budget are we starting with? Well, we have to start with the last board approved budget, which is our first interim report, although we will have since made changes in our second interim report. And then the settlement, of course, makes changes in the MYP. So we're in kind of a little flux where it's we're going to have to marry the two documents. So we'll have an MYP in one document that's not quite the same as an MYP in another document. And talking that through with the county today, I'll have a slide for that will say, you know, there's just some nuances with the form that's required and whatnot. We won't be ready totally in time for the second interim to be fully represented on that form to give the county their 10-day working day review. So we'll address any material changes in a slide for that, because it's just when they both happen on the same evening. It's a little tricky because the second interim wouldn't have been approved yet. So it's just one of those that comes first, the cart or the horse. So our current enrollment is 2,889. So relatively no change from month to month. It's gone up a little bit, with our corresponding ADA at 2,595.86. So our actual attendance rate is down slightly, and our Strive for 95 is down slightly. We are seeing a slight uptick in COVID cases, and so not every student is going to enter an independent study contract to recoup that ADA in that scenario. So we're seeing not the surge that I think some of us thought we might see after the holidays, but we are seeing kind of a steady amount of COVID cases, which probably has a lot to do with why we're not holding a good attendance rate. So, but we'll have opportunities hopefully to make up that attendance rate if we work on Saturday school opportunities for attendance recoup and whatnot. Our Strive for 95, we have RVA was the highest with 92.27. But brick and mortar CHE with 91.02. So yay for CHE. They're usually one of the top schools, but we would like to see that attendance rate higher. And in a post-COVID environment, we'll really start looking at trends and then what can we do to address when COVID's not the reason anymore. Like, what will we do to address our chronic absenteeism when COVID's not the reason? And will this even be a factor? Because we struggled to be at 95 before COVID.
Question for you on this bar chart is at the top on the title, it says year to date.
I was just going to go over that. Okay. So next on the bar chart, you need this one right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It says year to date, month 6. So is that a true year to date percentage?
A year to date as of month 6. So attendance is a cumulative number. So it's the amount of students plus, every day of attendance, even those who have left ours. So attendance is always a cumulative number. So our year to date as of month 6 is.
So last meeting, our rim high was at 95%.
Yeah.
And it had to drop tremendously this past month to go down to 90%. Okay.
Yes. And we did look at that, Scott White in my office and I, to see, we do see a drop in, if you go back several years, it's not every single year, but if you go back 5 or 6, 7 years, even before COVID, in January, we do see a little dip in really our district-wide rate at every school. When we went back up, because the first thing you think about is there a mistake? When you see something that drastic, and unfortunately there wasn't a mistake. So,
Not just that.
and sometimes too, a few students can make up a difference too when you're, when you have a cumulative number and then your enrollment might change. It could skew that. We tried to look at, well, did they have a drop off in enrollment? Well, that wasn't really it. They've only changed enrollment by a couple. So, but unfortunately, we're seeing low attendance district wide. So. Yeah, I mean, that's the first thing that we did look to see, well, maybe there was a mistake, maybe there's something wrong in Aries, and unfortunately, we did not see that. This was something we did real quick this afternoon. I put in a Friday update last week, just about a 1 month gas bill. So with what we're seeing across, I mean, we're feeling it as in our households, we're hearing it from businesses. We are experiencing it at the school district. You know, there's 100 to 300% increases in our natural gas bills. Unfortunately, we do have the majority of our buses are natural gas. So when there's a spike in one type of fueling source and natural gas is it's hitting us in every area. So we threw together, we're going to have, we do this on our own anyway. I just haven't shared it. We do a utility analysis, helps me budget for the next year, helps look for swings. Like if we have all of a sudden a water bill that's double, do we have an underground leak that we're not aware of? Our toilets running? I mean, we look at it in, you know, from that lens every month anyway. We can sometimes spot how come all of a sudden our usage, and especially water is kind of an easy one that we can look at if there's a big fluctuation. And first thing we look at is leaks or toilets running. So looking at these bills helps us monitor the budget that way. Also, what to budget for next year. And I just want a picture's worth 1,000 words, really. And so you can see where we are just over half a year compared to where we were the 2 years in a picture. So unfortunately, I received information today that Southern California Gas is considering a 30% increase on top of this year's rates going into next year. And right before I received that information, I actually had a conversation with someone about, well, you know, they're going to probably go down, but maybe go down, you know, modestly. What would you budget next year? And, you know, 5-10% increases over this year. And it's, you know, you're hearing another 30%. So this is something we need to probably look at. I don't know. We don't have a fast solution to not using natural gas, unfortunately. But it is something to be aware of and the impact on the budget. That's all
Back to your attendance figures and the absences. Do we know what the numbers are because of COVID?
You know what? I don't have that at my fingertips. We can probably get that from school sites, depending on how they're coding that in the area system. We can look at that. How many?
We know attendance correlates with how you're going to do in education. If you're not there, it's going to affect your ability to learn. Thanks, Jenny. Questions, anyone? Thanks, Jenny. Reports and presentations, student learning and achievement. This is always very important. 11.1, presentation of Mary Putnam County Intermediate School data. Heather Dominguez, Director of Educational Services. Heather, do you have guests coming?
I do. I have the esteemed MPH team here to present the evening for MPH.
We need to stand.
Used to not having a podium, forgive me. All right, esteemed board members, our superintendent, cabinet members, thank you so much for having us this evening. MPH, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate the support of our staff, and I do want to start as we get going today by just saying that it is truly an honor and a privilege to work at MPH. They have a huge heart, and so as you hear folks talking today, I hope you hear how much they love our school, how important it is to us, and how many people step up and support one another, no matter what's happening, right? Whatever challenge comes our way, there's a huge heart there. So forgive me, I get excited about these things. So as we're looking today, we're going to talk with you and start you off with the way that we start all of our staff meetings is a reminder on what our vision is. And so you've seen this for many years. The majority of our board members we've seen. You've seen some things similar to this, where I share that, you know, you got to have that vision and mission in mind. You got to look at what those beliefs and values are. And so since you've seen the majority of that before, I want to jump down to the bottom, which is the secondary path forward, which you heard from Mr. Willemse at the last presentation. It's been really important for MPH to articulate across the board secondary wise, and so that we can create those opportunities for our students to be prepared for high school, college, career, beyond. And so with that, Mr. Willemse, Mr. Keeney, Mr. Gomes, myself, Mrs. Amador, we try to get together pretty frequently to have those conversations and to articulate so that we, you know, have that cohesion. And so as we're looking at that secondary path forward, systems, ownership, and relationships, the human element of what our team brings every single day, that's where it's all at right there. And strengthening our foundation with a methodical and systematic approach, right? So if we're thinking about like MPH, as we like to say, we are the sweet middle, if you will. And so as we're looking at the elementary schools and seeing what are students doing in 3rd and 4th and 5th, how are we getting them ready to come to middle school? And so given that opportunity, VOE had reached out to me to come and see them. And so that was really exciting to do. They made my day on Valentine's Day. So we did a great get to know you activity. And they were able to write the things they were excited about on the top of this little activity, and then open that up and maybe tell me, what are they wondering about? What questions do they have about middle school that they knew only Mrs. Whiteside and Mr. Gomes were going to see, so that we could better tailor that for them. So again, as we look, we always want to align, and you even see in our student presentation that we always look at the LCAP goals, and we want to make sure that we're visionary in what we're doing and that we're aligning to the district as we do that. And so again, I kind of always breeze through these, and I also do that with our staff, where we just have that reminder that we look at instruction, student learning and professional development and how we get there. Safe schools as our priority, PBIS, students as leaders, equity and engagement. I know engagement's been more the focus, but we added equity in ourselves into LCAP goal 3. And then 4 and 5, as we look at Ed Code, board policy, administrative regulations, state law, our local things, we always want to keep those things in mind as we're making decisions and make sure we're doing that in a fiscally responsible way. So that's what you see in 4 and 5. And so again, these are types of things that we review all the time, and we're systematic. In terms of the rest of the board presentation, we're going to be going through mostly goal 1 and 2 with a sprinkling of goal 3, and showing you some pictures of some recent activities and things like that. But as we look at our dashboard, we have to start with where our reality is. In our reality, you see our 593 enrollment. It's a little bit lower this week, but again, that's been fluctuating. 62.7% socially economically disadvantaged. Our English learners just under 13%, and then less than 1% for our foster youth promise students. When you look here, and as one of our speakers mentioned today, we're looking at different practices with English and math and how we might bring up our proficiency levels, and you're going to hear that today. So the remainder of the board presentation, you're basically going to see the data, you're going to see what we've been doing in the past, and then how we've revamped some of those things this year, because we're always continuously growing. When you look at, again, chronic absenteeism, Mr. Gomes joined me today, our wonderful assistant principal. He's going to be talking a little bit about attendance, suspension rate, interventions. He's going to focus a little bit more on goal 2, maybe some more information about what our realities are there. And I'll be talking a little bit more about instruction. And so goal 1, basically what I show you here on this slide is strategic planning. How do we look at instruction, student learning, and professional development in an action plan? Well, we start with, okay, you've got to know what you're learning. You need to know what the learning goals are. You need to know what the standards are. And that's something that our Universal Design for Learning representative, who's been working with us for the last 2 years, that's Lisa Bocio, she's been bringing to our professional development. And so I'll talk a little bit more about the professional development in a minute, but starting with walking into classrooms and seeing those clearly communicated learning goals. And not just a standard in the corner, but no, what is our learning goal today, and how does that align to the agenda that we've built for the period, so that we know and we can self-assess as students, where have I gotten with that learning goal? And as I progress through a period, what does that look like? And so our teams have been working on for a couple of years now assessment calendars that are mapping the standards in 4 to 6 week units. They've been creating their own common assessments. So when you see what looks like cause, and looking at 3 per year, we basically developed our own assessment cycles. where we started with this year, 3 per year. And the cause is going to be your core subjects, English, math, science, history, where they're going through those cycles of your standards and then assessing through that process, and then using our PLC time so that they can collaborate on what went well, where are our students, what supports and interventions might we need. The STAR we give 3 times a year, beginning of the year, December, and then in March, right before we take the CASP. And then this year we added a CASP prep week, which was really helpful to us. And it was something that we took from last year's CASP, where we got student feedback and we got staff feedback, and we wanted to try some of their options in a lower stakes environment. So we created a bell schedule. Some of our team back here that you see helped with making that bell schedule and fixing it when my math needed work. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. And so we did that within the confines of the regular day, 9:10 to 3:33. But we did, and we wanted to try a testing period at the beginning of the day, and then continuing through our regular periods. And again, that was based on feedback from both students and staff. We practiced that, and we found some glitches in practice time and low stakes time that we were able to adjust. We're going to do another CASP prep week when we come back from spring break before we go live. Again, it helps us and it helps the students in terms of building their confidence, our staff making sure they have everything they need to support our students. So that's been very helpful. Going to the PLC time, as MPH has been doing for several years, we've built in our staff meeting, department meeting, grade level meeting, our UDL professional development, and data analysis and planning into our minimum days. This has been very helpful as we've had our teams, our department chairs, we worked on this through leadership this year on collective alignment. And so as they're looking at their data with the cause, with the STAR, and looking at their assessment cycles, seeing, what are our next steps? How do we revise maybe the assessment calendar? How do we revise maybe tweaking where the standards are, and doing that meaningful feedback as a team? And then at the bottom here, what you see is some of the details that our UDL consultant had come up with. And so you'll hear me chat about in just a moment, and maybe it's on the next slide. There it is. It's coming. Again, I'm going to back up. This assessment planning is essentially what I just shared with you in terms of CASP, the STAR, the cause, but I wanted to give you reference that if you actually want to dive in and look at the assessment calendars that our teachers built, we built a template for them, and then they are the ones that plug that in and have continued to make adjustments and revisions, and you can actually access those links and see what they look like. We'll do a screenshot in just a moment. And then Mr. Peets has been helping us out. And with that assistance, he's helped us out with a couple of slides here so that you can see some of the screenshots of what we're working on. If you look at the top right corner, that is the assessment windows. And so that's what the calendar timeframes are that have been put on the MPH calendar so that our teachers know when we're given the cause, when we're given the STAR, when we're doing a CASP prep week. And then down here below, there's a chart on that page where our departments put their grade level and content area links to the quizzes that they give so that they can look at those quizzes together, look at the data that they gave, or those assessments, and then again, have that meaningful review of the data. The bottom right corner here is a screenshot of what an assessment calendar essentially looks like. You see those broken up into modules of 4 to 6 weeks. You see the standards, and you see resources that are associated with that in different links. Essentially, this was not just part of our planning when we look at how students are doing, how we're intervening, how we're going through those assessment cycles, but also when we look at hiring. When we get a new teacher, right? We've been so thankful. We've got one on the way for 6th grade. I'll leave it at that for now until we're onboarded. And then we've got one in November that we just got. And it's so exciting to have new staff join our team. But our team that we already have recognizes that you want to be able to support a new staff member. You want them to be able to have resources and support, and that wouldn't be possible without their departments and their teams. And then what you see here, kind of in the middle picture, that's our department feedback. So when they go to department or grade level teams, after they've taken these assessments, that's our teams talking about what they do, what they review, what they're working on improvement on. And again, that's coming from our departments working and revising that. Going to common assessments here, Another piece that we've been working on is, and a major one, communicating learning goals for all students. What am I learning? Why am I learning it? How will I know that I learned it? And those are some of the questions that our teams are looking at when they meet as a team. And so some examples of that, that our departments put together, aligning assessments to learning goals. Are my learning goals clear? Do the students know what I'm doing? Can they clearly articulate that? Do they self-assess their own progress? Offering authentic opportunities for assessment. How do our students apply new knowledge to relatable situations and experiences? How do you transfer knowledge, not just to whatever that core standard was in math, 7th grade, but how can they apply it outside of the classroom? And then having those common assessments be incredibly meaningful, not a check the box, but an assessment that really is showing where are our kids, and again, taking those next steps based on data analysis. I thought I'd give you a slide on the UDL component. Our UDL, Mrs. Bosio from Novak Education, we were able to meet Katie Novak, was it like 5 years ago, Mrs. Dominguez. She came to San Bernardino County and we did a training with her. And so we were able to bring that to MPH. This is our 3rd year on UDL. And so what did we do during the fall? Right? So if you go 3 years ago, we did a UDL training with the county. Last year, we did a UDL training with Novak Education. And then this year we wanted action. Again, based on the feedback from our teachers and our teams, how can I take this and make it real in my classroom? How do I make it practical? How do I take a PD and use it tomorrow? And so what we worked on was making one department focus per month. So in the fall, you had September, October, November, December, English, math, science, history. And so what Mrs. Bosio was able to do with, when we had our TOSAs were available, and again, we appreciate our TOSAs so very much. Shout out to the TOSAs, they're amazing. But they would also go with Mrs. Bosio and walk through classrooms. So an example would be September was English. And Mrs. Bosio walked through all the English classes, grades 6 through 8, and then used what she saw in the classroom as support to reinforce the strengths that we have in the classroom and to further some of these goals that you've heard. January, we did a culminating all staff UDL, and then we'll be continuing our cycle with math science. February got moved to early March because that's supposed to be this week, and she couldn't fly in. And then later in March will be English history, and then we'll do our culminating staff at the end. Some of the screenshots you see are some of the resources that she brings in. Mrs. Bosio will get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, walk all the classrooms, go into the admin office, and then tweak her PowerPoint based on making it more real for our teachers and more relevant. Our feedback on that thus far has been pretty positive in terms of her being relatable, providing resources that were specific also to subject areas. So with that, it's a lot of information. I get really excited and I talk really fast and I get pumped about UDL and PLCs and data. Super exciting. But I know the part that oftentimes we want to see is where the kids do, right? And so I thought I would show you some pictures and some examples of some of our classes. I love history. Obviously, that's not why I picked history on the first slide. But I may have been a history teacher. It's still in my head. Mrs. Bazaki, a 7th grade class, she shared this great project that they were working on, samurais with the Japan unit in 7th grade world history. And the students made their own samurais. And as you can see, one of our students there, it was being traced so that they could make a life-size samurai. Highlights in AVID. Of course, we'll do our AVID presentation later in the year, I'm sure, as we normally do. But we got a couple of highlights. Mr. Peets, Mrs. Marinaro, Mr. Diaz have been working on the AVID highlights in terms of how we use the reminder binder in association with the binder checks. How we do the timed write-offs. They're actually, I think they're wrapping up the write-offs if I'm close to that-ish. Yes, okay, almost there. Door competitions, college research, tutorials, 8th grade posters. We are also working on a field trip that'll be in March, so that'll be really exciting. And then PE sent me some highlights of recent, and looking at our facilities, 1971 was a great year. MPH, just amazing, been there since. And I would say I'm really proud of our facilities in terms of our gym is a beautiful place to be. We've got a cardio room, weight room, but the reason I thought, hey, we might want to throw PE in there because a typical question I get from 6th graders is, how's that work? What's PE in middle school? And we are excited. Our PE department is going to give sixth graders the option to dress out in the 23-24 school year. So, and that was based on student feedback. That this year sixth graders said, hey, can we dress out? And we hadn't thought of that before because historically, because of the transition, sometimes it can be a scary setting, the locker room, but it's not. It's not. And obviously our sixth graders said we want to go in there. So we talked with our PE department and we came up with this kind of middle ground that we would give them the option to see if they wanted to dive into that. So as we go to discipline and attendance, I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Gomes. He's going to share about LCAP Goal 2 there and some of our trends in that area, and then similarly action plans and pictures and so forth.
Student members of the board, Dr. Frickers, Hanson, Aaron, Megan, student representative. Thanks for hosting me. I'm happy to be here. MPH is a great place. I want to start by saying, Mr. Kraft, I'm so glad you're in that seat. You were so influential in my life as a young person, as an artist, as an athlete, as a lifelong learner, and a major advocate for my career. So thank you. Okay, so here we are. Some of our data, we've seen better. But this is the reality, and we have our attendance in January is 86%, December 85%, and November 81%. Our discipline data, we have 81 violations to date, bullying 12, K violations 6, and I violations 17. Here I'd like to pause. Thank Mr. Hanson for working with MPH and walking us through some of your visions for the discipline matrix and supporting along the way there. Discipline trends, we have the heavy months of October. November was a big month. December, they're all heavy months, and we have these reports that come in every day, and we deal with everyone, frivolous or not. Our students have great trust in how we operate with their safety on campus, and we take great pride in that. There is no concern too small to come across our desk that we will deal with. Yeah, please do.
Just briefly, and I'm not going to take too long, but I also want to emphasize Mr. Gomes's efforts when he says that he doesn't take anything lightly. Every statement that comes in, we look at every single one. We want to make sure that there is attention to that, and he gives great care and attention. So forgive me, but it is no small undertaking. If you have been in the MPH office and middle school as a turning point, no matter what the scale of the situation, making a student feel heard, he's doing that every single day, and we appreciate him greatly for it.
Sorry. Serve discipline events on Friday is 40, so that is our big day. And like I said last year, they were just so close to get into the weekend. Didn't quite make it. Our suspension rates says high right there, so there's no denying that. We have been working on a major overhaul in our intervention process and restorative justice process, our restorative circles with our wonderful counselor to resolve these issues, to not be just consequential, but to be restorative and rehabilitative, and to inform students and give them the gift of hopefully making better choices the next time.
We emphasize too, as you're looking at those numbers, October, November, December, that's the number of student statement forms in process.
And on that note, just to plug the AP secretary position, she does screen many of those to keep a lot of those, to triage. There's several every day, sometimes up to 20 or more, and the major ones, the need to get to address first, and that is a great relief when those are brought right to me.
Back to me?
Yeah,
okay, all right. So this slide, yes, that is Mr. Gomes in the picture, if you're looking at it closely. An example of the fun we like to bring to MPH at times. He is Gru, we're his minions. And that was Halloween. So again, example of the positives. When you see the breakdown of the strategic pieces that we do for each of those areas, when you're looking at a school safety plan, when you're looking at our security team, how we review the security runs, our duty schedule, looking at preventative safety measures, doing training and drills, and reviewing for continuous improvement. This is, again, not something that we take lightly. We went to I believe I mentioned previously, but we went to the Stop the Bleed training in September on a Saturday because it's important to us.
We had a doctor that I know very well come through our health office. Dr. Whiteside came through, Sergeant Whiteside came through. They do, and they help us out. They're another lens that can look at it and see, hey, what else might you guys need? Make sure that you're practicing with the tourniquet and all of the pack that we have. Make sure that you're practicing all of the procedures.
Oh, no, it's good times.
Yeah, it's good.
We're very well versed in stopping things.
We are.
We're coming across our desk.
We did.
Good stop.
Yeah, we absolutely did that. And so preventative measures, and so you'll hear us kind of go back and forth of how we talk about their preventative measures that you do in terms of school culture, and then there's also restorative. And so when you look at the preventative and like a positive school culture plan, a respect for all plan, doing things like positive activities, having PTA come in and surprise us with the dance, doing award ceremonies, everyday counts, a principal's field trip, all of those preventative things where we recognize students for their efforts, the lion loot, the redemption, it's never ending, but it's important because we want our students to want to come every day. And that's part of building up that attendance. And so with Sarton Sarb, we've been reviewing that as well. We've been working with the office staff on looking at everyday counts and how we might even revise that for next school year. Counseling support, community partnerships. You have a slide just for counseling and the efforts that Mrs. Tunis has brought in revamping some of our procedures. But again, all of our community partners, Sheriff's Department, Room Family Services, Mountain Counseling and Training, Room Ed Foundation, Every Girl Counts, Care Solace, local businesses. I can't possibly get them all, but we do appreciate them. We had many of them present for our back to school night in the fall. We'll bring them back in at open house. And it was amazing how many conversations we were able to have through that. People who brought their students to MPH who, were thinking about it and they thought and they brought. So that happened. Looking at these two slides, I wanted to share that what you see on the left is the historic positive school culture, things you've seen in the past that I'm not going to reiterate. So if you look on the left, you know that MPH has been doing those things. On the right is some of the things that we've been trying to add, right? You want to bring the fun. You want kids to want to be there. You want to have activities. So you want to hit the right side.
Right side, slide.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so we have been incorporating some fun into our day-to-day with lunchtime fun. We surprised the students with the PBIS award. We made a deal. If they got 650 line loot as school, we would reward them. We did a test run of our first lunch for a paper airplane flying contest, which went very well, and we will be finishing that off on Friday with the other two lunches. Did a surprise dance on February 10th. That was a blast. I was not present for that. However, I understand it was a great success. Staff appreciation breakfasts and lunches, collaborations with leadership and ASB. We have every active leadership class, and they are out there every Fridays rewarding students who participate in their theme for the week, whether it be college wear or Disney wear. Working on bringing back the 8th grade promotional dance. I know that is going to be a huge hit, and we are very thankful for PTA for taking that on. PBIS expectations assembly, that is a twice a year. We had to revamp it for the second semester. The first semester we go pretty hard. Second semester we had some great input from staff, and we had some games, a Jeopardy game on the school rules, and fruit by the foot eating contest, just to keep the students engaged and lighthearted with some intermittent fun, because it does get rather serious at times. ASB is officially open, so we have clubs going. We have quite a few active clubs that we're eager to get started in, and we are lucky to have that going and thankful that we're here.
The next slide that you see is the restorative approach. So if you look at preventative and now you look at restorative, again, on the left, you're going to see like our, on the left, you'll see things that you've seen in the past. I believe it was this time last year, we started the digital student statement form. It was interesting as I was visiting DOE, and I'll be going to LAE and CHE soon. But what our incoming 6th graders asked about, and how sometimes they're shy and they don't know how to tell us what's wrong, or and so I had a few ask me at DOE, like, well, how do we tell you, like, if something's going on? And I shared with them that they have the ability to open up a tab, open up in the student bookmarks, and it's in their student bookmarks, and complete a digital statement form. And they're like, so no one else sees it but you? And I said, no, you push submit, it goes to me and Mr. Gomes. You don't even have to come into the offices. Again, that's a scary thing for some kids, is to say something about something going wrong. And for them to know that, and for them to have some thoughts about, oh, is it scary, Mrs. Whiteside? It is not scary. You know, we're here for you. You have faces and people who care greatly about you. But that was one, and it seemed to put some incoming fifth graders at ease, that they knew that they could come to us and that there's a way to do that discreetly. Some of the other things you see on there are some of the interventions Mr. Gomes is working on every single day. But as we also are revamping our restorative approach, again, I'm going to get back to Mr. Gomes on some of the things that we have revised and improved, because we're constantly doing that.
I think that I skipped a part in one of the previous slides about the success of our EL program, and that deserves a lot of credit. We have some high marks for there, and a lot of reclassifications happened. So thanks for that, Mr. Roque and Ms. Jackson. So you really are testing.
No, we're on the story.
So the robust improvement, the SST process. It's the word of the week. SST referral process, teacher tracer forms, a child review, and team planning. The whole child. We cared greatly about the education, the mental, emotional, and physical aspect of the student's success is directly tied into the whole child, and without any of those, the education is impossible. Helping students make it right for long terms of resolution. Intentional check-ins and checkouts is part of our PBIS 2 system for any of our 5% of us students who require support. We have it designed for them, and they get that, and they deserve, they're successful. Opportunities for counseling mediation. We have a sign-in sheet for the counselor, similar to the bookmarks for the incident reporting form. We have a request to see a counselor, or they can just come to the counseling office, as we've made it very clear for any student that desperately needs counseling. MPH academic and behavioral goal setting with staff support, behavior contracts to intervene. So we have a high level concern. As opposed to going to the extent of the educational code, we have other means of correction by offering behavior contracts and getting the family involved and checked off on what we expect from them moving forward as students. We are working with community partners, Real Family Services, Care Solace, drug and alcohol counseling, and everything in between. I would like to also thank the Care Solace program. Has been a great asset to our kids' mental well-being. We promote that daily to the parents.
Okay. All right. Looking at counseling, we also talked with Mrs. Tunis on some of the data. So as we talked about having a digital statement form for kids to tell us what's going on, Mr. Gomes just mentioned about a Google form that Mrs. Tunis had made so that they can also reach out to a counselor in a similar way. They don't necessarily have to come to the counseling office. And based on that, I did highlight in blue a couple of things just to kind of draw your attention there. Since September 1st, and I believe she pulled these numbers earlier this month, she had already received 150 requests just through the Google form. And that's not even talking walk-ins. And so she's really making it happen, been part of revamping our SST process. Also want to note that anytime a student is suspended or has OCI, which is on-campus intervention, we also make sure that that student receives restorative justice. That's part of the restorative component. There's basically a document that our counselor takes students through to consider what happened, why did it happen, what could you have done differently, what might you do in the future if it happens again, and who did you impact? That was something we added this year. And she's already done over 50 restorative justice documents for 50 different students. She supports 504s, SSTs, parent conferences, the whole student approach. And in supporting our 504s, she's got 7 students there and then 20 students that she's done SSTs on. And that's sending out the tracer form, finding out all the information, bringing all that data back. And then PBIS, bringing in, she's our maker of the airplane contest, right? She was the maker of our character council awards, where she sought out teacher nominations that we read off at our award ceremonies last week. And that way parents and guardians, families could hear, what did this teacher have to say about what this student's character was and how they were making a difference at MPH. So we really wanted to focus on the fact that we don't just look at, there are times where a consequence may support a short-term change, but a long-term change comes with some of that restorative impact, and our counselor is a huge component of that. Kind of wrapping up, we know we gave you a lot of information. We did want to reiterate that we are working on a 3-year plan. I realized I already attacked you with death by a slideshow. So I didn't want to give you too much more. I tend to do that. I get excited about MPH. It's a pleasure for me to have the opportunity to be there for my 7th year. But I had some side slides that I kind of kept on the side. And I thought to myself that I would just conclude with sharing that I didn't go to MPH. I didn't get that pleasure, but Scott Whiteside did. And I happened to have a great picture, if you want to see my slide that didn't make it to the show, of the Scotts, which would be Scott Kraft and Scott Whiteside when they were back in the day. And so it's a great picture if you want to see a bigger version of
I think we need to see it.
social media. Yes, it's going to be out there. But the reason I say that is because one of the first conversations I had with Mr. Whiteside was about RIM pride. And I think it's so important as we're working and I see our visionary moves forward and looking at our 3-year plans and looking at how we can best support the people who every day put their heart and souls on the line, that we remember the RIM pride that my husband told me about when I first met him. And I'm the only girl to wear his Letterman's jacket. I got the RIM football, God knows what is all over that thing. He's going to yell at me later for not knowing. But that RIM pride is something that I think makes us set aside from other districts. And I have some ideas on hiring, on how we retain, how we consider. I mean, I will go down to universities. I will tell them why RIM is the best and don't even think about applying to that other district, because they need to hear that from us and know what a great place it is and see what a pleasure and a privilege it is to be part of RIM and to be a part of MPH. So you want to see the side hustle picture of the Scots. I will show you that later. And again, we want to thank you for the time and we appreciate you greatly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I just have questions or comments? First, do that. Cindy, you have something?
Yeah, I just want to ask, I know I'm getting nitty gritty, but since you talked about vertical articulation with the high school, which I am super excited about because that's been talked about for years and years and years. And we start and it kind of falls apart a little bit for various different reasons. So I'm super excited about that. Do you guys look at the DF rate as part of your data so that you can look at those snapshots of how kids are doing? Because you don't want to have that transition into the high school already having students feel defeated, because you don't want them to enter 9th grade, because now it's like, okay, clean slate, let's go. What can we do? And I know that transitions between 8th and 9th grade are hard. I know that there's bridge programs and all these other components to try to help students bridge, but do you guys look at that DF rate and possible, like, fast forwarding, what does this mean as they go up to the high school? Okay.
Yeah, so, but I will say, honestly, this is very preliminary. We have meetings with our counseling team on a monthly basis. And so with that being said, we had built a DF review rate plan last year. It's definitely something we need to revisit. I don't want to like make excuse, but I also want to say that sometimes it doesn't always come to the forefront.
Yes.
We also are looking at challenging times, as we've heard in some of these stories from public comment, Dr. Fricker, just about how we close the gap, how we recognize that, I was sharing earlier this morning, a very popular student who was kind of nervous to even say the Pledge of Allegiance at our awards ceremony last week. It almost kind of shocked me. I was forgetting that our kids do have this concern. There is a gap right now in their ability to even raise their hand to say, hey, I need help, let alone stand up and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I said, just say ready, begin. You got it, and the reason I emphasize that is because it's confidence. right? Across the board, whether you're TK to senior year, you're at Mountain, you're at RBA, it's building that confidence. And so we started a plan, but we definitely need to revisit that. So I appreciate you bringing that to our mind. We look at it at progress reports. Our teams look at that as well. And it's challenging as a teacher, I think, right now, when you're looking at, hey, I'm trying every strategy, every trick in my bag. So I appreciate the reminder. We'll definitely be looking at that.
It's not a reminder. I'm just.
No, it's good.
Just because you don't want a child feeling defeated before they even entered high school. And so taking a look at that particular piece of data and saying, you know, what are the behavioral issues maybe causing it? What the social emotional issues? Because you're right, having kids enter middle school without having gone to 6th and 7th grade really, and now they're 8th graders, that is a huge gap in social emotional learning development. And so there's a lot of components to a DF. And so that's why I'm asking, because they're all interconnected, but we definitely want to make sure that a child leaves MPH, because everybody promotes now, but they feel successful, that they're ready for high school.
One of the documents you saw referenced was a goal setting sheet. We actually developed that year. Mr. Gomes, Mrs. Tunis, and I were looking at when we have a student who might be recommended for SST, and it could be academic, there could be some behavioral components. There can be many factors, maybe attendance is lowering their confidence because they're missing, different things. And we built this document that we've tried with a few students. And when we sat down with them to see, okay, let's open up areas. Let's look at, okay, where am I missing assignments? And helping them with chunking that and saying, what is your measurable goal? Okay, if you're at a 53%, you're not going to be at a 90 tomorrow, right? But how can you get yourself to maybe a 60%? And what does that take and what are the steps? And it was interesting for some of the students we've actually done together where we would bring them in on a weekly and then do them on you saw the check-in, check-out for 6 weeks just to say, okay, where are we at? How did you progress? And watching what they wrote down was actually really interesting as well. Seeing the students assess where they're at. So there's a lot of factors there, definitely. And that's one that we've looked at along with check-in, check-out.
So those were students that you guys said, these, I'm just going to throw a number, these 10 students are so at risk right now. Why? Is that what you did? Oh, that's cool.
We did, and they were either seeing me, Mr. Gomes, Mrs. Tunis, and we also asked the students, who's an adult on campus that you feel comfortable talking with? So if potentially they've had multiple behavior concerns, whatever they might be, we want them to be able to talk about that in a safe place where they feel valued, right? You might be up here because someone reported you did X, right? But I want to hear from you what happened. And giving them that opportunity has been really helpful, which developed into us doing the goal sheets with them and saying, hey, this was one day, that was 10 seconds, right? A mistake happens, but how do you move forward from that mistake is what makes a difference.
And then the other question, sorry. But then another question too is when you're looking at the students' grades, do you have intervention? I mean, best first instruction is always top priority to make sure that the kid doesn't become those that are risk or at promise, whatever terminology you wish to use. But what about the interventions that are needed for those students academically? Because that's what we're struggling with too, is where do we do during the day interventions? Because a lot of kids may not be able to access before or after school, but I don't know.
I like how you use the word access because it's a major focus of universal design for learning. And something our staff has been working really hard on is looking at how do you provide access to a student? How do you provide choices? How do you look at a lesson and provide another way for them to acquire that knowledge? As a teacher, I remember having a student who couldn't stop tapping. And I said, well, then rap it. If we're going to do this, we're going to bubonic plague it, then sing it to me. And it's not always that, right? That's kind of the cliche story. But there are other times where you might have a student who you thought, wow, they talk to everybody on campus, but then they won't raise their hand to ask about a math question. And I think that's where the expertise of our teachers come in and how they work with each other, which has been really encouraging to see, to say, hey, I tried this with a student. I know you have them as well. What have you tried that's working? And that collaboration, I think is really helpful. Yesterday, our UDL was it yesterday? I don't know what day it is. Wasn't able to make it. Was that? Yes, that was yesterday. Wasn't able to make it. And we thought, you know what? We need some restoration. We had talked in management about what collective restoration is and how we give opportunities for colleagues to, I don't know if the word is catch up or if it's have an opportunity to build one another up or to say, hey, how did you do that lesson? You know, we're on the same unit, you know, your kids got it, mine, they were struggling with it, and vice versa on the next unit. But the power is in our people, and they're making the difference.
Others? Jordan?
Yeah.
And Dana?
I'm sorry. Dan?
No, I said Jordan, then Dana.
All right. I was just curious. I love seeing the action plan for attendance and discipline prevention. And I think there's a lot of great things there. Given what our dashboard looks like today, and that we're halfway through the school year, do you anticipate that we'll see improvement when the next dashboard results come around?
We are definitely hopeful. We've actually, as I mentioned, we revamped SART and SART. SART can be a challenging circumstance. We just started having our SART meetings again. Fall was pretty intense for us. I'll be honest with you, for as much as our students were absent, you know, our staff was impacted as well. And we've got to make miracles happen. I don't mean to make excuse, but in terms of looking at our previous practices, we've also moved to SART being both a Zoom meeting and in person. So if you go Thursday, it's in person. If it's Friday, it's Zoom. So they have options and really being a support. So having parents say like, I don't really know what this letter means, and being able to explain the basics to them in a quick little 10-minute with like, here's the data. Here's how SART and SART work. This is the county data. This is how you get a letter, right? That doesn't mean that you're doing something wrong necessarily. And, you know, sometimes the parents can connect with us when I share with them, hey, I had a year, my son broke his arm and then he was in the hospital for a different matter with epilepsy. And I was sorry. So I've been there. I know what it feels like as a mom, and that support approach. Mr. Gomes took it over this last month in the same realm, talking with families. What are your unique needs? And so the MPH attendance section of our website, Mrs. Shepherd, I'm going to give her a shout out too. She's seeing that first lens of parents calling and being worried, like, why did I get this letter? What do I do? But we revamped that part of the MPH website to include, you know, home hospital information, short-term independent study information, RVA information, who to contact for that. And if you have a unique need and you got this letter, let us know what's going on. Help us if you have documentation, whatever it might be, so that we can provide support to you because unique needs do arise. So those are good questions. Will our dashboard immediately change? No, but you know, we're definitely working on it and trying to extend some grace because I know I just got over a cold.
Thank you.
Dana?
Mr. Zarate, I apologize. And another answer to that question is, me personally, I do expect the dashboard to look better.
Thank you.
Ooh, look at that.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Happy.
It was great to hear yesterday about how the vaping sensors are seeming to help as far as in the bathroom. And I also was excited to hear last month about the e-hall pass at RIM, and wondering if they're, and hearing also from security and some staff at the high school about how wonderful it's been. Is that coming your way?
That is definitely something that we're looking at. In fact, in terms of us talking about secondary articulation, Mr. Williamsy and I talk pretty frequently. And he shared all the details of that, what it looks like when, what he can see. We've even shared that with our staff already, that that's where we'd like to go. School site council this week, our 6th grade representative shared the reminder binder for a hall pass. I don't know, Mrs. Whiteside, I got to take it in there with me. We can put tables outside the bathroom so they could leave the reminder binder hall pass on the outside table. But it was something that we moved to second semester to try to track. And that's the reason why I'm sharing that, is to try to track where is the student at all times, again, because that's part of our supervision and safety layer. And then working with Mr. Williams, he's seeing that e-hall pass would probably be an upgraded layer to provide us with that support to see where our students are. Hey, you've had a bathroom pass every single period. What support might you need? And how can we get you back to math class? So it's in the works. We are hopeful, and we're going to try to find a way to get that in there.
We are looking at that district-wide. I tell you, I wish I had some good questions for you, but I have all these recessed feelings that I'll came to light now.
It's because you run a supervision.
My first dance was 8th grade dance. I had PE with Mr. Eaton, where you had to dress out and you had to come out of the shower wet before you got a towel. So it was different times back then. It was outdoors. It's very. I learned how to wrestle at MPH and so it's nice to hear all these things that you're working on. And I thank you and I'm glad that you both are working hard. Thank you.
It's great.
I'm worried about that picture though.
Good.
It's good. It's literally the Scots.
Yeah.
At rim height.
Mine, I think mine's black and white though.
Scott is my Scott.
Yeah.
At our- The Scots of Scots.
Appreciate what each of you do, appreciate what your entire staff does. We obviously have the best middle school on the mountain.
Darn right we did.
But one of the things that is concerning is the high suspension rate. And so what else are we doing to get that down?
Great question. You start, you got.
So you can blame yours truly for that. I went with what I knew, and I went with that code, and I am now improving and learning and reflecting on my practice, and I have great guidance. Beyond that, we are starting restorative. The restorative justice has always been in place. The when you come back the next day and you get your feedback from the counselor about what you could do, and they collaborate on how they can make better choices next time. We're also looking at restorative circles for students in conflict, getting these students to be kind of self-leaders. I think getting these students to reflect on their behavior and noticing what inside themselves they could improve on for the next time. We go beyond that, just not being so consequential and more rehabilitative is really the bottom line, right? That's direction every education is heading, and it is the right direction, and that's something that we want to change and take on. And we are already improving this.
Let's just add to that, no blame there, Mr. And an example of that would have been last week. Without going into too many details, we did have some students who were in a concern, right? Where they're questioning each other. They've been friends since second grade, and now all of a sudden they have the middle school disagreement. And there are opportunities, right, where you're looking at maybe the words they said or the way they treated each other. And sure, there's ed code that indicates what you can do in those circumstances, but that doesn't mean that that's where you have to go immediately. We were able to talk through with those two students, myself and Mrs. Tunis, and talk about and help them through some realization of, well, what really happened? Well, were you there? Did you know that she said that? Did that really occur? And by the end of it, they recognized that their names were similar and they actually had a lot more in common than just that. And I know Mr. Gomes says that pretty frequently with Mrs. Tunis as well, where we try to do mediations. And again, even talking about going to the elementary schools, another challenge that our young ones face at middle school is the first time all of our communities come together for the first time. And they're seeing, oh, I saw you at baseball that one year. Oh yeah, you're from a different community. Awesome. We're all together now. And that changes their social dynamic. And it's okay to change your friends. It's okay to go back to old friends. It's a developmental time, but I just wanted to reemphasize that we are definitely looking at mediation options that form in the restorative circle, and opportunities for kids to say, oh, you never said that about me, because unfortunately that's a common middle school quote. And to say, no, I didn't. Oh, well, I heard. Well, you didn't hear it from each other. It's quite the realization.
I think the interventions are also important, and I'd be interested in seeing, okay, this is where we were. How have we grown? Even though we might still have low scores, how have we grown from when we first came in the school year? And I'm sure that some of the academic issues affect some of the other behavioral issues with students also. But so just, I'd like to see that. What is that growth? What is that growth that has occurred?
We will get that way.
Okay, well, thank you so much. We appreciate you very much. I think I wrote over my number 11.2. report of the next generation science standards. Am I the right one? Oh, good. NGSS adoption update. Heather Dominguez, Director of Educational Service, fight on.
Right on.
It's definitely different sitting down and standing up. Different dynamics, so I gotta kind of get myself.
Well, you can always raise the
Acclimated.
microphone and then stand up so you
Yeah.
can not hold still.
There you go. All right, well, good evening, board and Superintendent Fricker, our cabinet and our audience. I'm going to talk this evening about where we are in our NGSS adoption cycle or process. Some of this you may be familiar with, as I've included some of this information in my Friday updates, but I want to kind of give you a picture of where we are and where we're headed. It's been a little bit of a journey. Sorry. So just to kind of refresh where we've been, we actually began this process for grades TK through 8 in 2019. Our TK through 8 teachers came together on 2 occasions to learn more about the shifts in NGSS, including the 3 dimensions and how these shifts will impact the choices we make when selecting our new materials. And the 3 dimensions are scientific and engineering practices, disciplinary core ideas, cross-cutting concepts, and unfortunately, the COVID site closures stalled this work. So we started the process, we were working with Karen Serwin, and then it all came to a halt. But if at first you don't succeed, try again. So that's where we are now. We regrouped and we've kind of started over. And this is where the journey has taken us. First of all, I'd like to thank Karen Serwin from West Ed and our district librarian, Lynn Klopfer, for their support of this work, because we wouldn't be able to have gotten this far without their support. So here's our roadmap. We started off developing our district lens. We did a pre-screening process, then we did a paper screening process, piloting materials. The next step will be selecting and recommending and implementing. So the little star there shows where we are right now. Right now, we're in the pilot phase. Here's the criteria that our teachers looked at in terms of making some decisions about the materials we would be piloting. They wanted to make sure they were aligned to NGSS, that there were hands-on materials, that there were notebooks as a learning tool, technology, assessment, and access for all learners. So in the summertime, we spent 3 days in August where we had actually teachers TK through 8 who came together to look at features of NGSS, practice with some of the rubrics, and use some non-candidate materials to kind of review the rubrics and become familiar with them. And so that was, it was originally intended to be K-8. Then we had 2 days of pre-screening using some tools and rubrics. That's what you have, the packets that I distributed to you are the rubrics and the pre-screening materials that we utilized. They spent an hour per publisher and we reduced the number of candidates down based on the results of those pre-screening. There were 3 publishers that had potential at the end of that pre-screen, and that was Amplify, FOSS, and Discovery. The middle school actually had selected different materials to be candidate materials. And then we moved into the 2 days of paper screening, which our middle school teachers were not able to participate in as a result of our substitute shortages. So we had anticipated to do this process with all of K through 8, but then because of the inability to get release from due to our subs, we were once again stalled at the 6-8 level. But we decided, okay, we're going to keep the state of course. We got our elementary teachers there, so we continued the process with that group. So that moved us forward to the pilot. selection process. So round one began on February 8th. The K-8 teachers or K-5 teachers came together and they had presentations from the two publishers, Amplify and FOSS. Those were the two that were paper screened down to the two options to look at for pilot. And so we have one group of teachers looking at Amplify right now, one group of teachers looking at FOSS right now with pilot materials. They'll all come back together March 29th, where they will trade materials, and then one group will look at FOSS, the other group will look at Amplify. Then they will come together in April and compare student reflections. They'll look at the teacher reflections, compare notes, and then determine which of the two products they, as a team, want to recommend to move forward for adoption.
And Heather, is that being done just with elementary then, because middle school couldn't continue?
Correct.
Okay.
Because we had to have the teachers' participation in order to have them be the ones to select the materials. So we were only able to continue with the K-5.
Cindy?
Do we have, does it have the EL component that I'm now like completely obsessed about? So do we have an EL person or an EL teacher, ELD teacher, someone looking at that component? Because science can be such a dense mixed textbook material that we really need to make sure that our ELs are understanding it. So do we have someone from EL looking at this?
We don't currently, but where TOSA, I believe, is going to be being released soon here. So we will have someone who will be able to participate in that.
And we'll look at both
Materials.
both materials.
One of the other things we looked at too was the ed reports to look at how the materials were vetted with that particular review process, and they both were rated well. One a little better than the other, but
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we are diligent about making sure our EL people are looking at this through that lens. And
yeah,
Okay.
differentiated instruction.
yes.
So the plan moving forward is that we anticipate a recommendation to the board in June, maybe May, depending on how quickly we can get the groups together in April. But the anticipation is that we'll have a recommendation in June.
And just to clarify, that recommendation will be for K through 5, and we'll revisit for secondary.
Correct.
Okay.
So we're going to have to regroup once again for our secondary materials. The rubrics that were utilized for the evaluation, they contain these particular components. So looking at the foundation, making sure that it's truly aligned to NGSS. Look at what the work the students are actually doing. So the teachers are bringing back work samples to see what kind of work they're actually asking for students to produce. And then addressing the phenomenon, the use of the 3 dimensions, and our students being asked to figure out science, because that's one of, what is the student thinking part of this. And then assessing student work and teacher support are other aspects that are being reviewed. So that's where we are currently with our journey. It's been a little bit of a journey, and we've had some derailment along the way, but we decided to stay the course with what we could stay the course with, and we will have to regroup for the secondary piece.
Do you have an idea for what you're going to do for secondary? How to get that going again?
That's our planning between now and then. In fact, Karen and I are going to be meeting to kind of we're trying to move the K-5 currently forward and keep that on course. So now that is, that plan has been put in motion. Now we've got to sit down together and look at the plan for. And I want to take the brains of our admin teams too, in terms of getting some ideas of what might work best and what alignment we might be able to have with 6 through 12.
Do we ever start our process paying other school districts that have adopted those publishers to find out what their experience are, especially like with EL or or any of the at-risk?
That's been the beauty of having Karen help us with this process. Karen Serwin, because she works with West Ed, and she has actually facilitated this process for Colton, Yucaipa, for some of our other surrounding districts.
And so she's very familiar with some of the trends and some of the things that they're seeing and some of the pitfalls of the things that they did adopt. Some have adopted other curriculums and they're not necessarily satisfied with what they got. So we're able to get some feedback from her in terms of what other districts are experiencing. So that's been nice. The other thing is we've got to be developing an implementation plan because these are new materials. And so the teachers are going to require support. So we're looking at how do we leverage our PD days to provide and our PLC days to provide that support for our teachers in what implementation will look like.
So another question, because in looking at NGSS at the high school, some of the teachers, the science teachers, in looking at the tasks of what is needed in the classroom, additional science materials were needed. So are we also having that conversation about how to support the teachers in the school sites with potentially additional materials to make sure that they're able to actually apply, do what the work is supposed to be?
And some of the adoptions come with those materials that are recommended, which means we anticipate this will probably, well, not probably, this will be a more costly adoption than the ones we have seen in the past, but we've anticipated that in terms of money we've set aside in our restricted instructional materials. But the adoptions come, at least the ones we're looking at now, come with the materials. That's part of what you get.
Okay.
Thanks, Heather.
I just want to add that I have asked the secondary principals if they do need science. I've toured the science classrooms because science is very near and dear to me. And I've asked them if they do need any materials and to ask the science teachers and let us know so that we can rope that into our budget plan too. And figure out where the funds would come from, should they need them.
Well, there's always a need for beakers and chemicals every single year. You could have that off of this or not. Just
I watched a heart dissection.
yeah.
Right before Valentine's Day, which was great.
There you go.
Okay. Let's get back to the heart of this session now.
Good one.
Okay, reports and presentations, setting direction 12.1, legislative update report. I've got the timer going, Trustee Gardner.
Oh my God, now I'm gonna take 20 minutes just to tick you off. Okay, so legislative. So the thing is that the deadline to submit bills is coming up. So there's always a last minute push, so expect them. Last year was 2,500 bills were introduced. So we were told that there's a lot of procrastination. So so there's going to be a lot of last minute bills. The ones that at the time of the Sandabs meeting that I thought were interesting. AB 275 wards. It's in regards to our school student board member compensation. This bill would authorize the either a county board or a local school board to award a pupil member either elective course credit or monthly financial compensation. I thought that was interesting. Since we're having the 9150 discussion. There's two CTE incentive grants, the Strong Workforce Program, AB 290 and AB 377. Both would increase the amount of the grant to $450,000 from the current $300,000. However, the bills would reduce the proportional match. Right now it's a 2-1, so it would reduce. One bill has an incremental reduction. And the other one doesn't really have that same kind of timeline, but I just thought that was interesting that there's two bills trying to increase the amount of the workforce grant. Stephanie Phillips is in here, but oh well. AB 384, I thought this was so interesting given the fact that we are talking about our facilities and air temperatures in the classroom. So AB 384, the Calderon bill, Interior temperatures would state the intent of legislature to enact future legislation to establish healthy and safe temperature requirements in public schools. So there are also, because this has become a problem, like Jordan talks about all the time, the beach communities that do not have it, as well as mountain communities, we are all needing it. And so there is an inundation of schools that need to change their HVAC systems and add air. So it's being discussed. Something that I thought was really cool, SB 9 Cortez, is raising the age for extended foster care act from the age of 21, that transition time, to actually age 26. And so that there's a longer period of time for these kids after they turn 18 to be able to get what they need, to get their feet underneath them, get a job, get the supports they need, and take advantage of the services in place without being just like cut off. So I thought that was a really great bill to see in place. And then SB 28 Glacier, that one, it's in regards to the bond. That school districts that would like to go for bonds, or community college districts, the current law prohibits the total amount of bonds issued by a school district or community college district from exceeding 1.25% of the taxable property of the district, and the bill would raise that limit to 2%. So as we're talking to the bond, that is something that I thought was interesting. I'll be sending you a bill. I'm just going to email you guys directly the list of bills. We've been given a task by Sandabs, by actually Capital Advisors, who's the legislative lobbyist for us, that any bill that has interest of either getting more information on, or we want brought to Sandabs to actually take a position on, in support, watch, or oppose, that we tell Capital Advisors, and they will bring it back to the next Sandabs meeting. So I'll send out this. The only problem is sending out this current bill list is that it's completely not comprehensive. So when I get a comprehensive list, I'll send it out to you guys. And if something catches your eyes, let me know so that I can send it to them. So there you go. But I just thought those were interesting bills. That was pretty good, so.
Well, and
I went fast.
And Cindy, please watch for those where you think we might want to actually be proactive on.
Yes, and right now there's the bills that are sitting there are interesting, but let's wait and see until other bills come. There is a school facility bill on, but it's kindergarten through TK through community college, and we're just seeing if maybe there's a bill that just focuses on the K through 12 facilities. So that's something that, if that comes through, I think that we should definitely support. We want to see some kind of bond, a facility bond that addresses facilities.
Isn't there one that's supposed to be potentially matching funds for a bond?
Yes, but it includes community college. That's why.
That's the one you're referring to?
Yes, we just want to see what else comes about in the last push for bills to be introduced. There's one on gun prevention. I'm sure that we can take a look at that, but that is broader based. You know, it pertains to us, of course, but enacting further gun prevention and gun violence measures. But it wasn't specific to schools overall.
We do have some pretty good representation. Isn't Senator Ochoa the vice chair of education?
Yes, she was the vice chair last year, which is, or last 2 years, which is great. Her big thing, you were on the Desert Mountain community meeting. Her big thing is accountability. Right now, she is there, especially with the ESSER money and the COVID monies and the expanded learning opportunity grant money. There's a feeling by some legislators that education has really had an influx of money. And they want to know, what did you do with the money? And even at the federal level, they're looking at all this ESSER money and they want to know, what did we get for our dollars? What did you do with the dollars? Did you spend them the way that we wanted? Did you address learning loss? We want to know, did you help the kids with those gaps from COVID? Or did you just run amok? And so there's really this feeling of, what did you do for our money? Before we give you any more, we want to know what you did. And Senator Ochoa is really into making sure, even if without the influx of money, that we are spending our dollars wisely, especially for her. In listening to the prisoner population, it touched her deeply that so many failures felt by our prison population had to do with their education. It was the number 2 reason that they sort of are trended towards the life that or the choices that they made. And one big thing was reading. If they didn't have great reading skills at an late stage in elementary, then they were left behind. And that feeling of failure just kept at them, and they ended up, and as the subjects got harder, we talk about NGS as silent. The science material is so dense. And if you have a child, especially with a learning issue, whether it's ADHD or something more severe, that material can be overwhelming and you feel like a failure, and your grades reflect that, and your choices, like you said, you connected academics with behavioral. That is exactly what she was talking about. I was a failure in school. I was made to feel like I was stupid and a failure, and I then started making stupid choices. So she really has a heart for accountability, and I think that's a feeling that's all the way to the federal government. So when we talk about data, when we talk about what are we doing, what are interventions, both behavioral as well as academics, this is the conversation we have to, because we are accountable as a school board. What are we going to do about this? What are we going to do about both the behavioral issue, but also the learning loss? What are we doing about it?
And we're accountable to our parents. And we're
And our constituents, our community.
accountable to our community, yes.
One thing that because I'm on REM Scholarship Council, let me give this quick story because I think it speaks to our students graduating from REM. We get thank you cards for the scholarship they get, which is really heartwarming. One student is intending to go to a trade school and intends to come back to the mountain to bring his skills back to the mountain. So when we talk about academics, academics also motivates the students. They may think college is not for them, but it motivates them to do some kind of post-secondary work to allow themselves to have a career. And I just think it's great that there are students, believe it or not, that really do want to come back. They want to be teachers back here at REM High, not REM High particularly, although Linda said that. Yes, one thing you did say that they wanted to be a history teacher at REM High School, but it's just the fact that that's also something. If we do our job well, can we attract and retain kids that graduate and lure them back by saying, this is such a great place, look at what we did for you. So it's all interconnected. You're right, though.
And that's why the dashboard matters.
It does.
It helps us see where we're at, and reading, writing, and arithmetic still matter.
And paying attention to what is working and what's not working, and being brave enough to admit what's not working and having that courage to do something different. I'm not saying adding layers and layers and layers. You don't want to overwhelm people, because you're right. You do too many programs, you can't do one really well. But really taking a look at what is working well. Should we support it further? Are we supporting it enough? Those are the conversations we need to have.
And can I also say staff, administration?
Yes.
You also can see things that are coming up before the legislature, and it wouldn't hurt for you to say, hey, would the board be willing to support this, to stand behind this, to write a letter in support of any particular bill or anything like that? So that can come from staff, staff, that can come from people in our community. But I really think that this board should be taking some positions at times on behalf of our community and on behalf of our students and on behalf of our people here. That includes our staff.
So I would think that the March, April meetings are going to be ones that we can look at those to take positions. We can specific and we can take recommendation. If Sandevs opposes something, but we are supportive, that's okay. We don't have to follow lock, stock, and barrel. But I do appreciate Capital Advisors, Kevin Gordon and his staff. They really do a wonderful job in really talking to the governor and to the legislators. And if there's a bill that is opposed, but if it's amended, they really have those conversations and they take the comments of SANCAPS, which represents all of San Bernardino County. They take that information, they say, this largest county, this is how they feel on this bill. But if you amend it and tweak it in this way, we could get behind that. And it has worked. I mean, the transportation bill was one that we had lengthy conversations, even though we weren't the full winner on it, but we have to give props that, you know, transportation is being supported in a way that it didn't in the past. So that's a baby step, but the next conversation is already happening. It needs to be funded at 100%, not 60%. So baby steps, but that was a huge get, I guess.
Okay. Anything? Jordan, anything? All right. Then we will move on to the next item, which is 12.2 Equity and Social Justice Committee Report. Trustee Mellinger. Just a brief report. Our first meeting. We seem to be wise at planning for snow days as the dates that we have Equity and Social Justice Committee meetings. So you might want to look in your calendar and anticipate that on March 8th, it might be a snow day again. This seems to kind of go with us. If there's not a snow day that day, that will be Equity and Social Justice Committee meeting. I can report that we have most of the people coming back. We are adding Brian Willemse. We're also adding Michelle Hilgara onto our Social Justice Committee. And we will be adding a meeting that was not on the list that we gave you last month because we missed last month. So we'll be adding that, but we'll be doing that at our meeting on March 8th and planning for a April meeting. And then there's also a May meeting. And so any questions about equity and social justice? Moving on then, discussion information items that the board would like to discuss or information presented to the board. These items do not require board action. 13.1 Personnel Services, Introduction to the Inclusion Model, which you already heard mentioned earlier. Shannon Hansen, Assistant Superintendent of Personnel and Pupil Services. Shannon. Excuse me, sir, is this the first time you've sat at that table?
Yes.
Well, welcome.
Actually, yes. I spoke a little bit earlier when I just got, yes, it is. So we'll go from there. So, well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for obviously having me here to give this introduction to inclusion. So when I speak about inclusion, it's a conversation that, being with a special education background of 21 plus years and having my own children on IEP, I'm very familiar with inclusion and the terminology and everything. So if I say something, that just back me up and say, can you, because sometimes I'll just acronym it, and I apologize for that. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I was waiting for you, Mark, to turn it, but I'll do it. So why inclusion? First of all, inclusion is mandated by the IDEA in the state of California. So that's one of the reasons that we have a time frame for inclusion. However, inclusion should be happening consistently. So it provides students with individualized instruction and in a device learning experience. It reduces the stigma for children. I taught special education for high school, and my first SDC science class was literally in a closet that had about 10 kids. And I felt bad for the kids because everybody knew that was an SDC class. So it also increases professional support and meets the mandate of IDA of the least restrictive environment, and all rights of children, regardless of their disability, have the right to learn in a general education setting. So what is least restrictive environment? That was a requirement by law. You can see under the IDEA, Rehabilitation Act of 1973 requires that the individuals with disabilities are to receive FAPE-free and appropriate public education, which must occur in a least restrictive environment, with supplementary aid service when necessary. So the California requirement for all districts to move to 80% of all special education students, it should say to inclusion, not to full inclusion, to inclusion by 2025-2026 school year. And that's going to be broken down into different areas of special education that I'll be discussing later on in my presentation. So what is the main changes that's going to be? Well, I'm going to use Ms. Palmer as an example. Ms. Palmer teaches SDC, okay? And so SDC is a program language that we're used to using, along with RSP, along with county, quote unquote, county classes, SDC. So that officially is going to be changing to what is called specialized academic instruction, or say, and so with RSP, it's low support. So we'll no longer be calling RSP classrooms RSP. There will be considered SAI with low support. And these are the students that majority of our inclusion is going to happen. By the 25-26 school year, 70% of all of our low support SAI students will need to be in some form of inclusion within the classroom. And I'll go into more details as we go along. Performance indicator that measures that percent students ages 6 through 12 served inside the regular classroom for at least 80% of the day. And you can see we currently at RIM have 167 students that are SAI low support. So out of those 167 students, 80% of those students have to be in, 70% of those kids have to be in 80% of full inclusion throughout the day. All right, full inclusion. Yes, for this one, for our low support, majority of them will be full inclusion. Not all of them, but majority of them. Okay, and we'll continue on down that. And you can see the percentage as we increase 18, 19, 19, 20, and you can read that going all the way up to the 70%. Currently, we're in 22, 23, so 64% of our students in the low support should be receiving at least 80% in the inclusion. I visited and had a meeting with RHS yesterday and the SPED team with Mr. Keeney and Mr. Williamsey, and they are doing a fine job with that. They are well on their way. So that is excellent news. On our elementary sites, we met, Heather and I met with the elementary and with RHS. She was with us yesterday. We're well on our way there as well. And we just got to systemize it and we'll go from there. Okay. Our next one is our SDC, which will transition to your SAI moderate support. Not performance indicator below that measures the percent of students with disabilities ages 6 through 22 who serve inside the regular classroom for at least less than 40% of the day. And you can see the current situation or the current timeline that we have. We're in 21, 22, 23, so we should be at 15%. SDC, quote unquote, now SAI moderate support is our gray area. And this is where the discussion is going to have to be with our SDC teachers. Where do we put our students in this situation? This by far is going to be the most challenging area for our transition into inclusion, because as Ms. Palmer teaches SDC, now SAI moderate support, when we transition to the full inclusion model that we're talking about, you have kids that are, SDC is considered mild to moderate with disabilities. So you have your students that are on the mild end, you have students that are on the moderate end. And so where do we put them? So SDC is going to be our biggest challenge, and that's where communication with our teachers are going to come into. And I'll be talking a little bit later on about that, of how we like for the teachers to talk about this when they go back and look at their students. And then below, we have our self-contained class, which is our moderate to severe or MPS classrooms. And you can see down there that we have currently 45 students. And I did not mention in our moderate support, we have currently 101 students. But on our self-contained class, a moderate to severe throughout the district currently have 45%. And you can see by 25-26, 2.4% will have to be some form of inclusion. And you can see it does not consist of correctional facility, parental placement within a private school along those lines. Okay. So this is just a special education indicator. This is just for your casual viewing as we move along. It talks about, this is all what we talked about coming down from the California Special Education Indicators. These were revised, I believe, in April of this past year of where they're like to be at. And so this is the graph that we follow and where I got the information in my previous slides with the little bar going across. As you can see, our graduation indicator, our dropout, you can see that going along the road. And so take a look at that.
Wait, so I have a question. Real quick.
Yeah.
The graduation rate, they want to be at 79%. Is that including mild all the way to
Yes.
severe?
Yes.
Okay.
And that, Cindy, you brought up a great point, because as you being a part of our, there's litigation that's coming down the road that has to do with our modest severe students that are not on grad track. So that is something that's going to be, I'm still waiting for more information to come up across through SELMA.
And we're gonna really have to look at what our process is currently for designating students as non-diploma bound. And then route in the importance for interventions and structured supports to keep as many students on diploma bound tracks as we possibly can. As the diploma bound pathway, it's on a track. As
Yeah.
the pathway.
Okay.
So we'll go from
That's going to be a lot of work to do because.
yes, it's going to be a lot of work, and we don't even know CD's sitting on this because we don't know. They don't know how to deal with this because it's going to change a lot of things across the board. So I just had a steering. We had a meeting with SELPA, and I have one on Thursday, and then we're going to be talking about this as well. It's like, where do we go from here? And CD's not touching this because they don't know where to go.
Is it because of the potential litigation and waiting to see how that plays out in the courts? Or are they just like, we have no idea, and so we're just going to let you figure it out and then we'll ding you afterwards?
I think it could be a mixture of everything that you said.
Okay, because I love when they just let you figure it out and then ding you later.
Yeah. So
There's definitely no plan coming to us to help districts put in active working models. I think, and our model is, our tentative theoretical model is in later on in the presentation. And that's our best first shot of looking at all of the data over the fall and the winter holiday, sorting out what would be appropriate for our school district, what's appropriate fiscally, and how do we make it work with the boundaries of the staff that we have, the fiscal allocations that we currently have, not trying to step outside that fiscal footprint, and still make a working model work. So
and yeah,
we'll see how good we do.
the state said do it, but we're not going to tell you or show you how
There's no active
And
working
and no additional funding
And no
to be able to put in those structures in place.
And I'm
So
glad
it would be a really good idea if the federal government stepped that up and gave us more money instead of that money.
And that's going to be a key. It's not the main issue, but it is a key point that we have to address, because there is certain models that are
Our money.
that are costly, and there's other ones that
And I'm not disagreeing. I'm not like
yeah.
dissing on it. I'm
No.
just saying is that if if you look at the graduation rate for special education students, we have a long ways to go. Every school district has a long ways to go. And putting in those kinds of supports and structures, some of that may take personnel, whatever it takes, that's additional costs. And special education across the entire country is increasing.
Yeah.
And I'm just like blown away at 79% right now. Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. And this is for your casual reading later on when you get home.
Some more obsessive.
Some more reading that you'd like to go through. So the least restricted environment, to the maximum extent possible, children with disabilities, including children in public or private institutions and other care facilities, are educated with children who are not disabled and special classes, separate schooling, or other removal of children with disabilities from the general education environment. Occurs only when the nature of the severity of the disability of the child is such that education is general class with the use of supplementary aids service cannot be achieved satisfactory. And that's what least restrictive environment is going into this. So what are the key concepts of least restrictive environment in that very wordy paragraph? Must be individually determined and based on the student's individual needs. It's the needs of the student, not whether it's where it fits the student's needs, not where the student fits in the program. The general education class is always the first choice. That is the least restrictive environment that we start off with. Consideration and use of supplementary aids and service to make the general education class a first and viable option is required. We always want to put our students in the least restrictive environment and go from there. That is the function of an IEP, especially when the child is being on an initial. You don't want to send them straight to a most restricted environment. So this is a big difference: inclusion versus mainstream. Mainstream in special education classes and the primary placement. The student is brought in for services. Okay. And inclusion is general education classes, the primary placement, and services are brought to the student. So that is your push and services that a teacher can go in there, an instructional assistant can go in there. That's where our low support, a lot of them what's going to receive the services is by a special education person going in to a general education class to support them in the needs, not just one student, but multiple students within inside that classroom. Decisions are based on the ability of the child to benefit from the placement. So that's a big difference in inclusion and mainstream. So this is a diagram that just kind of gives you an idea of the least to most, and then during the number of students, and then on the left-hand side, least to most in the restrictive environment. It's a little colorful, just so we can put some color to what we're looking at. You can see that the inside of on the left-hand side is least, so it starts out as a regular classroom and it goes all the way up, and that's the choices that we go when we're determining fate for a child that has been identified for individualized educational plan. So this is where we are at. This is a skeleton program that we are looking into doing. This is our least restrictive environment flow chart, and it goes left to right with SAI extensive support. Those are our MPS schools, as you can see, regional residents, our MPS for our students that go out of state. It's targeted still development, 0 to 27% is integrated environment. So that's basically where they go into the general education classroom. The next one is this essential independent living, where you go into functional skills. These are our mod severe kids. These are our kids that are wheelchair bound or have other additional challenges that they have. And that's 28 to 49% of integrated environment. That means we like to get them into a general education, 28 to 20%, 49%. The essential core, which is your moderate support or quote unquote SDC classes. That's our foundational academic skills. That's where 50% to 62% are integrated into a general education. Now, lunch, recess, that all counts for general education, just as long as they are functioning with general education population. All right. Then you go into the essentials, which is academic and then study skills, and that's 63 to 87%. That's where you can get into the SAI moderate support and the SAI low support. That's why up top it overlaps each other. And then as you go on, standard based with academic support, that's your low support. That's where they're inside the general education class with special education support via the teacher or via the instructional assistant. And you can see the other two are standards based and advanced. Okay. So this is where our teachers come in, because the vision that we have, and we haven't put it out, this is the first time they've seen this. We haven't put this out because we've been talking about this for a long time. Because one thing that we agree as a cabinet and our foundation is, we're not just going to push out a product, just push out a product. It has to be developed and it has to be trained, and we have to put it out on a cycle that is doable. So with this is where our teachers will come in and our special education staff will come in and start looking at the students. Where do they fall in under these brackets or under these categories? And so Sheila, Ms. Palmer will come in and look at her SDC teachers, students, and say, okay, which one is more moderate support or which one is more, and which ones are more low support. So when they go up to the high school and have the transition meetings with Terry Gomes and Brian Kearney, with the other moderate support teachers up at the high school, they'll be able to look and track where those students need to go. So it's a pure communication with MPH and RHS in the transition, because that is our main transition going forward for next year's 8th grade to 9th grade. That's the big transition up for going towards our inclusion model, because our 8th graders, because MPH already started a form of inclusion. So what we need to do is make sure that the language at the MPH inclusion model is formulating into the RIM high school inclusion model that they've already have in place, but there's not a name underneath it. So we need to start systemizing it and doing more of a standard operating procedure of how it's going to transition in. So that's where we're working into.
What about the transition from 5th to 6th?
That is going to happen. We are looking at the transition 5th to 6th. We will be having transition meetings, but we blocked out 2 weeks in May, I think. We blocked out 2 weeks towards the end of the year. Those are our transition meetings going from 5th to 6th and 8th to 9th. Principals, admin will have to be at those transition meetings. Both teachers have to be at the transition meetings, and they're going to be looking at the calculation of service minutes to ensure that we are covering our service minutes transitioning from elementary to junior high and junior high to high school, because there is a difference.
How do you see the role of our teachers, our special ed teachers and aides changing, or is there going to, it seems like this is a completely different approach.
It's going to be different, but I think it's going to happen over time to where you're not going to see a lot of different, you're not going to see huge amounts of change. Is there going to be change? Absolutely, Jordana, there has to be, but it's going to be, the way it's going to be that we envision is that we're going to have more push-in services into the classroom. Elementary is already doing that. High school's already doing that. MPH started doing that. So I think that conversation is already there. We just need to systemize it to where it gets more bang for a buck for our special education providers.
So I think when we talked about it, we have to put more structure, especially for us, and to keep in mind our funding to support the program. So when you have restrictions on how you're going to use staff, you have restrictions on what funding sources you actually have to support a program like this, you have to be much more strategic and systematic in how you place students. So, and in IDEA, it does cover, as you see on the chart, all the way up to your advanced, your GATE students who also have different needs on that end of the spectrum. So if you look at the right box, all the way to the right, the box that says advanced, you'll see that that's 88 to 100% included And you may wonder why, well, there are advanced students, why would they not be included 100% of the time in our current classes? It seems a little odd. When you think about those students and those students' needs, they have needs to excel and push them farther than what our current classes may be allowed or maybe able to do for them. So that's where we have those partnerships with the post-secondary institutions, community colleges, where those kids take classes that exceed, in some cases, the classes that we currently offer. Or maybe we don't have enough students in our advanced placement classes to offer a specific class. Well, we then can put them with a partnership with higher ed into classes that can fit their needs. You see that a lot, especially with world language students who have primary language that is not English. And sometimes we can't offer those classes, but through community college and college partnerships, articulated agreements, we would be able to do that. So they would not necessarily have all of their classes in our RIM high school with our teachers. They could have some with teachers in post-secondary. So you have to account for the inclusion that they would have here, but also the classes that they would be taking elsewhere. The standards-based curriculum is really our college prep. It is our gen ed setting. So 100% of our students should or want to be in our gen ed setting. And obviously that is the included area. If you go down to standards-based academic support, these students may be in a situation, and this is where we have to work with our staff and personnel to pair potential teachers and an aide together. So this is what we call collaborative, because it is a collaboration between a gen ed teacher and aide support to provide enough structure for students to be successful. This is probably the most, Jenny will like this, cost-effective feature, because if you're going to provide support in a classroom, one, the teacher and the aide become in a synergistic relationship where they become a team, and that aide can truly understand and navigate over time the teacher's curriculum and lessons, and then support that teacher to a maximized level. Now, we do have students who have more needs, and they do require more support. You'll hear districts put in co-teach models constantly. Your co-teach model is the most expensive model. And it's actually more expensive than pulling out students and putting in a special education setting, because you have two teachers in one classroom with about 30 students. So that's why it's the most expensive model. And when I told Jenny and I explained it that way, there was an AED in the room, just to let you know. But if students need a co-teach model truly, we will provide a co-teach model. So this is where we have to look at our students in each school site and figure out where they go and how many goes in one bucket, what goes in what bucket. And once we figure out what students go in what bucket, we will be able to determine on the personnel side how many teachers and aide pairings we need and how many teacher-teacher pairings we need in a co-teach situation. And so that's where it makes it very, very complex to build any working model. So the co-teach is one general ed teacher and one fully special ed teacher. These are for students who need modified curriculum. They cannot handle the regular standards-based curriculum. They do need the curriculum modified for them. A gen ed teacher, by ed code law, cannot modify curriculum. They cannot. You are not able to within your credentialed area. A special ed teacher is the only teacher who can modify curriculum. But special ed teachers are different from your highly qualified gen ed teacher in that they're not bound to teaching all of the standards to students, right? So in that co-teach model are the students who really need that modification of curriculum. And that's the distinction that we have to work out with our staff to determine what kids need what. So we try to devise what they need based on what skills they're lacking and what skills we need to shore up with this model. And so you have a very unique approach where we're taking every single thing at our disposal and putting it into a model we hope works. We haven't tested it yet, but we hope works so that we stay within our fiscal footprint and we're very fiscally conservative, but we provide the maximum amount of support to the students who need it by using our staff in ways to support the learning that the students need. Does that make sense?
So,
So that's what we've been working on in our spare time.
so.
Yeah.
Can I actually, if I could just interrupt real quickly, I got a message by somebody who's watching this on YouTube and says they're not able to see the presentation.
Right, I know.
Okay,
I know. They can hear it, they just can't see.
right.
But by no means do we want to scare staff at all. In fact, whenever you build anything from the ground up, you have to come to the table with something that you believe is going to work. And then you have to put it into this experimental system to see with our staff, okay, is this going to work or is it not going to work? And if it's not going to work, then how do we tweak and change it to make it work? But at least we're not pushing it on our staff to figure out, or our principals to figure out, that you figure it out for your site. Let us know what happened. You know, at least we're trying to standardize and align it across the entire school district so that we don't overtax or over impact any area within the district, including fiscal, which I don't know if it's ever been discussed with fiscal prior. Jenny stand for that. Oh, you said that.
So the parent portion. Are the parents going to see the changes? Will they understand the changes? Do you understand? Are we bringing our parents along on this journey at some point?
We actually have our parent advisory board meeting a week from Monday, and we're going to be presenting this out. I have a parent version of it that I'll be presenting out as well. Parents are very going to be involved in it because we have to be transparent, because if we're not, we're going to. Yeah, and we're gonna have upset parents, and we don't, a parent is their child's biggest advocate, and we cannot deny that. So we have to bring them along.
And this isn't something we're putting in place tomorrow.
No,
Or it isn't
no.
even something that we're all putting in place holistically next school year. We will be talking through this next school year to see, one, if it actually functions and operates the way we think it's going to, hope, pray, whatever it's going to. And the next thing is when all next year, when all those IEP meetings are held, we will be able to discuss this. And when that placement portion on the IEP is talked about, and then the minutes of support are spoken about, then between that team, they will have an opportunity to tailor this to whatever student you're speaking about. So, but it will take us an entire year of going through that cycle in order to even implement. Because you have to go through every student's IEP whatever month they have their IEP meeting.
And that's very important to recognize. This is not happening overnight. This is a transition into where we need to be for our state requirements. So it's going to be a transition into it. Go ahead.
Of course, and we've already mentioned, and understandably so, needing to have our special ed staff involved with the process. What about our
Our general ed teachers? Oh, yeah, they're going to be trained just as much as our special ed, because it is a team effort. When I taught high school for 10 years, I did the collaboration and the co-teaching, and there is like 6 or 7 models of co-teaching, so it's just not throwing it in there. And so it's something that we're going to have as a district-wide framework. But each site's going to have their own unique twist on it to best suit their needs of that particular site and of our students that site. So
master schedule also has to be
yes,
part of it.
yes. And I've been in contact with RHS. Keeney and I have been in constant contact about this and at the high school, and we've been working together on it to bring this out. So that's where we're at.
Experience many years ago, but historically, a tendency of grouping resource students in, I think it would group the students to be in a single period. And
Yeah.
I know that was especially challenging. Is that, is that something that will also be part of discussion?
It's going to be a part of discussion, but it won't be in a single period because that's just not feasible. It would be, we have to look at the different options that we have. It would be very difficult to have them spread out throughout the whole period, throughout the whole day in different periods in order to suit the needs of our students. So there could be a track with students and teachers along those lines that would best support our students and our staff. But it will, I don't see it being a single period.
I don't see it being a single period either, although it will be minimized, like Mr. Henson said, because you have to understand the experience for our special ed teacher. Our special ed teacher case manages about 25 students, 24, 25 students.
Different, RSP has a different caseload.
Right.
28, SDC is 12,
Lower.
16.
Lower. So if you have, for example, 24, 25 students, and they are having, just take the high school. And you can do the math really quickly. If they have 2 different 9th grade English teachers, and then because they have the whole gamut, they have 9, 10, 11, and 12. And they have 2 different 9th grade math teachers and 2 different 9th grade science teachers. And then your 10th grade students have 2 different 10th grade English, 2 different 10th grade math, and you keep passing it. That special education teacher, they know what you have to understand their experience of how do I even support these children. So this model, is that right? That's right, right?
That's
shaking her head going, oh my God, yeah.
So the challenge is for us, how do you, and master schedule wise, and luckily I've built several master schedules and I was a counselor before. So I understand the experience of a special ed teacher, even though I never was one, because when I would place students as a high school counselor, and I would then work with them and say, well, how are you intervening? They're like, there's no possible way I can. Do you realize? And when I did the math, I'm like, there's no way a human can do this so effectively. So factoring in that layer is also compounding, which means that we have to create a model with our staff to limit that as much as possible. So if we have 2 special education teachers, well, one has 1 9th grade English, 1 9th grade math, 1 9th grade science, and so if we limit it that way, then we have the number of teachers they have to collaborate with, and they have the number of assignments and assessments they have to keep track of to keep those kids on track and be effective as case managers of special education students. So to say this is not probably a very, very complex problem to roll out in a district and do it effectively so that we don't, because the easiest thing is co-teaching. And that's what almost everyone goes to. And we may go to that if this doesn't work, but what we're going to try this to be much more effective. Co-teaching also creates the same problem because now that teacher is in a classroom throughout the day, the entire time teaching with another teacher, which means they're not networking or collaborating with other gen ed teachers to support the students who come back to their study skills class because they've been in a classroom teaching all day. So that model doesn't work for a whole host of reasons either. And we're hopeful that creating this massive hybrid model, we will be much more successful. And having our special education student inside gen ed classrooms, they will be exposed to standards-based curriculum. So we're hopeful that those students' scores increase or begin to increase on those state assessments from the data that we did see, because just by having and hearing and working with other students with the standards-based curriculum will naturally give them more information and hopefully they would do better.
But initially, that means they could be in a classroom at a higher level than they already are, which could be more challenging.
It definitely will be, which is why it is so crucial at the elementary level for our elementary to start as early as possible so that they're not pulled out to begin with. Because once you start pulling them out and giving them half of a curriculum, by the time they get to 6th grade, they're really in 3rd. And by the time they get to 12, they're really in 6th. And so we're having to reverse that trend. Is really the importance of this work. We're having to reverse that trend as much as we possibly can. But the lion's share of the work comes on our staff to make it happen.
Bill, this is, sorry, Cindy, this is going to be a challenge, and it's going to be a learning curve, and what this is going to be moving parts. I mean, when we develop it and they do the tweaks, it's not like this set in stone. It's you know, it's a live document, as we would say, because it's going to continuously be revolving as we go. And that's where to make sure that we're surveying our teachers, our parents, to make sure that we're covering all of our bases on that. We have to survey our educational partners in this, without a doubt.
So currently, there's 3 counselors at the high school, and not only do they do the alphabet, but they also have focuses. The one, Rena Serrato, does special education. So that's going to be super important, that piece of having someone be on top of the on diploma track. Oh, I'm just like, it's mind-boggling.
And you're gonna have a whole lot more students on the diploma track.
Right, that's when, and to go from the graduation rate of special ed that we have right now to 79%. I mean, that is a component that is a little bit daunting, and to make sure that someone is keeping track of all those moving parts and working with the teachers and the gen ed teacher and the special education teacher to, I mean, that's a lot, like you said, moving parts.
It is a lot.
At the high school level.
At the high school level, yeah, and we're hoping that what we talked about earlier doesn't come to fruition without some form of guidance, and with strong guidance, because obviously as Dr. Fricker said, that our A through G requirements are going to have to be modified, but general education teacher can't do that, and you can't do that, so it has to fall on the special ed side for those are diploma on the diploma track, diploma bound students. So that's a whole new one that we're waiting for. So, yeah. So I'll finish up and then you can ask more questions on that. So our timeline is, let me move on. The timeline is for September, October is to research the different models that we will be having. And November through December has developed our Remember the World model and make the necessary adjustments with that. January, February is administrative collaboration when we get together. And then March to April is our RTA staff collaboration where we'll be talking. We've been talking with staff. We meet up with MPH next week. And there will be a survey in there as well. It doesn't say it, but there will be a survey in there. May, June is student placement transition IEPs. That is going to be a hallmark going forward. We will be having transition IEPs going forward.
That's from 8 to 9, because we have to do the transition.
8 to 9 and 5 to 6.
8 to 9 and 5 to 6.
That's a must. That's
all IEPs.
Just the
Sixth grade.
yeah.
And 8th grade to 9th.
Just transition up this, it's probably about 40 overall, maybe a little bit more going 5th to 6th, but it has to happen. So July through August is staff professional development, and then we're going to start implementing the IEPs implementation with this language in 23-24 for the ones that are going forward, like our 9th grade transitions in 5th and 6th. Any questions?
July, August staff professional development, is that going to be then optional, or do we have it actually kind of inked in as far as being able to have that scheduled?
We're looking at a couple of different options. We're looking at an option of having an optional and paying them. And then the other one will be when they come back in August, having some form of mandatory training on them. We definitely want to offer more, and that's with Heather side of it, but offering more professional development in the summer and paying them to come. It's optional, paying them to come to learn about the different programs and just start moving us forward. or continue to move us forward, I should say. Good.
Anything else?
Hey, one last thing. We got this. We'll be fine.
No, I'm just
We got
like,
this.
wow.
It's gonna be difficult.
I think the part is the silence basically by the CDE.
Yeah.
I think that is the most disconcerting.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, Mr. Hanson, you're gonna take us on the next one?
Nope. Mr. Chance.
Well, I think this one's kind of important for a lot of reasons. But 13.2 Personnel Services Classification Study Presentation, Shannon Hanson, Assistant Superintendent of Personnel and Pupil Services. You have that seat well warmed.
Yes, I do. I would take as long as you need me to take. How's that? There we go. So what is the purpose of, so
Just a second. Mark, are we back on?
Yeah, we're back now.
Okay.
You guys are gonna just put out this.
All right, good. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Shannon.
No worries. Well, Mark is putting this up for our audience to see in virtual land. This is a presentation about a classification study. And Mark, we're good?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. So what is a classification study? So the purpose of doing a classification study is following up on our state of the district that we presented out. It's the need to ensure our district employees are in the right classification for work they are doing on an everyday basis. To ensure that as we decline in enrollment, that we fairly assess and combine job descriptions as needed in a uniform procedural manner to address all concerns and adjustments that need to be made. And to ensure employees are being paid a fair rate of pay for the work they are doing that is competitive when compared to other school districts, the similar school districts, I should say. So making sure we're representing our employees and treating them fairly. So why conduct a district-wide classification study? So the district's ability to recruit and retain a high-quality workforce starts with clear and carefully developed job descriptions that reflect the scope of work for every classification. You want to get paid for what you do. An efficient and effective organization needs logically constructed job families that link and build positions upon each other, and in some cases demonstrate career ladders within particular kinds of work. A lot of within a school district, especially on the classified side, start out as new duty aides, and they move up to school secretaries, administrative assistants. School secretaries is definition on past, I apologize for that. Administrative assistants along those lines. So there is a career path with that. The roles and responsibilities of employees, the skill sets, the working conditions, the environment change over time through technology and organization advances. That's why we conduct a district-wide classification study. The purpose of a classification study is not about layoffs, eliminating or adding position, performance reviews, work hours, volume of work, or solving staff issues. It's not about that.
Yeah, and does CSEA and RTA understand that?
Classification study steps is to conduct orientation sessions. Employees complete position informational questionnaires, meet with advisory committee throughout the course of the study, conduct classification study interviews that will be individual, group, and with supervisor, presentation of preliminary allocations of classification, preliminary job descriptions, and pre-employment feedback, employee feedback process, finalization of classification recommendations and revisions, preliminary job descriptions, which is post-employee feedback, and compile composition study recommendation and for adjustments and presentation of the final report and recommendations for adjustment to the Board of Education, which would be a two-step process for board approval. These will all have timeframes. This is an introduction to the classification study, but these will have timeframes going forward. Why should employees participate in the study? Employees' input and feedback is valued and important. The information employees provide in the questionnaire and interviews will be used to ensure positions are properly classified. Classification studies should be conducted every 5 years. Remember, the world has not undergone a comprehensive classification study in the past that we know of. And we went back kind of far. MOU agreements will be developed with the CSEA and RTA along with underrepresented employee management to ensure that a collaborative method of decision making is followed. It's very important that we work with our two respectable unions to ensure that our voices of our workers are being heard. So here's the list of the classified study in order of sequence, and there's a reason we'll go on with this. Classified management is the first one, and I'll tell you why we'll want classified management here in a sec. Classified confidential, classified contract, certificated management, certificated contract, certificated non-contract, and certificated stipends. That's the order of the classification study in order of sequence. So here's the list of options to conduct the classified study. One option is to contract outside firm, which roughly runs between 30 and 40,000, but could top out a little bit more than that. Augment with consultant, with consultation. Thank you. With consultation runs about 10 to 15,000, or in-house, and we'll do a trial one with the classified management. That's why classified management, one of the reasons why they're going first is we're doing it in-house. Myself, Morgan, and with a little help from Mike, we're doing the inside classified management classification study to see the severity, not severity, but the spectrum of it, and to kind of give us an idea of what is in store. Right? Forms that we'll be using in the process are as follows. Each of our employees will fill these forms out. They will fill them out at their leisurely time. This is not a one-setting form fill out. This takes time because this is your job description and this is a classification of your job. So it's very important that you take your time to do it and you think about it and you're honest with it. The most important thing, you have to be honest when you're filling out this paperwork. This is not they will not fill it out for any type of disciplinary actions. If they put something down on there, this is a form for us to know where they're at within the classification for job duties. And then you can see it moves on for the different pages. So what is so to review the purpose of the classification study? Positions are up to date and current to ensure legal compliance, very important. Fair Labor Standards Act and Americans with Disability Acts, enhanced recruitment process, career paths and opportunities, training opportunities, and objective performance evaluations based on up-to-date job descriptions. It's important that we understand where our job descriptions are and making sure that our workers are not working out of their class, and if they are, they're being compensated for it or correcting it. One of the classified management is one of the reasons we're going forward with that at the beginning of it, just to see where they're at and to see the scope of the classification. That's one of the reasons why we started classified management. Any questions?
Have you done a classification study before?
Union wise, I've done it by individual job descriptions, but not, I mean, the way we're going to break it down is we're going to chunk it, not doing everybody at once. So we start with classified management, and then we'll go down the list of it to, my list now, but we'll go down the list.
We saw the list.
Yeah, you saw the list. Yeah. So we'll go down the list and that will be chunked out into time. It's going to take some time. We would like to get this done sometime by the end of next year. So it's definitely, this is not a 2 to 3 months process. It's a long process, but I have done it when being part of negotiations.
And the forms that you've shown us here, you've seen them be used before?
Yes, I've seen them used for Morgan and myself. Morgan found these and used them, and him and I worked together on it. Morgan took the lead on these forms, and they're right at the audit that I've used before.
And am I kind of hearing you might be recommending that you guys do this rather than us using one of those?
Bill, that did not come out of my mouth at all. What I'm saying is, we would like to take on the task so we know exactly what we're getting into. So if we do hire an outside source, we have a guidance of what we would like to take them to ensure that it's representing our district to its fullest and in its best nature. And in order for you to do something effectively, you have to know how to do it. So that's another reasons why we like to start out with a smaller population.
So is this going to raise your classification now as well? We're going to have to pay you a consulting fee?
Since I'm over here on this side, I plead the fifth on that.
No, but I do think that we're gonna try to do in-house, obviously, that's the most fiscally responsible, is to manage it within our own employees. Although I want to know, there are 2 employees in the personnel office, and so this is a very large undertaking if you want to do it and do it extremely well. And I have done a classification study in the prior district as well. And in some cases, when you do go out with an outside firm, they kind of give you the boilerplate of things. And they don't understand some of the nuances of a district like us. And if you have decline enrollment where you do have different jobs that have come together, sometimes they don't take the time to uncouple them or really look at the decisions with our union representatives. That's why we want to have those MOU agreements. So as we go through it, they go through it with us, and we kind of give them the summary of what we're thinking and talking about. The staff member can go to their union representative and express concerns or differences, and then that can be brought to the table in a different way. You're not really going to get that with an outside consulting firm. So if you can do hands-on in-house, but we do have a very small HR office, which, you know, we want to at least throw it out there that to do something this large, even if you bring it over a year's course of time and chunk it down like we have it, it's going to take some time to do it and do it the right way. And the classified management is just a smaller group where we can go in and really see the scope and scale of how much time it is going to take to do, and then try to extrapolate that out to the rest of the groups, which are 10 to be larger.
Also, and I didn't put in this presentation, you're not forced to do this as a person within inside of a job description. So our administrative assistants, if you choose not to do that, you choose not to do that. So we're not forcing our bargaining unit members to do this. We hope they will participate in it because we value their input.
Jordan?
I assume that with the 3 options that were presented to move forward, each of them would come with, I think you alluded to this, varying timelines. If you went with an outside firm, I assume it would happen much quicker. So that's what we're weighing and balancing between. But I understand your fiscal point as well.
Now,
Go ahead.
say, starting off with classified management, you'll do that evaluation, see will recommendations then happen at that level that we potentially would be following through with, or is it going to be chunked to that level that it'll be complete this group before moving on to the next group, or wait till everything is done?
That's something that we'll have to talk about to see how if we want to wait till everything get done and chunk it all together, or chunk it out into a different individual. Because it could be a long report if we do it all out at once. So if we chunk it out by the classifications that we described, that we listed previously, it would be a little bit more effective, I feel. But we have not talked about that as a cabinet, how we're going to present that out. So that would be something that we speak about. Ready?
Anything else, board? We could find that people are doing a lot different things than they were originally hired for, right?
Yeah, we're definitely going to find some. As you mature within your job description, you take on more responsibilities, you take on more, and education has changed. I mean, we talk about it every day, how much education has changed since the pandemic, and people are doing more and more responsibilities. This classification study will validate what they are doing and understand on our end exactly what they're doing so we can look at our job descriptions.
Sounds like there will be some budget changes too.
Like I said, it's a classification study. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Shannon. .3, educational services, state mandated ethnic studies course plan update report. Heather Dominguez, Director of Educational Service. Right on, Heather.
Oh.
All right. So this is a first draft of a plan related to rolling out of the ethnic studies course, a little history of how this came about. The plan may be subject to change as we go along, but this is a good starting point. So what's next for Rim of the World Ethnic Studies course? So first of all, a little timeline in terms of how this all came about. So in September 13th of 2016, there was AB 2016 that was signed into law, which directed the Instructional Quality Commission to develop and the state board to adopt a model curriculum in ethnic studies. So then in July 11 through 18 of 2018, the State Board of Education approved guidelines for a model curriculum. Then in February 9th through August 15th of 2019, the model curriculum first draft was developed and it was reviewed by the Instructional Quality Commission and posted for public feedback. Then October of 2019, AB 114 extended the project deadline 1 year to March of 2021. October 2019 to January 2021, the second draft of the model curriculum was developed and reviewed by the IQC and posted for public feedback. Then in March 18th of 2021, the SBE, State Board of Education, approved the Ethnic Studies model curriculum to provide guidance for developing ethnic studies courses. Then in October 8th of 2021, AB 101 was signed into law, which establishes ethnic studies as a graduation requirement. 2025 to 2026, local education agencies per AB 101 are to offer ethnic studies course. And then 2029 to 2030 school year, pupils graduating in that year are going to be required to complete the ethnic studies course as a graduation requirement. So that's the timeline for the ethnic studies course rollout. I've been attending this school year the community of practice webinars that the county, San Bernardino County, has been providing to kind of get some ideas and to get some resources and to just start gathering some next steps and some of their recommendations. So there is a toolkit, and I'm sorry this is so small, but there is a toolkit that has been developed. It's called the Ethnic Studies Adoption Toolkit, and it is organized into 6 steps to help guide districts through the development and implementation process. So the 6 steps that are recommended in this toolkit are: step 1, establish a committee. Step 2, develop the district lens. Step 3, investigate course options. Step 4, consider specific curriculum options. Step 5, make decisions. And step 6, prepare for the implementation. And then down below, there are little tabs on the actual website. When you click on those, yours is not active because it's a snapshot of it, but the toolkit has all kinds of resources available in each of those links down below for each of those steps. So the ethnic studies course, much of it is founded in the culturally sustaining pedagogy that the California Department of Education has put forth. And so there's a little synopsis there of what the culturally sustaining pedagogy is. And this gives some quotes about what they are wanting to, it is late, Shannon. My mouth and my brain will engage at some point. Some of the outcomes of the ethnic studies course. So culturally sustaining pedagogy honors the humanity and identifying of young people in their communities. Culturally sustaining educators connect present learning to the histories of racial, ethnic, and linguistic communities, to the histories of neighborhoods and cities, and the histories of the larger states and nation states that they are a part of. So just some quotes regarding the idea of this culturally, oh my goodness.
We get it.
Thank you, sustaining pedagogy and some of the benefits of that. So the California Department of Education does have an ethnic studies model curriculum, and these are the 6 chapters that are a part of that model curriculum. And 8 of the outcomes of the K-12 ethnic studies are: number 1, the pursuit of justice and equity; number 2, working toward greater inclusivity; 3, furthering self-understanding; 4, developing a better understanding of others; 5, recognizing intersectionality; 6, promoting self-empowerment and civic engagement; 7, supporting a community focus; and 8, developing interpersonal communication. These are some of the components of the toolkit that I referenced. So the county really has a lot of resources that we can tap into as we begin to develop our vision and our goals for our ethnic studies course. And so here's a timeline of some next steps. So in 2022, gather resources and develop a rollout plan. Utilize the ethnic studies adoption toolkit as a planning resource. And again, I've been attending the, I missed the one in January, but I have been attending the community of practice workshops, which has been really good to kind of see what's happening across the county and some of the ideas that have been rolled out in other places that are ahead of us, other places that are actually behind us, and other places that are kind of where we are. So there's districts in all of those stages. Then 23-24, assemble a committee of community educational partners to establish a district vision and goals for the course to be offered. Investigate course options and determine if the course will be a standalone or embedded. Because we have options there, we have to make decisions. Is it going to be its own course, like a semester course on its own, or will we embed the content in one of our other courses, say social studies? So those are decisions we have to make. Determine the grade levels where the course will be offered and the impacts on the master schedule. Review teacher credentialing requirements, because if it's a standalone course that has ramifications in terms of the credential the teacher has to hold in order to provide that versus if it's an embedded course. So those are some of the details to work through. Then in 24-25, once we make the decisions about those things, then we need to determine the course content. We need to review the curriculum options for adoption. So kind of like we are going through the NGSS adoption process now, or how we go through textbook adoptions, we would need to go through an adoption process for those materials. Select the materials and order them, and then provide teacher support and training. And then in 25-26, we would need to implement and offer the ethnic studies course, monitor the implementation, and adjust or revise as needed.
So question, if we embed it in a current history class, social studies class, is there, you said it's a semester long?
It's a semester course, yes.
So does it have to have like a specific amount of instructional minutes per se, or is it, do you understand what I'm saying? Is there like a duration? Is it just, or do we have direction if it's embedded, what that looks like in terms of the amount of time that we spend in what to be considered meeting the ethnic studies guideline?
To be honest with you, I don't know about the instructional minutes in terms of if there's a specific requirement, if it's embedded.
Because most districts that I know of are doing standalone. We're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing that. So there's standalone classes. So this is the first time I've heard embedded.
So the only time you would have to have a certain number of minutes to equate to a specific class is when you want to issue credit from that class. So if you embed it, you're embedding the components that are mandated by the course outline, the framework of the course, but you don't have to, there's no
Length of time.
there's no length of time. The only time that you have to account for length of time is if you're actually going to issue a certain number of credit, either 5 or 10. In this case, it's a semester, so it'd be 5 credits. If it was a standalone class, but embedded, there is no seat time requirement or instructional minute requirement.
And Cindy, if you're, excuse me, it's late. At the Coachella Valley presentation that we went to, they had a number of different electives that satisfied the ethnic studies requirement, where they were an English elective or a history elective, but they weren't like US history done with an ethnic studies component to it. It was a standalone course that was a history course.
Right.
That it
That's-
satisfied the requirements.
Yeah, that's what I mean is that this is the first time I'm hearing it like embedded in what you already exist, that we have existed. So that's why I was, because everybody else is doing standalone.
And it's funny, Cindy, because when I was going to the community of practice, one of the webinars I attended, it was the first time I had heard embedded too, because I was thinking it had to be its standalone semester course, but then I learned through the workshops that you have options about how it's, and embedded is one of the options.
So
that you have.
embedded, sorry, I need embedded, would you, I guess, my next question would be in rearranging the curriculum and like if it's US history and rearranging that to be embedded, do you have to prove, like if you were audited, say, are you doing what you're supposed to be doing do you have to change it so that the units, the threads are absolutely explicit in the course description? You know what I'm saying? Is that the units that you're teaching are so specific so that if you're audited, you can prove you're meeting the guidelines.
Right, so the board would actually, so we have a course handbook. And so the board would actually have to, if you're embedding it into a class, you have to take the class, you have to take the components of the ethnic studies class and weave it into that instructional component of what the course would entail. And it's called the course description or the course outline. It would have to be in there. And then the board would have to approve that course as counting for equivalent to accounting for this requirement because it is a grant requirement. So the board would have to take action, but you would have to have that course outline and all of the supporting materials that the board would have to review in order to board approve it that way.
Thank you.
So that needs to be in my timeline in 23-24. We
Yeah.
probably would need to take
If you
action
embed.
on
If
what,
you embed.
pardon, yes, if we embed.
So another question related to teacher credentialing. So if we aren't embedding, it's a standalone, what are the credential requirements?
There are none. They did not pick, so we're doing a lot of work outside of any guidelines from CDE, but anyway. They didn't pick whether it's English or history. We all assumed way back when this was coming through, we assumed history and that, but they haven't designated today.
There's art, there's Chicano arts. is
They-
being
yeah.
offered.
In fact, they've talked about embedding it in literacy because you could have a whole literacy component. So there's really,
It's
all
wide
kinds of-
open.
it's wide open.
It's wide open and they have not designated a credential area for it. So, that's easy on the personnel front.
So a standalone class could be taught, it appears at this point, by any single subject credentialed teacher. As
You
long
could
as the,
do music.
so those are the decisions that we have to make in terms of what that's gonna look like. How are we gonna offer it? What grade levels are we gonna offer it? Is it gonna be embedded standalone? Those are all the things that we have to work through and then determine what materials and then teacher training and all of those kinds of things. So lots of decisions to make as we roll it out. Along with inclusion
And classified.
and yes, and a whole laundry list of other things that I won't bore you with.
I think it will be important to make it clear from the beginning that this is not something that's following the study line of CRT. That will have to be clear for our community, that we're not trying to blame anybody and use this course to blame people, but it really truly is about learning about people. There was quite a battle. There's a reason why there was a second writing to the law and all, because there's quite a battle over that in the state. And so it's going to be important that we are sensitive to those things.
And that's why I think the first step was having that committee that is representative of a variety of educational partners, because you want to have that perspective for that very reason. I think that's why the toolkit recommends that being the first step, is vetting out those things and making it very clear as to what this is, why we're doing it, having a district vision for it, what are the goals of the course, and making sure those are very specifically spelled out so that there is that community understanding and that it reflects our community. They also talked a lot about that's why they wanted it to be more of a local decision. And it's not that here's what you have to do, because every context is different in terms of the community that you're representing. So
the good news is that locally we get to design it.
And the bad
news there are
is
requirements. We get to design it to fit
Yes.
what we want. Go ahead, Jordan.
So has there been thought put into how the committee members will be selected?
that's part of the planning for this year, is what is that going to look like? Because we're not going to launch that committee until next school year. So those are things we still have to talk through. And there is a little bit of a budget for this. We have about, I think it's 25, I wrote it down and I forgot to bring it, but around $25,000 has been allocated for the implementation of and planning of the ethnic studies course. So we have a little bit of resource for that. And there's no expiration on when those funds have to be expended. So we have that, a little bit of a resource.
My own thought, I think, will be incredibly important to make sure that we have various voices involved in this committee and being very mindful of that.
Are we going to include student voice, just because part of this is to have them see themselves in their education? So to me, I would want to hear student voice and not from just the ones that we always talk about, but definitely hitting up different student groups.
I was thinking it might mirror a little bit of what the Social Justice and Equity Committee is, and I don't know that committee could serve as this committee, but I think it would have a similar makeup, a variety of its partners.
We want to make sure that we did have a student originally who was going to represent the LGBT plus community. Unfortunately, she had conflicts. That we have different ethnicities represented, that we have the students that normally don't participate in a very assertive manner, a very vocal manner, that we make sure that we are conscious about making sure that they are part of this process.
Any questions?
Jordan, anything?
No, I'm excited to see how this plan develops. I know there's a lot of things that we have to sort through, but that's part of the plan. I know we'll sort through them.
Thank you, Heather.
Okay.
And Dr. Berger. I think you're staying there, right?
I am staying here.
At 13.4, educational services, summer school plan and timeline 2023. Heather Dominguez, Director of Educational Services. Shouldn't this also have the word intervention or something like that connected here?
Perhaps, yes. Okay, so summer school. I don't have a PowerPoint for this, so I'm going to just kind of talk through where we are in terms of the planning at this point. So Shannon and I met with the counselors. We started at the high school level because we knew that we needed to offer some credit recovery, possibly some grade recovery for A through G, DF rate completion. And so originally when we were meeting, we were kind of thinking, in person and what that might look like. But as we spoke with the counselors and we talked about the variety of needs that our students have, and our ability to meet the variety of needs with an in-person model because of the credentialing component and the number of teachers available and all those kinds of things. We have not been successful with being able to provide that variety in an in-person setting. Also in terms of cost related to other staff that's required to do in-person and the availability of our students, it was just, that was not the direction that the conversation went. So at this point, we're looking at a virtual summer school for grades 9 through 12, which will be taking place. You approved the dates, I think at the last board meeting, but June 12th through July 12th. Where students could earn up to 10 credits for utilizing Odyssey-ware. We are looking at Odyssey-ware going away at the end of this school year, but we do have that license through the summer school period, and the ability to train our staff in a new curriculum for summer school for this summer is just not feasible. So we're looking for a new curriculum that will be launched next school year that we will be using moving forward, but for this particular summer school, that's what we will be using. Then looking at elementary, we are looking to do in-person for elementary. We're actually going to be posting we go back to secondary. We are going to be posting the secondary positions, I think, by the end of February.
Yeah. Can I, since you're on secondary, that Odyssey-ware for credit recovery, what about grade recovery? Are you using Odyssey-ware?
We can use that for grade recovery as well. We don't really have another option at this point.
How will we ensure students doing their own work?
Well, we are going to have teachers facilitating. So the teachers are going to be available for the facilitation of it between and monitoring the student work. Now, I mean, it's the same as we had distance learning. I mean, to assure that the student is the actual one, they are going to do some Zoom meetings with students. So the teachers are still going to be working the 4 hours a day for that 20-day period. So they are going to be zooming in with kids and having some synchronous opportunities with them. But yeah, to assure that the student is the actual one doing it, that's.
Can I just say, you're not gonna like what I'm gonna say.
I sort of was anticipating there's gonna be some things that people weren't gonna like, but.
We went through 2 years. We saw the problems of not being in person. And it's troubling that this is our option again, that we're doing the very thing that helped students get behind. That's the same thing we're going to use now to try to somehow help them and assist them, and it's troubling.
Well, and we're finding that many high schools are utilizing virtual options for this same purpose. So it's not, I mean, I think you had experiences in your previous district.
Yeah, previous district. Actually, when I was still teaching, we did this virtually. We did some credit recovery virtually, and we used Odyssey-ware and I believe it was Apex, I believe, as well. But this was back in, gosh, this was back in like 2007, 2008. We were using these type of programs for summer schools so our kids can get caught up credit-wise to ensure they graduate. Unfortunately, Bill, this is kind of the direction that our summer school credit recovery / grade recovery programs are going district-wide throughout our state because of the fact of cost of transportation, cost of nutrition services, and this is the most cost-effective. You never want to put money on it, but it is part of it. It's the most cost-effective way to reach the most students.
But is it the most educationally effective way to reach most students?
Great.
Yeah, microphone.
Great. The grade recovery. If someone is trying to raise an F and a D or even a C, is the whole thing using Odyssey-ware to do that? Does that fill in the gaps of knowledge so that if they're a 9th grader going on to 10th, going from algebra
Integrated.
That's what I mean, sorry. It's just, are they going to have those pieces that are missing in their foundational blocks to be able to go on to, that's the part that just confounds me.
I appreciate that you're all trying to work hard to work with the limitations you have. It's just troubling because having watched this in Arizona, we could get kids, get their credit. But did they have the knowledge? Oftentimes, no, they didn't. And so it's disappointing because it's what we already did last summer. And it's disappointing.
Yeah, that's nice. So with managing, not expectation, but with managing the amount of tasks, breaking it up for elementary and secondary and having our teachers teach in person at the elementary level and shoring up elementary students' knowledge gaps is our primary importance. And I don't mean to say in any way, shape, or form that the secondary students are not as important in any way. But the younger students have to go through the entire K-12 system, and the more we can shore up with those students will prevent the problem we're seeing at the secondary level. And so in developing this plan, we do have to put more emphasis on the in-person teaching and creating a structure at the elementary level. We did try to do it at the secondary level as well. And it becomes much more complicated and difficult because of all of the disciplines and all of the classes that kids need to take. It's just magnified by the 6 classes that they take versus one credentialed multi-subject teacher at the elementary to reach all grade levels. I mean, not all grade levels, but to reach all disciplines within a grade level at the elementary. So that's the complicated nature of it. This is really the opposite of our distance learning experience. Our distance learning experience was all of our students in distance learning the entire year, and then trying to supplement an entire year's worth of knowledge gaps with one in-person instructor for 4 weeks. Now, in no way, shape, or form are we going to shore up a whole year's worth of gaps in 4 weeks, despite being in person or online. But in this situation, we actually have students who have sat now in class an entire year with instruction with our teachers. And for the secondary level, at least, they would then shore up those types of areas of where they have gaps or they weren't meeting the expectation and got a D or an F. And in some cases, I don't know, do we let them make us Cs? I'm not sure. Anyway, if we do.
No, B's and F's only.
So
And only A through G.
if we do let them make up a D and an F, then at least they're still they still meet the A through G requirement, which is also one of our goals. So we're in a situation where we can't meet every single expectation. We have to try to triage what's most effective and kind of put our eggs in the basket that's going to bear the most productivity. And that's definitely with our elementary students. But I will say we do have an option to not go with OdysseyWare. We're switching from OdysseyWare in the next school year anyway. It would be an extra fiscal implication, but we could switch to a more robust platform other than OdysseyWare as early as the summer. I will open that up for discussion.
That may not.
I heard Heather saying that would take a lot of training. That might be a drawback.
And I mean, at first I thought it was too, and I was really the one that said, I don't want to bite off more than we can chew and more than we can pull off. So I was being conservative in that measure, but if you do want us to consider it and roll it by our teachers and revisit that, I would be willing to revisit a different platform.
Yes.
It would be at an additional fiscal cost, and I think Heather's like, I told you. We should probably look at something.
Well, and we
Yeah,
do have
terrific.
some,
You did
we
tell me,
have some,
and I was
we
one
have
who
some
confirmed
demonstrations
that.
of a couple of different options that we're looking at for next school year to transition to anyway, because Odyssey, where we know we need to go away from. But trying to train the summer school, the teachers to be able, there's some timing and logistics that I'm concerned about. knowing, we're sort of in a rock and a hard place. Odyssey Ware is not the preference, but being prepared to implement a new curriculum by summer, that's also a challenge with our ability to have professional development days and all of those kinds of things. But that doesn't mean it's out of the question. We certainly could. And as we observe that we have two options kind of we're looking at right now, the Edgenuity and the Acellus, we can broach that subject with the people that are presenting, maybe to say, hey, what if we wanted to do something with this for our summer, and here are the dates, and is that even feasible to get people on board and ready to do something like that? We also need to find out who we have as a teaching staff willing to teach summer school, because that's another factor. Is we still have to set our the caseloads and then see who is willing, who's going to apply. If we don't have anybody to apply, we've had ideas before to administer summer school, and then we didn't have the staff to support it. So,
right. Heather, wouldn't there be some onboarding potentially though, even for Odyssey Ware? Because you may have a teacher who hasn't used Odyssey Ware, so they're gonna have to be onboarded
that is a possibility.
So
yeah, there's just more familiarity with that product because we've had it for such a long time. But certainly that's something we can look at. It's February. We can absolutely look at that, and if that would kind of help with the maybe it's not a preference. This has been my new term now, is that I have to often live outside of my preference.
are you hearing anything? I mean, we can't take action on this. It's just this.
Yes, this is just discussion.
Going back to what was, virtual, would it be possible to have, if we are doing in-person elementary school, summer school, having part of the campus available for secondary students to go to their closest elementary site, to be able to use the computer, use the Wi-Fi to be able to be in a more educational setting? Is that something that we can consider?
I think the only thing that would question that is the actual personnel that's on the site for that particular day, because the only people that's going to be there are custodians and or maintenance people on that site. However, we are looking at having it at LAE, so we can potentially open up the LAE lab. And that's something we can get with Mark
It'll be
about.
the same dates because we decided to coordinate the dates for all levels, including ESY, so that they were all happening in that same 20 days.
And that's definitely a possibility.
We have to have
Heather,
something
we didn't
together
Different
that-
options as well.
We interrupted you. You did not get to tell us about elementary. You started.
Oh,
So why don't you tell us about?
well, we
elementary?
sort of have touched on it, but so elementary will be the same dates. We're looking at 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock, but that's just for the more instructional component of it. You're also going to hear tonight about some ELOP funding, which is an extension of the school day, which is 9 hours of programming. Whether or not we can pull that off by this summer is a question, but looking at some enrichment kinds of activities where perhaps some of our high school teachers or junior high school teachers could teach a passion project, an elective on maybe art, or they could do ceramics, or what are the different options in guitar, music, what are some of the things, getting all that coordinated by this summer may be a stretch. So we're looking at this point, looking at the 4-hour summer school for in-person elementary, and we need to post the positions to see how many teachers we have that are willing to come and do that segment. And that would be more, STEM, reading, writing, those, the intervention piece that Bill referenced. So some fun stuff, but also some learning gap work as well.
Only at LAE, or
it would be centralized at LAE with transportation provided. So in the past, we have not, we still have to talk to transportation. So yeah, that's still a coordination piece that we have to do. But our challenge becomes that a lot of times our kids who really need summer school the most do not have the transportation. So if we don't provide transportation, they can't always come. We looked at just one site because to provide summer school at all of our sites, you have to have the personnel, the secretaries, the nutrition service workers, a principal. You have to have all those other support staff at whatever site you're holding summer school. So LAE is the most central location. We didn't want to have kids going from VOE all the way to CHE or CHE all the way to VOE. So LAE was more centrally located. And then if we could bus them, depending on transportation, since we aren't going to be providing transportation for the secondary level, the transportation that typically is provided as secondary could possibly, we know we're still working through all of that, be offered for elementary, even if it was satellite stops. It may not be like the bus schedule that we're used to running on a regular school day, but it could be potentially satellite stops where they could all end up at LAE since it's a more central location.
Just, did you happen to consider Lake Gregory Education Center?
Well,
It's
we,
the same as going to VOE.
yeah, it's just, it's at the,
It's the same.
and we don't really have the classrooms established here set up for that. Computers and all, you know, they have LAE set up for functioning school at this point, so that would be a lot.
So yes, you did.
So yeah, so we considered all the different options, but we landed at LAE because of its central location.
And the high school, while it's more centrally located, just isn't outfitted for elementary.
Correct.
And when determining sites for some schools, sorry, Heather,
That's okay.
we would like to rotate so that way over summertime they have a chance to get their cleaning, as we would call it. So if you always have it at one site, summer school, they never get that deep cleaning because there's kids at that site. So we like to make sure that we're rotating our sites in the summertime to ensure that each site is getting a deep cleaning of summer.
And last year, I believe it was at VOE, wasn't
It
it?
was VOE and Charles Hoffman the last 2 years. We
Yeah.
did,
And Charles,
we did
that's right.
2 sessions. We did one,
That's
we
right,
did
yeah.
2 week sessions. One at Charles Hoffman where LAE and Charles Hoffman kids could go. And then VOE, we had a larger population of students participating in that. So we had a VOE. So that was the last 2 years and we didn't use LAE. So now if we're going to bus them and if we also talked about using RHS and VOE where we could potentially put our older kids at the high school if we're going to do some of these enrichment classes that some of the high school teachers may be interested in facilitating. This is all, you know, we're sort of brainstorming at the moment. But we can also utilize that campus as well. But then you're opening 2 campuses, which increases your need for staff to maintain both of those campuses opened.
Also, real quick on the virtual side of it, our great tech gentleman in the back, if someone needs a hotspot, we are able to check out Chromebooks and hotspots for summer school. So that would help out.
And it's
In
one,
areas
I'm
that-
sorry,
Go ahead.
and it's one session? Is
One
that what you
session,
said? One
20
session,
days.
right?
Having used one of those hotspots, being in a very remote area, it was still,
Yeah.
it was challenging.
So we'll definitely look at it going into a classroom, but there's various options for students.
And yeah, the high school could, yeah, so we are looking at a variety of. So.
Well, we're going to look forward to seeing how this totally
This
pans out.
plans out, yes, lots of moving parts.
I appreciate that we're having this discussion in February.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what when we met with the counselors because I put in my notes the year before, okay, we need to meet with the counselors way earlier. So I think we met in December. And they were like, this is amazing that we're having this conversation in December. So they were excited about that. So that's, you know, we've been way behind the 8 ball talking about it and kind of thrown. So this was, even though there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of detail to work through, it's better to be working through them now than in May. So.
Thank you for doing that in December.
Yes.
13.5 Business Services, reevaluate the expanded learning opportunities program. That people hear when we say ELOP. Jenny Haberlin, Chief Business Official.
Hello.
Hi,
So-
Jenny.
So, in front of you, in your pile of paper, I think there's a lot of paper on this board meeting. But we did, provide you a draft of our expanded learning opportunities program plan guide. Using the CDE template, but through DocuTracker, which is, we were able to collectively work on it together as cabinet. We sat in a room and we each took a section and we went, meetings prior to that, we had looked at sample districts and what other districts were already doing, what they had in place. And This plan guide is a living document, of course, and our focus in writing it was the summer school in nature, although we had to word some of the stuff with, because ELOP is a full year. It's summer, intercession, holiday breaks, and before and after school. So although our focus was what can we get done on paper in order to be ready for summer school, it's going to be, but you'll see it, you can look at it at your leisure. But we had a focus of what do we need to get done and thought through now for summer school. But then some components of it, you'll see that reference before and after school. And there was a couple to be determined because we really, we have a survey that's gone out to our families and wondering, well, what timeframes work best? What is it, a 7:30 to 5:30? Is it a 7 to 5? Is it an 8 to 6? I mean, what time span would work best for families? So we do have a survey that has gone out to families. And we'll have to regroup on where we're at with that. And then, based on that survey results on where the need is, what the interest is in parents. And we had questions like, what type of enrichment activities would you be interested? What type of core academics would you be interested? Do you need transportation? Because we are, during the school day, we'll probably not be able to add transportation, where we are now. With the number of drivers, and we're very limited because we have a long, from our start of our regular day to the end of our regular day, we have split shifts, and we're bound by so many hours that a driver has to be on and off the clock before the next day. So then extending the day even longer and increasing those split shifts, we might not be legally able to provide transportation on a regular school day. Due to some of those constraints, but literally we have not sat and worked through transportation out with Jen. But in the summer, we would have probably a morning, people who are interested in picking up some hours in the morning, and then people who are interested in picking up some hours in the afternoon, because that would be a pretty wide split shift when you're thinking we need to have a 9-hour time span. So I brought, just in case anyone had questions, but when we did our PowerPoint for you on what the expanded learning opportunity program was, what the reasons behind it, what the requirements are in it. So we do have there's a lot of program and partnerships and diversity and access components that we had to address in our plan. Like how would we address access? How would we get qualified staff? What's our clear vision, mission, and purpose? That's why it's how are we going to monitor behaviors? So there's when the plan has a lot of social emotional components, themes, I guess, because as a CDE components to it, as far as skill building, youth, and how are we going to increase youth voice and leadership. So these were all areas, not just having the time span and we're going to put you in a classroom and it's going to be X, then there's other areas that we have to address when we put this plan together. So our hope is, if I'm not mistaken, then in March to bring this plan for adoption. And then move forward with planning. It's really then tag Shannon, you're it on how are we going to staff it. So how are we have aid support, there's classified, there's certificated management, there's food service requirements that we'll have to if we keep the kids for 9 hours, we have to have staff and breakfast and lunch. So I made a note to talk to Lisa about that. I think we've talked to her about that yet, to be honest. So we have some logistics to work out, but we really needed to start planning because we're already, have some 2021-22 funds that, depending on what we spend this year by June 30th, we may have to get back to the state, but at least we want to hold on to our 21-22 funds that don't have to be spent until June of 2020. 22, 23 that don't have to be spent until June of 2024. And so that will be the goal. You know, we have 1.5 million and in that to just get this program up and running.
How much do we have that runs out this year?
Just over $600. So we'll do our best to try to spend that. We had some ideas and some curriculum. We literally were going like, let's make shopping lists. What do we need? Do we need desks? Do we need consumables? Do we need computers? Do we need, and we were literally thinking, what could we possibly buy now for implementation of the program?
Science
Do we
expert.
well, do we need STEM kits and robotics kits and Legos and instruments? Music, yeah. So I've already prepared my staff. We have a meeting, I think next week or the week after. You might be getting shopping lists thrown at you. And just like when we moved here, I'm like, remember how we were saying, we need chairs, we need this. I said, you know, so just to prepare. So we might have, we have some purchasing to do to be able to do what we need to do for the program. That's all I had to prepare to discuss.
13.6 Board of Trustees Governance Handbook. And there's no name attached to that. Do you want to say anything, Dr. Fricker, or do I want to?
You can, but I will say that you do have a copy of the governance handbook, and the suggested revisions are in the handbook to go through, and it was just based on the last direction from the board when it was discussed about the board doing the what and changing some of the adjectives to the what instead of the how, and really what the role of what the board actually does in some of those segments.
There's very limited changes that we've suggested. They are in yellow. I believe.
Feel that's right in the essence of time, because I'm looking at the clock and knowing that that gentleman had actually left. I think he's on the agenda. I think they were great. Thank you for looking over it. I think it aligns with more with what and keeping us on our path. So thank you.
And so please be prepared. We'll probably move on them next month then.
Thank you.
Okay. Ma'am.
I do have one question regarding it is, in terms of the area on, us visiting campuses, in terms of how to communicate that and what the best way is for us to make sure that we're whether it is, I mean, before it was and still is that we call you. Or I imagine email also, but if that's, or okay, texting, yeah. So however, what, that was one area that we didn't cut.
Would you accept an email?
Email, text, phone call.
So do you want to try to make an adjustment in what's actually written in there?
I think I can read it.
Take a look, Dr. Fricker, at that. Right now it says we have to call you.
Might just say communicate with.
Yes. Yes.
So we'll try to make an adjustment and put that back out to you, okay? Good. Okay, we are now at action calendar, kids. 14.1, the superintendent recommends the approval for a vote of up to 6 candidates for the 2023 California School Boards Association, which is known as CSBA. Assembly for Subregion 16-B. Delegates will serve 2-year terms beginning April 1, 2023 to March 31, 2025.
So I'm just going to go ahead and make this motion to get us along. I make a motion that we approve that we elect Gwen Dowdy Rogers to the San Bernardino, to the delegate assembly. Gwen has been on delegate assembly as from the city of San Bernardino City Unified. Now she moved to the County Board of Education. Maria Gomez, Ronald Newton, Gabriel Stein, Eric Swanson, and Kathy Thompson. We can.
So is your motion?
Up to 6. So let's vote all 6.
Is your motion to approve then the recommended
Yes.
candidates?
Let's go.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Motion by Cindy, second by Deanna. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Carried unanimously with 4 people. 14.2, superintendent recommends the approval of the second reading and adoption of revised board policy 5148.2 and bylaws. The Board of Education is responsible for all annual board policy updates. The California School Board Association, CSBA, has a panel of legal and educational experts who develop, review, update, and revise all board policies as a governing agency. As a result, CSBA continually reviews and submits recommended updates to board policies to local educational agencies, LEAs, or school districts monthly. Below are the recommended board policies that need updating. Board policy 5148.2, which is about before and after school programs, and the following board bylaws need updating. Number 1, board bylaw 9150, which speaks to student board members. Number 2, board bylaw 9320 speaks to meeting and notices. And number 3, board bylaw 9322 speaks to agenda meeting materials. Fiscal impact is none. I'll entertain a motion
So moved.
to approve second reading and adoption of revised board policy 5148.2 and bylaws. So moved by Cindy, was it?
Yeah, there's discussion.
But what?
And seconded by Dan.
Seconded by Deanna. Any discussion?
Yeah, so 9150, again, pulling this up is the standard CSBA. This, I'm going to pass this out so that everybody is clear on what my expectations are, is that this is what we currently have as reviewed last March. So this board policy 9150 in regards to student board members is, I don't know, is what I would like to keep. I would not like to approve or adopt the one that is board bylaw 9150 as it's been presented here, because that goes back to the CSBA one. So this is what I, just so that it was super clear as to be, this is what I want. This is what I'm going to approve.
You want it to remain our
I
present.
want it to remain as what I said at the last meeting. With, there needs to be clear expectations by our student board members that need to be clear expectations of our kids doing extracurriculars and being involved in sports. They should all match.
I'm having trouble remembering from our last board meeting. Are there any major changes from the CSBA policy, that they updated that we ought to pull out and incorporate
No,
into this?
It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same as what it's always been. We revised, we took the CSBA policy and then we added the components of the roles and the role and responsibility and the way it's elected and all that other stuff. We added that for clarity and to set expectations. And that is what I want to approve.
I would suggest that there be a motion to divide the parts
Thank
and
you.
vote on all 4 pieces individually.
Thank
It would
you.
be quicker.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to divide the parts.
So moved.
Good.
Amend my motion.
Is there a second to divide the parts?
I second that.
Okay, so we're to divide the parts. Let's take board policy 5148.2, before and after school programs.
It hasn't been voted. You vote on it.
All those in favor of dividing the parts?
Aye.
Thank you,
Any
Jordan.
opposed? Thank you, Jordan. All right. We've now divided the parts, so now we take board policy 5148.2. Since there already was a motion to approve these, we're now doing them individually. Any discussion on number 1?
I think, hold on, let me just make sure because I have the tabs open from last month and this month.
That's okay.
I think there was something that I noticed there, small thing. Yeah, so we decided to go with option 2 last month. And in this new revised reading, it still says option 2. Do we need option 2 in the language, or can it just be the title?
No, the indication of option 2 is affirms the option that you chose, but it will be removed by the time we submit it up to CSBA.
Perfect, that was my thing, and thank you.
Ms. Jordan. Ready to vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimously. Okay, now, Board Bylaw 9150, student board members. Any further discussion?
Yes, part of the, this, the verbiage, says as specified by the, constitution of the ASB, and that was one thing that we didn't have available to us, and I don't know if it is visible now on the, high school website. I'd rather wait to do the vote until I have a better understanding of how, to make sure everything is consistent, and feel comfortable with it.
It's the process. Yes, the process is outlined by the Constitution.
And that's one thing that I would be cognizant of when we review this, is that irrespective of what the current ASB constitution is, what we're approving is following whatever it is. So if that changes, that will still be in compliance with this board policy. And that's outside the purview, I think, of this policy. So that's one thing to keep in mind.
Correct. So the best way to do this is to take the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Abstentions?
Just, she can ask for a motion to table it if she wishes.
If she wishes, yes.
And then we
She
can
hasn't,
vote on
so
it.
that's why I went in with the vote.
Okay, then I would like to entertain a motion for us to table this until next meeting.
So
Is there a second to the motion to table?
I can second that.
All right, we have a motion to table. Go ahead, Cindy.
So the whole thing is that we're not going to dictate to ASB. That's that's the problem, is that the board does not dictate to ASB how they run their elections. And that's going to be problematic if you want to tell them what to do. I guess what I'm trying to understand what the issue is with the Constitution. You want to see the Constitution to see as it exists, or do you want to change the manner in which the student board member is chosen?
Right now, according to what we would be voting on with this bylaw, is in accordance with the Constitution of the ASB. So I presume that we could choose to change the wording in our bylaw to indicate, some other means. I anticipate looking at the Constitution and being satisfied, but at this point,
Yes. What specifically are you looking for? I guess is what I'm asking, because if it's an election, if it's run by ASB as an election, are you saying you don't want the student board member elected by their student body because that's
I want to make sure that any student who may wish to be able to be on the, have the opportunity to throw their hat in the ring, has that opportunity. Over the past several years, I've seen many different ways. I don't believe the Constitution has changed, but the methodology in which the student board member being selected has definitely changed. So being able to have insight on our end in terms of how should they be elected according to this Constitution.
So you're just asking for clarification. You're not asking for us to change the way that the student board member is being elected.
Unless it is appointed by a specific individual. I'd rather it not be a simple appointment. I want to be able to make sure that there is opportunity across the board for students who are interested to have the ability to be considered.
Again, do we have a say in that as to whether it's appointed, the person's appointed, the person's elected? Do we actually have a say in that? I think that's their right to decide their constitution. Dr. You're about to touch the button.
So whenever you have like ASB bylaws, it's like any governing boards or organizations bylaws, they have to go through their own governance structures to change those bylaws. We can make recommendation and we can assist them on an administrative level, but the board can't dictate their bylaws.
Or their constitution, I imagine, but at this point, we're specifying that the constitution is going to determine how that student board member is being selected. Are we?
That's the key difference between what's on our agenda and proposed and what Cindy's provided us. This one proposed by CSBA says the board member will be chosen in accordance with procedures prescribed by the board. So that says not the ASB Constitution.
No, that you prescribe by the board that you're going to follow ASB, that the student board, we are prescribing it when we say we will allow, that we are going to allow the student board member to be elected in accordance to the Constitution by ASB. That is our prescribing. That is how we're prescribing it to be elected.
Our present one says that. The one that CSBA is recommending actually doesn't say that.
No, it says we prescribe it, and we're prescribing it. We laid that down, that we're going to follow the way that they elect all of their
This one
positions.
does, yes.
That's our prescribing.
A prior board defined what that prescription is.
Right.
We
And
defined
that's
it.
what the language is reflecting.
But a present board could change that prescription, I guess is what I'm saying.
It could, but I would be hesitant to tell the student body how to
As would I.
do their thing. But yeah, we could tell them, you know what, we want to tell them exactly what kind of election we
Right.
want.
We could, but I would rather not. Go ahead. And could I just clarify, your motion to table is that, do you have any parameter on that?
I'd like to have a better understanding of what the Constitution is stating in terms of how the student board member will be selected.
So if it's an
I'm asking
election,
really for a timeline on that. Are you asking for that for the next meeting? That's the kind of parameter I'm asking.
Oh, next meeting.
so clarifying, if it's stated in the Constitution that they're going to hold elections, then you would be satisfied with that.
Absolutely.
That's what
We've had principals select somebody, we've had interviews, we've had a number of different processes. And I'd like there to be transparency in terms of how is this person going to be selected to make sure that it's following the Constitution, assuming that we are satisfied with that process being transparent, one, and two, open to all qualified individuals.
What if we don't like it, what are we gonna do?
Can I just-
Go ahead.
So when we're electing ASB officers, this would be one of the elections of the ASB officers, given that it would go through an election. However they're chosen, they should all be chosen fair and equitably. But you cannot, if they're not chosen with an electoral process and they are, say, selected, you can't then pick out one and just run one through an electoral process in order to come onto the board. So working with ASB and working with their constitution as to what the Constitution says is something that the administration of the high school and MPH need to look into, which we can direct them to do, and would direct the MPH and RHS to look into that. But that can't be governed by the board because you would be doing an inequitable thing by taking one of their officers and choosing them differently than the other. So if you want to change something, we need to go through a process to review, audit, and change in a manner that would create equity instead of create inequity by taking one out and doing it differently. So that you're gonna have to let the board bylaw or the ASB bylaw and the Constitution stand.
And I believe that they are doing some evaluating of their bylaws right now because of the conversation in the equity committee last year.
The other part is that because of the concerns in the past of having the principal just recruit and then appoint without and circumventing the student population as a whole, as representing the whole student population, that is the reason why ASB governs the elections. That's why it was worded that way. Because even the site council members and the PTA reps are run through the ASB process, the election process.
So I'm going to ask for the vote on the tabling till next month. All those in favor of tabling till next month, please say aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
The word is nay. Nay. We are at a standoff, which anybody recall the Robert's rules at that point when it's an even vote? I think
It's not,
It automatically tables.
that it automatically tables or it automatically fails.
We don't have a quorum, we don't have.
Yeah, it automatically fails, it automatically. is
It's not
passed.
tabled, in other words.
Oh, you're voting to table.
We voted to table, two voted to
The
table,
board
two
has
voted
failed
not.
to take action on the item. If somebody wants to request to bring it up at the next meeting, we could request it under requested agenda items.
Well, at this moment, we have not voted to table because it didn't pass. That's the way I'm going to rule. Therefore, we're now going to vote on the motion. All those in favor of board bylaws 9150 as presented in the document, which is not the new, which is not where we're at, it'd be a change, say aye. All those opposed, nay.
Wait a second, we're voting to
We're
keep the
voting
current-
on board
Oh,
bylaw
the way that it's
9150,
presented.
student board
No,
members
no.
as presented, not the one that you
Right,
get out,
no.
which is our present one.
Right, I vote no.
So all those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, it is not updated board bylaw 9150 student board members. At the moment, it remains as is, which is what Cindy handed out.
So now the next direction though should be, if the board can please have the constitution of Rem High School by the next meeting. Then we can if we can get that through a Friday update, then we can in the next meeting, direct how we want to go with 9150. Is that fair? Is that fair?
And better still, if we could hear from the ASB just what they're doing as far as because I know they are discussing some transition. So their bylaws might change. So I'd like to hear from them.
Right. So if we could just,
However you want to get that.
but if we
report
could
to us,
get,
I'll
okay?
get it for you.
but if we
Thank you,
could get
Dr.
the
Fricker.
constitution.
We're going to move on to board bylaw
Yeah, updates.
9320, meeting and notices. All those, any discussion?
That more if you want.
All those in favor of 9320 as presented, say aye.
I do have some discussion,
Yes,
I'm sorry.
no, it was
The
Every month.
empty, yeah, the empty spots.
So it says every month, we go dark in July. So do we want to do the 8 out of 9 months? I don't know. What do you want to do about that? Or do you just keep it as is? Because we don't have to have one every month. We can choose, we approve our calendar and that becomes our meeting date.
Exactly.
The calendar becomes your meeting days and you all having it on there would allow you to have one in July.
Right.
Not.
But not
mandating,
required.
Not obligating us.
Then we would need this presented bylaw to be amended to include language.
No, you just keep it the same.
Right now, it says the board shall hold blank regular
Oh.
meetings each month. Regular meetings shall be held blank year.
Wait, so the one on our website says every month at 5:30 PM. And then we do have to change the language to Lake Gregory Educational Center to be the standard.
Yes.
Okay, so then we need to amend it.
Make
So
your
we
motion.
need to amend the regular meeting section on this proposed board bylaw 9320 to say something to the effect of the
Meeting
board shall
every
meet
day.
in accordance to the calendar it adopts at the January board meeting or something like that.
I think you just keep it every month at 5:30 Lake Gregory Educational Center. And then the way that our calendar is then set up is what meets that. He's going to not cave on this.
No, I'm thinking, I'm trying to process what you've said.
It's just saying that if you leave it as is, it allows you the option of having a meeting in July. But if you vote in December or January on our meeting calendar,
Could I entertain a motion for somebody to amend it to read, meet every month unless the calendar changes that?
Oh, okay, I see. I think I'm following you now. I'm sorry. I was catching up.
That's okay. It's late. It's 10:10
Pardon?
and I probably don't make sense.
Yes.
Your mics are both on. It's both.
No, because you guys are talking. But in terms of making that motion, it just went out of my head, so I won't.
I'd entertain a motion for somebody to say that amend it to read, meet every month unless the calendar dictates differently.
At Lake Gregory Educational Center.
Meet every month at Lake.
Thank you.
Lake Gregory Educational Center. Unless the calendar dictates differently, which could also dictate a different
Right.
location.
There you go. I entertain that awesome motion.
You're
That
making
is
that
the
motion?
best thing I've ever heard this
You
night.
made the motion? So you made the motion?
Yes.
Okay, Cindy made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is there a second? Thank you, Dana. Motion and second to amend 9320 to read.
What we just said.
I got it.
You want to read it for me?
At Lake Gregory Educational.
To meet every month at Lake Gregory Educational Center unless the calendar dictates differently. You got that, Sue? Good. You got that, Dr. Cricker? Okay. Okay. Now we have to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
And carried unanimously. Now we'll vote on the full motion for Board Bylaw 9320 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Only one aye? Oh, you said aye? Are you voting on 9320?
Aye.
Okay, it's carried unanimously
With the Constitution.
with the amendment. Board Bylaw 9322, agenda meeting materials. Any discussion? You just did. All those in favor of Board Bylaw 9322, agenda meeting materials, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Carried unanimously. You know, I tried to have us take a break an hour and 10 minutes ago. An hour and 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I know. You all ran out of here. I did not get the break, neither did they. Okay. 14.3 Personnel Services, approval of a one-year speech language pathology waiver for Chelsea. Is it Weiss? Weiss. Effective 3/21/23 through 3/20/24. Approval of a, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Seconded.
Motion by Cindy, seconded by Jordan. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried unanimously. 14.4 Superintendent recommends the approval of the agreement from Gamut. What is Gamut? Spelled out
No, it's.
GAMUT.
Oh, I don't know.
Damn it.
Oh, well, who knows?
I don't know that.
Oh, well. So we have a new policy. We are trying to spell out all acronyms so that in education, the people who are not educators know what we're talking about. Unfortunately, it's not here on this one, but it's a service called Gamut Meetings will provide subscribers access to a technology platform that enables subscribers to create meeting agendas. Incidentally, do we not already use Gamut?
Yes.
We already do.
Thank you. Gamut Meeting will enable school boards to drive workflows predictably and transparently, encourage engagement, and make the decision-making process more effective. Provides our school district with a streamlined approach to modern governance tailored to the specific needs of school boards. Our current software program, Community by Diligent, is up for renewal. Fiscal impact is $5,000 unrestricted general fund.
So moved.
Cindy,
Hurry up.
is there a second?
Seconded.
Jordan. Any discussion?
I tried looking up Gamut and it's all just what it's called. Gamut.
Same here, yeah.
It's not an acronym.
No,
It's the name of the
program.
the program. All right. All those in favor of the motion to approve Gamut, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carried unanimously. I'm not saying the nays, but since we all four voted, okay? 14.5 Personnel Services, adoption of resolution number 2223-07, reduction or elimination of classified positions. The classified position was intended to provide office and administrative support for 2 years, which concludes on June 30th, 2023. The position was established, flown, and filled, notifying all stakeholders of its temporary nature. Fiscal impact is estimated as savings of $75,000.
So moved. Second.
Was that Deanna?
Yeah.
And Cindy?
Yes.
Any discussion?
Yeah, there's quite a bit that was said earlier today that I take to heart. And one is that we've got a lot of moving pieces in the district right now. And not knowing what, with having 3-year plans being established, having a lot of things that are needing to be determined in terms of where we're going to be going and what we're doing. I have concerns about, especially since we're not seeing at this point further enrollment reduction. I really do have concerns about putting unnecessary stress at MPH right now.
I'm trying to understand which way you're meaning when you're saying unnecessary stress, because I think some of them are stressed out.
No,
Change.
yeah, exactly. I think that keeping this position in place, I could see in the future as we learn more about restorative justice, as we learn more at MPH in terms of getting different practices fully explored, that there may be opportunity for us to be able to look at some workforce reduction. But right now, having a better understanding of how this position is really a strategic part of what has been going on and moving forward, I really don't feel like it's a good idea for us to remove that position right now. Also, from what I understand, the position was paid for through ESSER funding in part to be able to reduce stress on the general fund, but not as a means of being able to eliminate that position.
It was going to be eliminated. It was going to be eliminated, and it was decided to use ESSER funds to keep it for 2 more years. So if we go to keep this position, the consequence on the budget side, we're going to have to decide where to make that cut on the budget side in this year.
Jenny, you want to speak to that? What would happen financially? Because the fact is, we knew 2 years ago, we thought we were going to have to cut it 2 years ago. And then creatively, we came up with, let's utilize ESSER funds. This is one of more than one item that we knew we were going to have to cut, and we figured out a way through ESSER to not cut it. So what do you want to say about the finances?
So I'll give you some history about if we go prior to COVID, when we we definitely had cuts on the table from the state down to a 10% cut. So I think we talked about some, for those who were on the board, we had scenario, I think 1 through 5 or 6 with, if we had X amount of dollars cut from our LCFF, 10%, 8%, 5%. We had multiple scenarios because of the unknown and the forecast at the time by the state legislator's office that California was going to, sink financially, at the onset of COVID. And but even before that, even before some of those budget scenarios, declining enrollment with the district's trend on deficit spending and pressures on the budget for increasing wages and maintaining programs and whatnot. We did have a scenario where we were having a negative 4th and 5th year budget down the line. And we knew that. And so the budget committee was tasked with looking at options. And we spent a whole year looking at, and we pulled prior stakeholder and prior budget committee that, from budget committees, years and years ago on, okay, what options are out there? What, if we look under every rock, can we do? And then we went through the process of what's illegal, what's impractical, what's against contract, what's not. And so there were several budget reductions that were identified and submitted by the budget committee at the time. This was one of them. So when and that was going to be, that and 3 other positions were going to be brought to the board for layoff. With, I'm not sure if a resolution was passed or not, to be honest, we would have to check if we actually voted a resolution to lay those off. So with the influx of COVID dollars and the opportunity to, we all of a sudden we have all this money and we're able to maintain the continuity of programs and maintain existing staff. This, along with others, were let's utilize this for maintaining operations and staff and retain staff for this period of time. So that is why it was not eliminated and it was kept on for 2 years because of this dollar amount. But it was for a lack of funds reason why it was originally suggested. Did I answer the question?
Is there money to do in the budget to keep this position?
You don't want to ask me that.
If I don't ask you that, who should I ask?
I think that there are, in all honesty, I planned on elaborating on some of this in the second interim because we have a meeting on our calendars to talk about the multi-year projections, to talk about what position control is, to talk about what we have, and we haven't done all that work yet, leading up to March 9th. But I can be very confident telling you if it's not this, then it will be something else. And we might not have to make that decision this spring, but it's going to be here before you know it. Unfortunately, I wish I didn't have to tell you that, but I don't feel confident in 4 and 5 years down the line that our number of positions as we have on the books is sustainable.
So here's the thing, a former board member would always say that we would approve cuts and then somehow, some way, whether it's people coming to a board meeting or whatever, we decide not to do them. And they have consequences because we don't make adjustments in a timely fashion. Therefore, we're always deficit spending. We're always having that year for problem. So the issue is that, as Jenny said, if not this, then we need to start identifying cuts and sticking to them, because we can't keep doing this to the financial department or business department of deciding on cuts, and then we get feedback that is not very positive, and then we rescind that decision and we say, you know what, wait a minute, we're going to change our mind, because that is not okay to the business department, and we end up with several years of having to do qualified budget, submitting qualified budget, and then we have a deadline to make cuts, which is very stressful as a board to go through, because you have that October 10th, I think it was, whatever it was, September's, whatever it was, the deadline was, to sit there and try to just identify the cuts is atrocious. So I'm just urging caution that if a decision is reached to cut a position, that we stick to it. Or if we make a cut to a program, if after having the numbers, after looking at everything, and we make that decision, then we need to whether we like it or not, sometimes we have to be fiscally responsible.
Jordan, you wanted to say something?
I really empathize because it's hard. I really appreciated Suzanne's perspective of maybe there's a retitling we can look at. Maybe there's some other avenue we can look down. And I really appreciate, and I think that could potentially be something that we could look into once a classification study is done, once we get a full understanding of what is everyone doing in this district? Like, what are their true responsibilities? Because Shannon mentioned this, as folks mature, and we have a lot of folks who've been in our district a long time, they take on more responsibilities, and having an accurate accounting of fully understanding what is entirely on everyone's plate can help us move forward. So even if the decision to cut happens today and we move forward, that doesn't mean that the door is closed forever. But I'll also say, to Cindy's point, that we all saw the case study from John Gray of what happened in Fresno. They cut, it was either 60 to 100 positions or something throughout their district to stave off financial crisis. And what happened was they didn't actually cut those people, those positions. They didn't actually fire those people. They found other jobs, other positions, well, let's move them over to this site, or let's move them over to that site. And that is a very poignant case study of how a district falls into receivership, because a board might think that they're doing everything right. We're making the cuts needed to stay this, financially solvent, but then by not following through on those actions, that's a very dangerous slope that puts our own business department in a really tough spot. So I think it's a wise word of caution that Cindy brings up.
I'm sorry, I'm not opposed to keeping the position, but there has to be an offset. And instead of putting that off for year after year after year, there has to be a hard decision. So if there's going to be another hard decision, and there's going to be people that are not happy about it, and there has to be a sticking point. That's all I'm saying, because this has come to bite us in the butt in the past.
And while we very much appreciate what the person has been doing, the person won't be losing a job, they'll be transitioning to a different job. But the other side of it is that we knew this was a 2-year. We knew this was a 2-year temporary. Dr. Fricker, would the classification study, and at what point would it get to the point where it might say, we need this position at MPH?
Well, through the classification study, it's going to look at what the job roles and job responsibilities, job descriptions are. It's also going to look at the equity across the district for all classifications. And under the labor law and certain education code, we have an obligation to make sure that everyone in the same classification is treated equally. And we've heard tonight that within this specific position, you have an AP secretary at one site, you don't have AP secretary at the other. So your decision really is going to be, if you keep this position, you're also going to have to equalize that somehow within the district, which now we're not talking about one added position or ongoing continuance of a position. You're also talking about adding a position somewhere else to make that equal or equivalent. So my recommendation is, as hard as it is, it's going through that classification study, doing a complete audit on all of our positions, all of our job descriptions, and then making sure that we understand the need. So we understand if there is a position that we do need to add, we add it in the right area for the right reasons. And that's really difficult because I know that there's been a decision made prior to some of us getting here. We're the ones having to carry out the decision that was made prior. It's not fair and it's not fun. But from this point forward, we as a district have got to start following procedures and practices that keep us equitable and treating our employees and valuing our employees the way that we should. That's hard to start. And it's really hard, and it's going to take a ton of work on personnel to do. But ultimately that would be my direction to the board or guidance to the board. Because what you don't know is when you do this classification study, where are the pockets where we really do need to add? Because we don't know. And there's no way Jenny can know that. There's no way Janet can know that. There's no way I can know that now. We haven't done the study.
All right, Dr. Fricker, I'm sorry I have to interrupt. I need to entertain a motion to table this for the moment because we need to take a motion to extend our time.
I make the motion to waive the 10:30 deadline ending the meeting.
Seconded.
But do we need to table the other item first so we can take up this motion? I don't recall the Robert's rules about motion to waive. I think we have to table the other. Go ahead.
No, you can make a motion to waive.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of waiving the 10:30 deadline?
Okay. No, you cannot oppose. Let's keep going. Come on.
Carried
Okay, so,
unanimously. Okay, we're back to the motion at hand.
so I have a clarifying question then.
And I'm sorry, Dr. Fricker, were you finished? Because I interrupted you.
No, I was done.
So
Thank you.
that's why I have a clarifying question on what she said. The high school hasn't had a secretary, to be assistant principal. And it's going swimmingly. I don't know really, but I'm just saying that we haven't heard anything to say otherwise. So do we really have to, if we keep this position, hire the other position if they don't really need it? But I guess that's for the study, because the study may determine that they really don't need another one, right?
The study may determine that the high school, the high school assistant principal may or may not need a secretary. If you do have a classification of staff, which is AP secretary, then you have to look at it across the entire district at that entire classification. So it would bring up the conversation if the AP does need a secretary. In the same light, the reason I'm providing caution is because we have talked across the district. I've talked to many people, we've done needs assessments. The things that do come up are idea of like a registrar or other positions where either part or full job is out there that's not currently being done by anyone. Or we've had situations where 3 different positions have come together on one desk that didn't quite work out well either, which we need to look at just to make sure. So I can't tell you, none of us can tell you where the positions are going to be needed in the future and or if the enrollment's going to hold in the future. So the only way to know that is going through that classification study to determine that.
And Mrs. Whiteside mentioned in a note the value of having, and I think even Sheila brought it up in her conversation, the value of needing somebody to work on ASB. Could there be a part-time position that would be established to deal with some of the needs that the school has?
Who's currently doing your ASB booking thing? Because it wasn't her.
It's the 87.
I thought it was your secretary.
Who did, there was an ASB before, so who did ASB before? The principal secretary.
You want to talk?
Yeah. She can be invited to the conversation.
I'm inviting you to the table. Thanks, Mrs. White.
Here. I appreciate the opportunity to answer any questions that you may have and give you a little historical context of what we've had. I also want to recognize that I appreciate the challenges that the budget looks at and across the district, and I also don't want to be so selfish, right? Although I do oftentimes say I am MPH selfish. Historically, when I started in 2016, there was not an AP secretary at that time. There was only a principal secretary. In that front office, you have the principal secretary, you have the attendance clerk, and you have the health aide. If you know the history, I didn't have a principal. I became the principal. I didn't have an AP. This was a time. Anyhow, with that being said, I did get an AP by March of 2017. Mr. Pierce and I worked on a proposal because again, we saw that based on ASB and how it was functioning at MPH and going to the FICMAT training, that we needed an opportunity to ensure that we were following fiscal crisis management procedures. We saw the need for an ASB bookkeeper. Previously, it was, we always say you want to be audit ready, not audit worried. And I think we were in an audit worried place until we had someone who could oversee that. But again, it's a challenging place to be when you're when you can understand. both components here. If I could go so far as to say that if it were possible to review this, again, I'm trying to be, I'm trying to look at it from all angles. And our ASB, our AP secretary, when we finally got one, it made a huge impact. It made it possible for us to move the principal secretary into that other room to focus on financial 2000, all of our subs, the lack of subs, all the other things, right? My understanding, I apologize, was that the high school had an AP secretary. I think that was clarified for me that it's a school site secretary. Is that for any? Again, I don't know.
Athletics.
That's athletics. Okay. So that was maybe my misunderstanding.
Pardon, Dr. Frick?
Only athletics.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Could I have some context or a little bit of history of what happened with ASB, because we lost ASB at MPH and now it's come back. Can you give me some context of how that may have happened in relation to those positions, and then how that's been reintegrated in currently?
So ASB operated as a club. When it first started, there was no class. It was a club. And when we tried to pull it in as a class, as part of the master schedule, we wanted to provide more activities, provide more opportunities, and ensure that we were following FICMA. I heard you talking earlier about constitutions and bylaws. We essentially adopted FICMAC's bylaws to operate our ASB. So in our efforts to clean that up, and make sure that we have all the documentation. So for example, when an executive council meeting happens, now the bookkeeper organizes all of the club minutes and club packets. When they're opening a club, they're putting forward their budget development, and then any financial transactions. They have a checklist for all of that. And so our AP secretary will take those checklists and see, do you have your club minutes? Do you have your projected income and expense form? Did you get a quote? Did you look at your account balance to ensure you're not deficit spending? And she follows up with the clubs to ensure that they have all of that paperwork, so that then she can put it on the executive council agenda, which would then go to the ASB class for the executive council. Historically, it has fallen on my lap.
That's helpful context. Thank you.
How long was ASB? How long was ASB? How should I say it? Not in action.
From the shutdown until about a few weeks ago. We've had a different ASB teacher each year. So continuity obviously helps with process. And unfortunately, some of that also is an impact. So then again, falls back to my lap and the AP secretary.
So what was this position doing then when we weren't doing ASB?
Well, the proposal that Mr. Pierce and I had done was that it was half ASB and half AP secretary. So that was the original intention of the proposal, but I couldn't speak to how that was put forward. I don't recall it.
And I'm understanding right, as AP secretary or admin assistant, that this person has been heavily involved with the various behavioral reports that are getting on. So is it possible that with looking at more of a MTSS and restorative justice, as that becomes more intertwined into MPH's processes, that it may be that there will be less paperwork intensive needs of that position?
Not necessarily. That just comes with a different lens, right? We're still going to receive those student statement forms and getting 150 a month. If you recall Mr. Gomez's slide, 140 to 150 a month, and making sure that we go through those on a day when we might have more challenges or more students submitting those. Our AP secretary has been filtering through those in terms of triage. You know, what are things we need to get to right away? What are things maybe we can go to restorative justice, or we can do mediation, or can refer to a counselor, or we can get a parent phone call back. Because again, we want to make sure that we intervene, and we have seen, while our student population is lower, obviously post-COVID, there's a lot more social emotional concerns that we're seeing in our students. They need support. They're not raising their hands, like I said. And they really, I don't know that they really have the skills at the moment to advocate for themselves all the time. You know, I mean, some do, some don't. I don't want to be a generalization.
If we voted to keep this position, wouldn't it still be a temporary position?
the technicalities of position.
With it being a temporary position and we keep it, I'll have to go back and look to see how it will go forward as a non-temporary position.
We would have to change the funding source and it would not be temporary.
That's exactly right.
And if we were to, I think specifically for tonight's resolution, if we were to vote against it, then that would just mean everything stays the course at the moment until the next board meeting where maybe a funding source changes or we vote to make it permanent or whatever it might be.
Well, I'll tell you this, if the funding source changes, the whole job description will have to change. And then do we have to open it up to the rest of, we have to refly that position.
And it would be a part of the, eventually part of the classification study as well.
Just a point of clarification too, just to make sure it is clear that what we are sitting with tonight is something that was put in motion 2 years ago.
Yes.
And that this is a board decision and should not be reflective, whatever the outcome on Dr. Fricker or Shannon, administrators who are not here when those decisions are made. So that's, I just want to make sure it's clear that this falls on the board.
Made the decision based on budget. Meeting to.
On the mic, please.
The decision was made on the fact that we had a problem in our year 4 that was going to become our year 3. And there were budget cuts brought to the board from the budget committee and that position was one of the positions that were recommended to be able to do budget cuts. So that's the other thing is that we put into place a committee to make recommendations to the board after they've had conversation, after a whole thing takes place, and then those recommendations are brought to us. And we go, okay, so this is, and we have the conversation and we're looking at the budget. So again, it's not so much about, I appreciate the amount of help this person has been given to the MPH. But if we're going to not follow through on cuts that have been made, because then what we need to do is make an immediate adjustment. We cannot, as Jordan put down in that example, make adjustments that still create fiscal insolvency, that delays decisions on cuts to the point where we're submitting qualified budgets with deadlines or even negative budgets.
Can I just pause for a second? Does staff have something that staff wants to share with us?
Staff is trying to work out the convoluted nature of the position. It brings up a whole other issue. Because when we're talking about, when you're asking us questions of, if you kept it, then what would happen?
Mhm.
So this is what had happened. I don't even know. This is what we've tried to piece together that has happened. So we've blown it
As a temporary.
As a temporary position under ESSER funds, which means at the time of and then that person vacated the position, it was open and it was flown again as a temporary, and this person who currently has it now has it. So if you go back to the original flying as a temporary position, which is what we're trying to work out, because at the time of flying, we flew it as temporary, which means that some people who may have applied for this position and could have gotten the position may not have applied because it was temporary and it wasn't permanent and they didn't want to lose their job or be bumped back.
Right.
So we now would have, so we were trying to look through run through the logistics of employment wise, what we would have to do. If you kept this position going, we would have to reply it as a permanent position.
With the job description.
Right.
With a new job description.
So that everyone would have equal opportunity to it. So that's an added wrinkle, but that we're all in agreement, like that's what we have to do. Yes. And not because we want to, it's because when the way you flew it, you already precluded people from applying for it. because of the temporary nature of it. Now you're converting this temporary position to a permanent position, which means you have to fly. Position. It's like teaching, like teachers who are flown for a temporary position, you have a temporary contract, it sunsets on June 30th automatically. And so those teachers, if that position continues into a permanent position, they have to reapply for that position. It would be the same process.
And could there be a step down the road where Mrs. Whiteside school and you say, you know, we need this kind of position. We took the action today that reflects what was decided 2 years ago, but that there could be the seeking of a position in the future.
If I could clarify. In terms of clarifying the position, we knew it was flown as temporary, so I completely understand that component. I think from the original proposal was where maybe the confusion is. From the original proposal, we were under the understanding, and I apologize, maybe I'm wrong, help me with that, but that it was permanently funded originally. So when the person who's currently my principal secretary was the AP secretary previously, she was in a permanent position. When she took and
Which was going to be laid off.
but we didn't.
Yeah, you
I
might
don't-
not have been.
I don't think I
communicated
knew that. So then I did know it was flown as temporary, but I guess my
So
hopefulness
regardless
was.
of the proposal, like you can ask for anything.
Right.
But how it's board approved is really how the.
But it was approved and it was filled by my current principal secretary.
But then it was
Is all I'm
cut
saying.
like that.
But then it was turned into temporary.
Then it was cut.
That's what I'm
Then it
just
was
trying to
turned into a
clarify the
temporary-
confusion.
It was
Is the
cut,
original
and we
proposal.
brought
was
it
not.
back as a
I
temporary.
do.
So it was cut. So now it was brought back as a temporary position to be filled to be paid for by ESSER. So that permanent position doesn't exist, hasn't existed.
It had, but then we cut it. It was one of those items that, as we were trying to deal with the financial challenges that, and then we said, here's a way to try to keep it at least for 2 years.
One of the concerns I've seen over the many years that I've been somehow in the district is us losing a position but not planning for it, and then resulting chaos and jobs, things, tasks, important tasks, necessary tasks not being done, and ensuing chaos. I've seen it, in recent years at the high school with us now having some holes to fill with our college and career position that we no longer have. So it's concerning to me that if we don't manage the change, that we're going to create chaos that is going to create more problems in the future. I totally agree with that. I do, managing the change. But as we hopefully that we are bucking the trend of declining enrollment, but declining enrollment dictates your staffing. And we just have to be real about that. And that forces the change. But I agree, in managing the change, we can be better. So thinking that we are going to be taking a look at staffing in general, taking a look at how we are having positions filled, organizational structure is going to be naturally, it's already being looked at and will continue to be looked at over the coming years. I think it's a natural component of our 3-year planning process is how are we staffing, or where can we be a little bit leaner and meaner, and where do we need to beef up our staffing. I just wonder whether, especially if we would have to refly the position, if that could be part of what we're looking at in the future and not create the chaos for now.
How does that not create chaos now?
Continuing to have those, have a body in there taking care of those necessary tasks, as opposed to having those tasks still need to be done and not having the body in there to do it.
Are we ready to vote?
I'm thinking through what you're saying, and I think you bring up a good point. But on the flip side of that, it brings further uncertainty to the employee in that position to think that, are they just keeping me here to transition me out, or are they, or will it be permanent? I think it creates more anxiety for that employee. I don't know. I don't have a full answer. I'm just trying to think through all of the sides of what you're bringing up. And that perception, that initial reaction might be wrong.
Well, because if the classified study comes back a year and we go and continue to have declining enrollment and budget issues, then yeah, it may come back that that position isn't needed, that these duties can be absorbed by X, Y, and Z. I'm saying it could come back. I'm not saying it will. I'm saying that you're right. It creates uncertainty what is going to happen in a year.
Because it would have to be reflown anyways, then we may have to go through with the decision as it had been presented, and then the request for this position in the future.
As a permanent position. with
As a permanent
general-
position, which is
general
flown
fund.
and properly and all,
The general fund dollars.
because the position doesn't end until the end of the year. Right?
But I'm not adding a but to persuade, it's just food for thought. CSEA is subject to March 15th. And so we don't have beyond that date to make this decision. So just.
Our next board meeting is March 9th.
Yes.
And you take action, kids.
Mr. President, I think what you're saying is irrespective of how we vote tonight, that doesn't seal anything in stone. Is that kind of what you're saying?
That's one of the things I'm saying, yes.
It doesn't close the door permanently, I guess is
Correct. It could come back, but there's that same question. At this point, we follow the process that we've tried to work through from the past, be aware of that. And then because it would have to be reflown, so it would have to be a new position anyways. So yes, Jordan.
But it would close the door for now, then there would have to be take action and approval for it to be reopened later.
The weird thing is it closes the door for now. But then you have to go through a new process to fly the position. So
Well, honestly, I think it does close the door because if we do take this action now and we decide we want to bring a position back later, that decision would have to come after the classification study. I don't know how we could justify possibly creating a position without having a full accounting of that's what we're doing throughout the entirety of the district. That we would only be fair to wait until that's done. So I guess it would close it.
that's true, Jordan. So are you ready to take action? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion to adopt resolution number 22-2307, reduction of elimination of classified position, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
You can't abstain. What did you vote?
Did you vote, Jordan?
I did, I voted on.
The motion carries 3-1. And yeah, we care. .6 Personnel Services, approval of the personnel page. The personnel page entails all actions requested of the board by the personnel department. Fiscal impact to be determined, various accounts, personnel page of 21623. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve the personnel page, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carried unanimously. 14.7, Business Services recommends that the Board of Trustees identify and approve the design build project scope that aligns most with the district's objectives. Business Services recommends that the Board of Trustees identify and approve the design build project scope with Schneider Electric that aligns most with the district objectives. Fiscal impact to be determined as a restricted general funds. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Cindy, your second?
I'll second it.
Deanna? Jenny? We have a guest that has waited all night long. Sometime in the future, we probably should have adjusted our agenda. One of us should have been smart enough to have done that, and I apologize for not. So please, we want to.
So what's before you tonight is to really the presentation that we presented along with Jim and Snyder Electric. Vernon was here with the Snyder Electric team. We presented 4 options for the board to consider. And I think we detailed our scope of work, our steps that we had done over the last 7, 8, 9 months, how we got there in the beginning of looking at air quality and moving forward with what could we do with 1.5 million. So that we set aside in our ESSER 3 plan. As we found out, we couldn't do what we thought we could do with 1.5 million. And going back to when we had all from CPM do the initial study, and then Snyder did several studies on walks and with Jim and his team. How can we improve air quality? How could we start some projects that we would need a bond to finish? And so that's where we came. So we presented 4 options for you. All of which were above the 1.5 million due to some efficiency standards that we need to comply with. And we identified there was some remaining ESSER funds, what we could put towards that to still have it neutral. So at this point, I don't know if you have any questions. We talked about financing. We met and we've had pre-meetings with Snyder and tried to come up with anything you might ask. I know I met with Dr. Fricker and we talked about options and what we kind of were thinking on some things, especially in the climate that we're in today. So do you have any questions, I guess, and what can we help you with as we talk about these options?
If I remember, financing would be 4%, you said?
Well, we estimated at 4.3%.
4.3, okay.
And we did look at, because knowing that was going to be some questions. And we ran some tentative amortization schedules for option 3 and option 4 that are 12-month payments per year over 20 years at the 4.3. And looking at option 3 and 4, just for examples. So, and to view this, we have to also, if we step back and have a bigger picture, if we do a larger project and we finance, we can, and we're going to go out for a bond, we can write in the bond language that the bond then pays this project off for us. So having that, weighing that, is the interest cost, are we going to realize that extent of the interest cost if we go out for bond? But knowing that if we go out for a bond and don't pass it, we have this interest cost. If we push projects off to 24, even if we go out for a bond in 2024, we're not, if the money doesn't come till 2025, we're not building till 2025, 2026. And do we have some escalating of scale project costs that could then be higher? So it's, we're throwing a lot of convoluted things seems like a lot of agenda items today. And just getting off a very heavy one too. So we're looking at the different payment options with depending on if it's option 2, 3, or 4. And I have them right here. Okay, so option 3, if we finance our typical, if it's 4.3 at 20 years, our monthly payment's going to be just under $15,000. Okay, so $15,000 times 12 months, we're really looking at, we could be 150, 200,000 per year if we, depending on if we option 3 or 4 out of the general fund for our payment. So that would be our concern in the fiscal climate that we're kind of feeling like we're entering into. But then, thinking of, well, what's the opportunity for a bond, that we really won't realize that budgetary expense. So in total, option 3, our total, if we had to finance and we didn't get a bond, our total interest we would have paid on the project was about $1,150,000 roughly. And on option 4, our total interest cost would be just over 2.3 million. So with a monthly payment of 30,000. So you would take that multiplied by 4. So it's exciting to think about projects that we need, that we, a year ago, we were here in front of you and it's like, okay, well, what can we do? What can we start even if we don't have a bond? And let's work on what can we start to do. So these are things we can start to do if we don't have a bond. And we have some within a budget that we've set aside for and some with financing. I would, I think that in January with our with the governor's budget, we did hear some news of that state funding could be down. Are we going to go into a recession? The gas prices that we're hiring. So from the fall till now, we are seeing a different financial climate that we were in kind of, when we were excited about some of these. So that's some of the caution that's been, Jim and I talked about that we are worried. But then, I can really see both sides. I can see we have an opportunity cost too by escalating prices. And do you want to just start getting stuff done? Yeah. So we do, but then there, like we said, every decision has
what are you going to, and we would be paying from the general fund.
And this is general
Yeah,
fund
we
dollars.
just made that decision to not to be more fiscally responsible. And so I'm having concerns that we just seriously stuck a knife in somebody's heart right now so I'm not comfortable in really making that kind of a commitment of $200,000 a year when I'm like, oh, how many classified positions was that would pay that position?
It definitely, since January, with some and looking at second interim, the financial climate's a little different than when we started off on this journey on what we could expect. But we could find ourselves passing a bond in 2024 and having higher construction prices. And is that what weighing that cost? It is a gamble that if we wait, we could be spending more dollars on a bond. So that's kind of our conundrum.
Is there any way to monetize what our energy cost savings would be by moving forward with this?
The energy savings would be electrical in nature. So I don't know if we had a slide on that savings or not from the last.
I thought that wasn't serious.
I think it said that we would get a fuller cost of what the savings would be after we choose a
Oh,
direction.
That's
Yeah.
right, because it would, then they didn't do the work to go that next step.
Exactly.
Because we'd have to pick a direction to go to start crunching all those numbers. Thank you, Jordan. I had forgotten that was. the conversation.
I guess the thing is that in the initial feedback from Lake Arrowhead Municipal Advisory Committee, meaning when I talked about aging facilities and that we were having preliminary discussion about the feasibility of going out for a bond, knowing that to put air conditioning and upgrading electrical panels and all of that was going to be somewhere around $25 million more. That our roofs, all of our roofs need to be replaced at a cost of $5 to $7 million. All of that. The feedback from the people there that were actually older than I was, so there you go, was education is so underfunded, but don't raise my taxes. And they're having a huge issue with the cost of living right now with the increases of gas and electric. And so I guess I'm a little bit worried about banking on the passing of a bond. So that's my whole problem, is I want to be fiscally responsible but hopeful and optimistic, but it's just like working within the parameters of today. Yeah, maybe we would have to pay more higher costs in the bond with a bond, but at the same time, spending several salaries every single year with not guaranteed success on the passing of the bond really worries me. I don't want to be the one responsible for having to cut more positions to pay the interest. That's what I'm concerned about. And that's my big concern. Or that we can't give salary increases that we want to make sure that we are attracting and retaining talented people, classified or certificated, because we made this decision and our gamble on the bond didn't pay off. So I'm really concerned about making those choices that maybe we just suck it up and pay the higher cost from that if the bond and when the bond. There you go.
Cindy, would you be more open to an option 1 or 2 that is half the cost of?
I'm all about right now, option 1. Working within our budget. That's what I'm in. I'm all about working within our budget.
Thoughts, Jana or Jordan?
I'm just keep on going back and forth between 1 and 2. And the range for $1.5 to $2 million for the electrical upgrades versus, window replacements at $1.5 million. And
Which one is better? Better bang for your buck? Is that what you're saying?
exactly.
I could go with 2. I could live with 2. That's in my, but I just am not comfortable with 3 or 4 at all. Same.
Feel like electrical would give us
More
a
bang.
better start, I think.
I really like 4.
I love 4. That doesn't mean that we should go for 4.
Exactly. I'm more with you than you realize, Cindy. That I think we have to live within our means at this moment. And
Now, to be clear, with option 1 and 2, those would still result in financing of.
Right.
So it's just a smaller amount, right?
We would identify probably what's in reserve or the last bit of COVID dollars to supplement option 1. So we didn't have any financing for option 1 anticipated.
so option 2 requires some financing, but option 1 does not.
Well, the financing on option 2, I mean, it all depends on how far you want to dip into. We do have that. We have a couple of those funds. Jordan, I think you mentioned it 1 year. The prior year Fund 14 sweep and our Grandview proceeds, and so it may not, but I don't think we can make the decision on financing the two right. Today we'd have to probably go back and say what action and take, because those are in committed funds right now. We would have to bring an agenda item to uncommit those funds for this purpose. So in that meantime, we could then talk about either financing or uncommitting those funds.
So the money that is on deposit, do you have any idea what kind of interest it's earning?
Gosh, I have that at my desk because it's part of our audit report, because we're part of the San Bernardino County treasury pool. So it's surprisingly fairly good interest. So we are part of their investments, San Bernardino County. I can get that. I don't have that off the top of my head.
My thoughts would be financing would be appealing if what we have on deposit is higher than 4.3%.
I doubt it's higher than 4.3.
If you were faced with the two decisions, which one do you think is better? More valuable to the school district.
Yeah.
And there's a microphone there, if you don't mind. It's hard for me to hear.
Just read the option 2.
Jim will come too. Good.
Over there.
Thanks, guys.
We need Jim on in. Sorry, Jim. I'll buy you a copy.
You've been here all night, so go ahead,
I would
guys.
rather go with option 1.
You'd rather go with 1 over 2.
Yes, because we need roofs.
Use the mic.
Okay, yeah,
We need roofs.
okay.
We need roofs.
Yeah, so if not going all the way, then I think we need to stick to our
Opportunity
means.
cost, you'd rather have the money, if we're gonna pay the additional money, have it available for.
If you're gonna finance, I'd rather finance our roofs and get the windows done that way than getting electrical that we're not gonna actually use until we get AC and heating units. So
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't see roofs in number 1.
No.
it's not, but if you're
So
saying.
you have
we
a
to finance the two,
1A now?
if you're saying we're gonna finance anyway, then I'd rather finance roofs and just stick to option 1 and make roofs our second priority later on.
Well, it's interesting you bring up roofs, even though they're not on here, because it seems almost like roofs. If they're not repaired, you've got major other damage that's going to be occurring, which is more expense that's going to be occurring. So it almost seems like that's an issue we need to be addressing.
But if we spend the money on option 2, then when it comes up on an agenda for us to spend the money on roofs, that money will already have been spent. So
Correct.
right
That's
now,
what I'm
yes.
I'm with you, George.
Oh, so you're saying there's money there to do the roofs?
Not even.
No,
No, but if we
Thank you,
spend,
Jim.
$500,000 more on option 2,
Yes.
potentially, that's money instead could go towards something else if we don't allocate it for option 2 right now.
It could save or prolong a roof a little bit until we can do a full replacement. That's what I'm hearing.
Jenny, if we were to go with, say, option 1, and it would require financing, could we still include some type of stipulation that if we did get a bond, we could still reimburse ourselves?
Absolutely.
Okay, good to know.
with the windows, we would be saving a little bit on heat. I mean,
Yeah,
not a whole
you
lot,
get
but
the
we would get
benefits.
some.
Yeah, you get the benefit immediately with the windows on the thermal side. As trustee Zarate was saying, the electrical kind of sets you up for option 4, which you'll eventually do with the air conditioning and get you ready, but it doesn't have that immediate benefit for energy.
And I wanted to clarify one thing. We could stipulate that, but it would go into a different fund. So it would be deposited into Fund 40 as a reimbursement, not back into Fund 1. It would be similar to what we did with the CNG fueling stations. When we got our money, so just.
That makes, okay.
We'd have to use it for capital projects. Yeah, restricted.
Sounds like option 1 might be a direction we should be really considering.
There you go. Option 1. I'm going to make that motion to approve option number 1.
Okay, so we technically had the motion to approve the building energy services options, which means
Now we
We
need to
did
modify
that,
it.
so I need to-
now we're gonna amend it to option one, okay?
Option one. Build energy service option.
I second that.
Okay, motion to approve, we are
Option one.
amending.
Yes, I'm amending my.
Good, thank you.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you. We're amending the motion to read approve option one of the building energy services. And that was seconded by Deanna. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No, we are unanimous. So we have now approved option number one.
Thank you for sticking around.
And
sure, no problem at all.
And if the state actually does this infrastructure bill, which they're talking about, which might also grant some monies, some matching funds, that's a possibility. Is that something that could go back towards these or towards this even number one?
I think we would definitely keep that in mind and consider that moving forward. So we'll keep our eye on that together, Schneider and Jenny and Jim.
And you're going to find some other secret money somewhere, right?
Well, we're always looking to see what's available.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for sticking around.
Oh,
Both of
sure.
you, by the
Thank
way.
you.
14.8. Personnel Services, approval of the memorandum of understanding MOU between California School Employees Association, CSEA, and Room of the World Unified School District to increase the working days of the following classified positions effective 7/1/23. And the MOU to increase days for these classifications will help facilitate district needs regarding the preparation of opening school each year, as well as the summer school and ESY. What is ESY?
School year.
Extended school year programs. Fiscal impact, $6,500 is the estimated cost to increase the days for dispatcher and health aides, transportation dispatcher and bus driver from 220 to 248 days, and the health aide clerk from 195 days to 197 days.
So
The days of the dispatcher, that didn't have the number here, but it's in the document. Okay, moved by Cindy. Is there a second?
Second.
Deanna? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Carried unanimously. 15, the consent calendar. Items pulled for separate votes and discussion are to be taken into consideration during agenda item 16.0. Does any board member wish to pull any item?
No, not me.
Well, I had 3 I was going to pull and Jordan had 2.
There's so many marks. No, seriously, I'm sorry. I think we have something.
I thought about it.
Thank you.
Jordan, what?
Jordan is saying that you lied.
He has more than 2?
So 14, I'm sorry, let me just checking something here. Don't we have 15.6? No, that's 14.3. So when you're, okay, never mind, it's different things for the same person. No, I don't need to pull anything. I just saw the same name twice. It's okay.
I just have a question. Have you all read this?
Yeah, while you're in the bathroom. And they sent it your board, online too. Yeah, I saw, yeah, so, okay.
They have been, that's true,
Thank you. Okay. Can we-
but only for a few days.
I think Tuesday.
Yes, yes.
Right.
All right. Hearing no one making a motion to separate any items, then we are going to entertain a motion to approve 15.1, 15.2, 15.3, 15.4, 15.5, 15.6, 15.7, and 15.8, the consent items. Motion Cindy to approve the consent items, Jordan second. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye, carried unanimously. 17, governance team, future agenda items planning. 17.1, time allotted for the Board of Trustees to request agenda items for future meetings.
I would like to request, and not any particular meeting, a CNS report in terms of the exciting things that are happening there.
A what report?
Child Nutrition Services. I'm just hearing, like Jordan mentioned earlier about the hydroponics. There's been a lot of distribution channel issues. They're doing a phenomenal job, and I'd love to be able to celebrate what they're doing and hear more about it.
And Domino's Pizza,
We'll have her bring
anytime you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
We put blue Eddies on.
What was that?
Blue Eddies, I've never had.
Wow, do something about that.
I'm trying.
Cindy, you had something?
No, it just in talking about the assistant principal secretary, that is something that would come up in the natural course of discussion with the classified study. Correct?
Yes. Do you want any specific direction for how we should?
No, I just, because that is obviously something that we need to look at that site to see how it needs support in the June as we look. What we did tonight was this was the action that was taken a couple of years ago. We need to finish this action because it was flown as temporary. Now let's move on to the next section, which is looking at what that site needs. Just like every other site, we know that there's positions at the high school that are needed to support, a registrar, the glaring examples. So just making sure that we really do our due diligence in looking at how that school operate, that front office, the needs of that school are being met successfully, and how, and if that is, if you want to call it retitling a position or however that looks, that we really are taking a really good deep dive into is that a necessary position, or is it something that is a different position but absorbs some of the duties that position took?
Organizational structure.
Exactly.
That is part of the classification study, really taking that analysis of each site.
Well, we would be pulling that job description. And then looking at seeing where those job duties go.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then how do you cover them into one of the.
Okay, so on that basis, we want you to finish the study by the end of this school year.
Get on that.
Hurry up.
I did
I
not
believe they
ask
are
that,
number
no.
two.
I did not ask
So
that.
we'll come.
All I want to do is have this process be fair, and so that it's fair and as we move forward. That's what I want.
Cindy, I agree, and having this happening tonight just left, and I think I can speak for all of us, just a horrible feeling, because we are talking about people.
Right.
And so we're going to do our due diligence to ensure that we are covering and covering MPH and going forward and doing it through the classification study, doing it properly, so we don't have temporary positions, so we're not putting these positions anymore, because this was horrible. And I do not like temporary positions. And so we need to make sure that when we put a position there, we go forward with it.
And also looking at the sustainability, because it really stinks to have positions identified as cuts through a process of the budget committee. They go before the board takes action on those recommendations, and then we end up with people very unhappy with that decision, but we have to, and we make no alternate choices. So I'm saying, so making sure that we are really doing our justice to the school sites, whatever that school site is, but also making sure that we're meeting their needs and we can sustain it and not go, oh, 2 years from now, it's on the chopping block again. It just doesn't make sense to do that. Mrs. Whiteside talked about sustainability, and you cannot sustain a program if someone new every year is doing it. It just doesn't work. It's frustrating at the high school, I know. So I just want to make sure we're doing our due diligence and investigating what that school site needs, and we can meet their needs. for more than a year.
Any other items anyone wants to add on? Because I would like to add, I would like to come up with a statement of parents' rights. That we make a statement that we support parents' rights of state government or anyone else. And I have some things I've been working on that. I'd like to have that presented in the future.
Are you asking for us to do a resolution?
Yes, ma'am. That I would present.
Should that's being presented by one person, by you, a statement of rights for parents?
It's one that I would probably be getting organizational help. I'd be like to work with Dr. Fricker on it.
Should you work with parent groups on statement of parent rights?
The whole point is putting it on the agenda.
So you're not bringing forth a statement for us to vote yes
Not
or
at
no?
this moment, no, but I'd like to get it as an agenda item.
Okay, well, that's why I was asking if you were bringing forth a resolution, like a true done resolution.
I could do that too.
No, that's not what I want, so that's not what I'm asking for.
But I would like this board to make a statement on parents' rights.
You want to agendize us being able to have that discussion.
Okay? Anything else? Future meeting dates. Did I skip anything?
No,
Future meeting dates. Regular board meeting, March 9, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. Room of the World Unified School District, Lake Gregory Education Center, 14740 San Moritz Way, Crestline, California, 92325. Board meeting workshop, March 30, 2023 at 4:00 p.m. Room of the World Unified School District, Lake Gregory Education Center, 14740 San Moritz Way, Crestline, California, 92325. We do not need to recess to close session. So motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn this meeting right this second.
There's a second. Jordan second. All those in favor of adjourning, say aye. Aye. Carried unanimously.
Yeah.
With that, hereby call the meeting ended.